Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to Battlegrounds OCE. We are live today with our match point finals for LCQ, brought to you by Battlegrounds OCE. Today with me, I have my good friend Q, who's woken up so nice and early for us today. I don't even think it's the next day for you yet. You've got about a minute left until it's midnight.
But, still technically Saturday. It feels good, though. I'm ready to get down to it.
It is. It's going to be good. We have 20 teams here with 2 tickets available to Sapporo. You do have to win or come second today. It is match point finals, and we do have 20 teams, Q, that are out here that have been battling through these last 2 days of competition. And we'll go and have a look exactly who they are out here. And I mean, you can talk about them. We've seen a change in some players as well and teams. What are you looking forward to the most for the 20 that we have?
Call me nostalgic. I'm looking forward to Team Ingo. Easy Flash and Strafing Flame back together again. The old Black Can duo. We all have come to know and love in the region. But you also mentioned, I think one thing that I just always love to see when it comes to match point finals during LCQ is just who's able to put it together when when your team needs it the most, right? Because it's been a long couple of days for all of our teams to get to this point. And you mentioned only 2 teams get to punch their ticket, one of which gets to control their destiny by the one who wins match point. Other than that, you kind of have to hope that whenever somebody does happen to win on match point, that you're the other team at the top of the scoreboard. So that should be fun.
It will be good. I mean, there's teams. I think I seen Genome today put out a Twitter post where it says BCG, Deep Cross Gaming, and Remarkable Team all would have qualified if it was normal like we usually do for LAN. But because of LCQ and how harsh it is at the moment to actually qualify for a LAN, it's insane. It's going to be a lot of fun today. I feel like there's some team names in here that, you know, are proving themselves. We've also got a fair few CC teams that have made their way in, like Tech Issues 24/7 and No Surrender as well. So it's exciting times today for Apex. We have a lot of games in front of us, Q. Hopefully not too many. We do have a lot of other regions to do after this one. But we are
long day. If we can get a nap after this, I would be for sure okay with that, especially after a long day on land for high school here in my home state. So
100%, you're always busy. But we'll go and have a look at the maps that we are going in today. There is obviously the snake formation here in the maps, and we are starting off in E districts, which is interesting, Q. Usually the E district we like. Could see Alta maybe gone very early in the games, which will change the way a lot of teams play early on, considering the last couple of lobbies I've seen, she doesn't really get gone until game 2, game 3, game 4.
It's interesting, right? Because even had it not been going to E district, it feels like lately across the regions in competitions lately, we've been seeing, whereas like throughout the whole split, it was like Caustic, map 1, that's it. It's like guaranteed. The last week, even week and a half, hasn't necessarily been the case. So now that we're moving to E district, where usually you do see teams kind of more relying on those rotation legends, just because of the fact that you see so many teams in those late games, can really make things interesting kind of later on. Like you said, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ultra off the table game number 1.
Well, the first lobby I watched on Friday, we did not see a single Caustic ban. I got to watch 6 games of Caustic. So that was probably the craziest lobby I've ever casted for the last 2.5 months since the update. There was no change whatsoever. It felt like Caustic was just a normal legend out there playing the full 6 games. But yes, very exciting. We do have obviously 6. It is match points, so we could be here for a while, Q. We could be here for a while. Remember, the top teams, you have to win once you're on 50 points. The second team will be, booking their ticket to Sapporo as well. And I don't know if you know, Q, but the tickets, they are available right now.
Yeah, we got to see that APAC South was the first region that had access to them during the regional finals. So make sure you pick them up while they're still available. Should be, a good time. I feel like everybody who got to go to Champs last year was talking about how amazing of an adventure it was. If you get the chance to go this year, definitely think you should lock it in because I would care to venture that it's going to be the same way this year as well.
Yeah, you get to meet me. How good is that? Eh? We'll all have a beer together.
I can ask for much more. Sign me up.
It's going to be a lot of fun today. I'm looking forward to it. We are starting on E District, so we're going to have a look exactly where these teams are landing. And I mean, the talking point, I guess, is Deep Cross Gaming, because they've got the exact same pick, I think, that they had in Pro League Regionals. So it'll be interesting today to see if they can try and finish it off, Q.
Deep Cross Gaming is a team that I think a lot of people in the region are going to be keeping their eye on just because they started off so hot in regional finals, right? Like you go back to back, all of a sudden the question becomes, can you find yourself a third to be able to win on that match point? Unfortunately, was unable to do so. At least I guess today, the good news for them if they kind of repeat the same success, maybe not so much in the sense of being in that number one spot at the end of things, but before that match point team wins, you still get that second spot. So you kind of control your destiny. But I feel like for Deep Cross Gaming, a team that got hot when it matters the most down the home stretch of Pro League, we saw their last 2 days during regular group play were their best 2 finishes. I feel like they're a team that if I had to bet my money on any of the 20, they're probably one of the teams that had the best chance of advancing today.
Yeah, my eyes are on Las Vegas Inferno, having that north zone there up at Lotus. So, you know, they got Bad Aim team next to them at Electro Dam as well. Remarkable team on that south side. But they've had a really interesting set. They've always been in that top 5 situation. I think it's more kills that they really need to start worrying about to get as well. And like I said, and like you said, Q, if you can't win the game, you need to have the second highest points. So you could be on match point for 6-7 games, but you want to keep consistently getting those kills, those points, and be up in there in that top 2 conversation once it gets to that pointy bit of the end. But we are very close to getting into game number 1. It does look like we're just waiting for a couple of members. We're not too far away, chat. I mean, this is where it all starts for us, Q. We have... who knows how many games we're going to have today. But I'm looking forward to it because it is such a... it's a huge weekend. You got to think, like, they've played a lot of games. Yesterday, I think it was 12 games some teams played. They played 6 on the Friday. So if you've gone the hard way, you've played 18 games to make match point finals. So...
just to get to this.
Just to get to this. And then you got to play, you know, I'm not saying we're doing 18 again today, but... there's always a opportunity. There's always an opportunity of something crazy like that to happen. So, look, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, is there any teams that you're kind of looking at today? I know we talked about Team Mango, but is there any, you know, kind of outside teams that you're looking at?
Any outside teams? Would Tom Young Kung be considered an outside team at this point?
I feel like it. After week 2, they've done nothing.
I feel like when you think about names within the region that we have, again, all come to know and love over the course of the years, Killapose, I feel like, is one of those names that you would love to see back on land. Has 2 younger talents with them this year that I feel like have shown potential at times. I would probably say that would be number 1 for me, or Deep Cross Gaming. I feel like you gotta finish the story. I feel like so many people were hoping after a hot start for them. We talked about it a lot during the regional finals to be able to see Roy back on land as well. Those are probably the 2 for me.
Yeah, I am going with Vegas Inferno and Remarkable Team. I feel like Remarkable Team, I'd love to see Remarkable Team try and finish it off now. I don't think they're an outside team, but I do feel like they have the chance right now to try and cement what they have always wanted and obviously have been trying to chase as well. So game number 1, Q, we have no DCs. We are missing 2 people from the boys and RYH, but we are getting into our first game here of our match point finals.
Imagine playing 18 games to get to this point. All of a sudden, your third doesn't show up to start off the lobby. I'm not sure how I'm be feeling about that one. So, tough start for the boys in RYH. Of course, it is could potentially, as you have mentioned, be a long day. You know, I feel like I hyped up the potential of no Caustic, and I was just looking across at our agent select, and Oh man, you can tell I've done a lot of Valorant this week. Across our legend select here, we could very well even be seeing Caustic off the board here in game number 1.
Oh, well, you should. We really should be seeing Caustic gone in round number 1, but we'll have to wait and see exactly how it's going to look here for the first game. And it's like maybe that zone is heading towards that western side of the map where No Surrender are chilling at the moment. Very close by is Keep Going Gaming.
Gonna be kind of intrigued to see if on E District, you know, we had mentioned Team Mango has the run back with Strafing Flame and Easy Flash. Strafing Flame, of course, just moving away from Kokoi, who's actually landing relatively close to Team Mango here. Kokoi's landing at Settlement, Team Mango at Draft Point. Depending on where some of these early zones head throughout the course of the day. I do believe even maybe here in game number 1, could be a potential of seeing those two teams in an early engagement.
It'll be interesting to see how they play. I know No Surrender yesterday, they absolutely farmed. This guy right here, Fail Fish Spades, had 24 kills yesterday in elimination round 2. Just got really aggressive. This is a team from CC that has absolutely dominated our region, has basically could have won every single week. I don't think they won a week of CC at all, but they were always very close to that top. And they are looking really good. They're one of the teams that I'm looking for today that are trying to cement their spot in Pro League for next year as well. But we still have 20 squads standing. We'll go and have a look at this map one more time. As you can see, it is going to pull to the northwest. So it won't be southwest. It will be another City Hall zone here to start off game number 1.
Oh, on the teams we had mentioned that we'd be keeping an eye on DCG landing at Boardwalk. Won't have too far of a rotation in as far as for this one. So a zone that does favor a team that we saw was able to get off to a hot start during regional finals. May be able to use that placement here for them to get off to a decent start as well. Team Mango, another team that we had mentioned within the pre-show, also won't have too far to rotate in as they did land at Draft Point. I think one thing to keep in mind as we move up through Neon Square and into City Hall, there's a lot of real estate within both of those two POIs that will allow for a lot of teams to be able to share some room, and that could make for one of those games that we don't see it get into the top 15 until right, like ring 4 or 5.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it's starting to look kind of talks there a little bit for Team Mango. They did have Crumbs go down, but they will set up underneath Dreamfire, which is a team I would have thought might have pushed that, but it does look like they're pretty keen to make their way to champs again. I mean, I'm pretty sure they won the last LCQ last year, Dreamfire, and it would be cool to see Bolin at champs, one of the very well-known players in our region. It does look like Remarkable team now trying to find a place to call home. And I mean, I feel like we might not see much teams get too aggressive early on here, Q.
No, it's kind of become like the sort of vibe on E District, which is I think one reason why a lot of people have enjoyed seeing it added to the map pool is while maybe early game a little bit slower, it is going to be a packed house by the time we get to rings 3 and 4. And for those teams who don't find the information to be able to find themselves spots earlier on, they will have those tougher rotates, especially thinking as of late where we've seen some awkward third ring pools, tech issues, trying to see if they can find that early frag. Here is okay, Josh steps through with the PK, is gonna lose one of their teammates here, but we'll be able to get them back up. Of course, that's always the benefit of having that new cast.
Yeah, Silly Billy's getting caught out there, so they will have to try and rotate out here to get that reset. They will be safe for now. I guess that's the best thing about the altar, right? Being able to get away from those altercations as well, just to try and reset. I mean, it's going to be hard now as a Newcastle to try and get a reset. You're kind of very big running around on the map, so tough start there for Silly Billy's, but a very good job by one of our CT team's tech issues.
You had mentioned before, as far as like with our CC teams, I feel like within a region where we always see new talent stepping up, it's a good time at the end of the year for CC teams. You had mentioned not only show that they're ready for upcoming Pro League splits in the following year, which this year you won't have as much time. We've already got information for when that next Pro League's probably going to be looking towards starting, but or not like full to start, but we know that it's going to be not too long after Sapporo, right? So to be already kind of warmed up and getting things rolling is good, but to be able to earn the opportunity to start making a name for yourself by being able to get to go to champs would be even better. Deep Cross Gaming for now will look to try and find a way to get that player back on over and get a respawn. That's going to be the benefit of having that crypto, at least while it is available. You don't necessarily need to be right on the spot to get that respawn going.
Nah, they're going to rotate back towards that northern side of zone. So I don't mind that at all. D-Cross will get that reset. But Vegas Inferno, very close by here. Q, they might want to get involved. But a very good team, this Las Vegas Inferno. It's very weird seeing Mosu not on the Newcastle. He had done so well on this Newcastle in the past 2 days. And Sato was on the Sparrow as well. So a little bit of difference coming out here, but as we talk about that tech issues, the team that were doing so well have just ran into Dreamfire, and it doesn't look very nice for them at the moment.
Hey, you know, a good spot to be in, though, if you're Dreamfire. Pick yourself up a little KP along the way and start to warm up the gunnies here as well in game number 1. We had mentioned heading into things here. For map number 1, we had a few teams that we're going to have to play things out as a duo, the boys being one of them. They've been able to at least slowly start to make their way towards the second ring, but they're caught on the outside, needing to rotate their way in. The Ash portal will be able to move them on up, but the problem being they're just outmanned and they're going to be taken out.
Yeah, MDYB will get the finish, and it looks like we have TYK moving in on a team trying to get a reset as well. Beautiful shots coming out here, and it looks like RYH might be in a little bit of trouble as Kilopos now. They'll be able to sit here and watch 2 fall out and get some more KP, or it just looks like it's going to be 1 for now, but they will get rid of RYH here early on. So 2 teams eliminated, the boys and RYH.
What a nice present, huh? You come along, you pick up 1 elim, and then the second one falls up out of the sky. So yeah, first 2 teams gone by. 3 more teams, once they're eliminated, teams will start earning those placement points as well. But again, I think with where we're heading up here towards City Hall, maybe not as much real estate as if we were to have finished in Neon Square, and you know, maybe that will benefit some of our teams that do rotate in early here. But with the fact that we've already got 2 teams out and that second ring hasn't even closed down all the way, I wouldn't be surprised if things have kind of start to crawl for this next ring and a half or so.
It's going to be interesting because it will slow down, I feel, now. Like you said, we do have round 2. And, I mean, the 2 teams that we did lose were the duo teams. So, kind of tough start for them here. But it does look like Team Mango, they're going to move in here and clean up Meraki as well. So, Team Mango early here on the board, Q, with some kills, which will give them some confidence as well here early on.
Seeing this composition from them as well. You've got the Wraith to be able to help as far as with your rotations, but then of course your 2 chonky boys, which we will probably see taken out via the legend bans sooner rather than later. But hey, you know what? Get value out of it while you can for now. You can see most of our teams have already started closing their way in over here towards City Hall. Most teams have even already made their way in towards this second ring as well. One of the teams that's on that northern side that will have to make their way in, Deep Cross Gaming. They didn't have too far to rotate in from Boardwalk, and they just get the opportunity to play this thing low and slow as they won't have too many teams to worry about on their northeastern side.
Yeah, they can walk it in. They don't have anyone on their backside, like you said. I think Vegas Inferno have rotated more towards that western side of zone. So we did see a fair few City Hall zones yesterday, so a lot of teams, they'll be pretty used to this as well, City Hall. I feel like I've seen more City Hall zones than any other zone on E-District this weekend. So teams should be well ready for zones like this. But at the moment, like you said, it is going to slow down as we still have 17 squads standing in this zone. It's kind of like a stacked zone, I feel like. City Hall, you got a lot of buildings, a lot of levels. And it kind of, with that Newcastle wall and the caustic gas, you can kind of hold angles here that most likely wouldn't be able to hold in other POIs.
Yeah, definitely with the with E-District being played early and having more of those defense legends available definitely helps. Again, I do feel like a lot of people have really been enjoying E-District added in because a lot of these zones, no matter where you go on this map, offer so many spots in a similar sort of fashion here. But we do have ring number 3 information being given across, and well, it seems like most of the teams have the read on that. Teams like Core, Las Vegas Inferno, DCG, they'll have to rotate a little bit. Right now, though, Core, they're trying to hold out Las Vegas Inferno and see if they can pick themselves up a little bit more KP here early.
Yeah, Core Gaming, a team that has made their way through CC in Split 1, who are holding their spot for Pro League next year as well. So they'll be pretty happy with themselves, and they've made the finals here today, giving themselves a really good chance to make champs, which is crazy to say out loud, right? The top 2 going to champs. It sounds easy, but when you really think about it, out of 20 teams, only 2 teams going to champs. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think if you're one of the teams, though, that feels confident towards the top, it helps that at least the teams that are already qualified for champs aren't in the lobby, right? So you think of some of the teams like the Gen Gs of the region, right? That generally soak up a lot of those wins and a lot of points along the way. The teams like Wolves Esports along the way. So when you think of teams that like to fight, maybe even the teams like the TYKs, kind of a chance for them to really shine and be able to separate themselves and kind of be like that best from the rest. Tech Issues here taking some shots, and okay, Josh is going to be able to get the shield down from the Newcastle just in time. Silly Billies will be taken out in the top right-hand corner of your screen. It's DCG that's looking to push their way on in. Probably looks like a third party starting to come in from behind them here as Lulsan will fall down. And, well, while Tech Issues is being helped inside this building, they're having a pretty hard time with their health in their own right.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. They've kind of spread out a little bit too much in that fight. Didn't stay together. It did look like Raza was the one that went behind D-Cross Gaming trying to get those kills, but not a bad start there, though, for some of these teams being aggressive. It does look like Dreamfire. They are looking down here on 2 teams inside, and it will be Las Vegas Inferno getting rid of Keep Going, and I wouldn't put it past Dreamfire to maybe send this, but it looks like Dreamfire are going to hold their spot and play the long game, and that is some good signs of early patience, right? You don't want to throw your game just to go and get some kills. They have the high ground in that next zone, and they look pretty good.
Yeah, definitely would really love to see the discipline going out from Dreamfire because they do have that supreme high ground. Other teams, though, are still going to have to fight to be able to get their way into this next zone. One of those teams being No Surrender, who are all the way around the outside. You've got that Hop W, the 8 here in the hands of Fail Fish. You had mentioned they were been looking pretty good here as of late. You've also got Stinky B, who have to find a way in towards this next zone, as well as Bear Claw Gaming on the opposite side. So you've only got 3 teams or so that are already into this next ring. As things start to close down, there's not as much real estate where this zone is heading. This is that point here, Stoney, where we're really going to see the lobby start to dwindle away.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams still alive too, so it's going to be interesting to see how these teams play this. Bear Claw Gaming, though, being aggressive with this move, and they do need to try and play for a little bit of zone holding position. And you can see they're just trying to show their presence at the moment as teams are trying to get some reses off as well. Beautiful 30-30 shots there from Lamo, but you can see the discipline from all these teams at the moment. But as I say that, Cupid Esports will get rid of Remarkable Team. So Remarkable Team going out of 14th position. We have 13 teams left standing, and it looks like Team Mango getting into it here as well.
Ain't no party like a third party. Says we want to push on over and join this thing here. Easy Flash, though, gotta make sure they don't get caught overextending. Finds a way to get back and tucked in behind the shield just in time. One of the problems in these later zones where so many teams are alive and we haven't had so many fights, you still have so many players who are still left on the blue shield, like Strafing Flame, who's gonna fall here for Team Mango. Crumbs, the last one left alive, will be able to get the shield bat off, and now trying to use those canisters here to keep teams at bay as we're now in a top 12 scenario.
Yeah, he's going to have to try and get the res off Strafing here. It looks like that's what they're going to do. No Surrender do get eliminated as well. So the Caustic Gas just proving to be too strong at the moment. They will have to get rid of it. The mobile shield does come out as well. They do get kidnapped here, which is Core Gaming playing underneath them right now, and they're playing really well, but that Caustic Gas is just too strong, and they will have to now force themselves on the outside. But there is a lot of chaos happening at the moment, and we still have Stinky B on the outside as Team Mango are trying to get a reset.
Honestly, gotta give your props to Team Mango here. You had mentioned they had attempted to have been kidnapped. Instead, they have been able to fully reset, and now are going to be on the prowl as Easy Flash turns the corner with that R99 in hand and looking mighty scary, if I might say, and Strafing Flame working along with them. It's a duo that has that synergy that just might be able to take a dub here in game number 1.
Yeah, they're playing really well. They have a really nice spot. They will have to rotate, I'm pretty sure, out of that position that they are. Kakoi now moving in on Cupid Esports. They will get down one. Cupid Esports do have the height, though, and it does look like Cupid Esports might have, as I say that, an advantage. They don't. Kakoi will wipe it. So Kakoi looking good here early on as well. We have 8 squads left standing with round 5 about to start closing.
The problem is Kakoi, like a few other teams, still have to find a way to rotate into this zone that does not have much room left, besides the few teams that have already been able to find their way on in. BCG just on the outside looking in. Looking across the way here. They are sitting on the triple perp, so they're already pretty well evoed on up, and good pop shots across the way with the G7 Scout as well as they continue to tick on down. That drill will also allow for them to continue to apply down pressure. Las Vegas Inferno was one of the teams you were looking for. I don't think we've talked about Stinky B too much, but they've been able to find themselves into a top 8.
Yeah, they're looking good. Bearclaw Gaming as well. They're rotating in, trying to force some pressure on this team on this outside. The Maggie Ball's going to come out. The Q comes out. I think it's only a solo at this stage. Heck needs to be careful. It is bad aim team. They will get eliminated. So nice job there. We're going to have a look at Stinky B. A lot of Caustic Gas coming out. I'll be happy once this guy's gone, because at the moment, that is all you see getting thrown around is Caustic Gas. The only team not playing at the moment, I feel, is Vegas Inferno, who are still alive, looking pretty good in a top 6 situation.
Yeah, Vegas Inferno are over here by Stinky B and Dreamfire. Meanwhile, Kakoi on the outside are taking pop shots over towards Team Mango, and they're going to have to try and find a way to wrap up this fight early. I said Team Mango have actually put themselves right into the middle of the zone, so now as Kakoi, we're going to have to find a way to close the gap. Pretty well everyone else in this final zone, though, are on the southern side, which could spell actually some good news for Kakoi. Meanwhile, Las Vegas Inferno are in between a rock and a hard place. Teams on either side of this, while Noel's saying trying to find some safety.
Yeah, Las Vegas Inferno, they're having a tough time right now. Stinky B and Team Mango very close by to them. They're going to try and get that drag back, but they're going to go down in the meantime trying to do it. Team Mango in the same situation right now, and it is not looking good as Dreamfire and Stinky B are trying to put the pressure on here. And it is Dreamfire on the height. But I don't like their chance here for Stinky B. Dreamfire looking really good right now, Q, sitting here with 8 kills.
Yeah, they're looking good as far as their frags. The problem is they will be one of the first teams that has to move, and they will have to drop down from that height. So it depends on if they're going to be able to find themselves some safeties. BCG, who's pushing themselves right on across. It's all left to their last alive, who moves on in with the PK, but will not be able to pull it off. Kakoi and Las Vegas Inferno both also trying to find their way to a more central position in this zone. Kakoi out, and we're into a top 3.
And it's looking like Dreamfire going to take game number 1 here. They look really good. The team that won Split 1, LCQ, trying to move in here to finish it off. And what a start by Dreamfire here. Team Dreamfire, what a win.
Dreamfire were in a position that felt like could spell disaster, just in the fact that when they dropped down, if multiple teams were looking at them, they were in trouble. Instead, they were able to drop down and kind of get free pickings, moving their way from left to right into that zone, and to be able to walk away with a 22-point game has to have them feeling pretty darn good about the start of things here at the LCQ. 10 frags to go along with the 12 placement points. Can't ask for much more.
Yeah, 22-point start with Team Mango very close second as well. They had 10 kills, but just couldn't get the victory. Vegas Inferno third, Kukoi fourth, and BCG rounding out our top 5. We'll go and have a look at the series overall, and it is obviously going to be Dreamfire and Team Mango sitting in that top 2 at the moment. Obviously only one game happening out here. We do have match points, so you have to get to 50 points and then win to get the ticket to Sapporo. But not a bad start here by Dreamfire and Team Mango Q. 10 kills. And I mean, there was a lot of caustic, so we better go and see and make sure that dude is definitely gone for the rest of these games.
Yeah, we were wondering if maybe things would change up a bit from the past. And while I guess maybe you can say they did a bit in the sense that there were only 14 caustics as opposed to like 18, 19, caustic's still going to be that first one off of the board as we do get ready to move ourselves over to World's Edge. We'll see how teams make their adjustments as we go throughout the day, of course, with that legend ban system. But I think one thing that is definitely really worth noting as we shift focus towards map number 2 is for Dreamfire. Well, they were gifted the zone in that first map, and they were able to do exactly what you're supposed to do in that scenario. Not only do you walk away with a win, but a big point win that already puts them just about halfway to that match point.
I think we talked about it early on too, when there was that fight underneath Dreamfire and they didn't decide to drop down to go and get some KP. Dreamfire of old, they would have, right? But right now, they're proving the patience, and that's given them that game 1 victory for sure, holding Godspot very early on.
Yeah, I like the discipline. Definitely, like you said, the old Dreamfire would have dropped down and could have definitely thrown a wrench into things throughout the rest of the game. So we'll be keeping an eye on them as we move forward. But let's take a look at our top kill leaders here as far as on the day. I feel like some names that we've seen on this list quite a bit, while also players like Zuzu kind of making I don't want to say a debut, but jumping up and making a name for themselves here, Stone.
Yeah, playing well, using that caustic. So, as we know, it doesn't matter if you have a man that's very close to you with no health, that caustic is going to get you a kill. So, Crumbs, very close second, obviously on the same amount of kills. Bolin with 4, Sato with 4, and Limo with 4 as well. Walking L, getting the 2k damage. We have Zuzu with the 1700, Heck with the 1700, Crumbs as well with the 1700, and Bolin with a very close 1700. But that is game number 1 over and done with Q. We are heading over to, I think it is World's Edge now. So we're going to have a look and see exactly where everyone is landing for these next games, as we're very close for everyone to get into the lobby for our second one.
Yeah, World's Edge is the interesting one throughout the course of the day because of with the snake system for our 3 maps. At some point, we're going to play E-District back-to-back. At some point, we're going to play Storm Point back-to-back. That will never be the case for World's Edge. So for teams who maybe feel like they've got themselves a really good drop point, looking at teams like Kukoi out of Lava Siphon, or even Las Vegas Inferno up there at Sky West, now's the time to really capitalize, get those big points, and also, kind of like we saw Dreamfire do in map 1, if you get yourself the zone, really make sure you stack it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. We have No Surrender and Vegas Inferno trying to hold the exact same area. And obviously, I know Skyhook is split in 2, but I wouldn't put it past one of those teams to maybe get a little aggressive here early on as well. You can see also Dreamfire getting Lava Fisher. So, this is where teams will start to go, okay, if you're on match point, do we start pushing that team? Do we get them out early? I mean, if it's a ticket to champs, that's most likely what I'm doing, Q, especially if I knew how to shoot my gun.
Yeah, it's always an interesting risk, though, because if you were the one who's trying to make that push towards a team that's already on the match point and you're the one who loses, well, it doesn't matter if that team wins or loses the game. You're still falling farther and farther behind. So you do definitely have to weigh out those risks, weigh out those options as you do look forward. Is there any team that you feel like, as far as for World's Edge here, you would really like, that you really want to keep your eye on? Maybe teams that you feel like have performed strongest on World's Edge throughout the course of split number 2.
Team Mango played really well in split 2, and to watch, I mean, and as well in LCQ, and to watch them land here at Geyser instead of Fragment is going to be interesting. So, I mean, I don't know if that's a strategy pick. They have Stinky B very close by. Do they want to push more, or do they want to try and take Geyser and Fragment and split up using the dropship? I mean, you have Easy Flash on that Wraith. You can give him a lot of confidence to be able to move around. He can take Underlook. I don't think Tech Issues are confident enough to split up at Overlook. I don't think one would drop down that far and with a chance to get eliminated. So it'll be interesting. I really want to see how Team Mango play this from Geyser in game number 2.
Yeah, I feel like they're a team that we know has the fragging potential, right? And when you look at some of the teams that are around them, I would not be surprised to see them try and move in and take some early fights. And I think part of it will depend on where the ring is heading. They also, obviously, if we end up moving more northern, you have the freedom of only having RYH between Monument and Fragment. That gives you a little bit of space to rotate it early, when we do know that they like to do a little bit of that too. So definitely will be keeping, I said at the top of the day, Team Mango was a team that I'd be keeping my eye on just through and through. So would love to see them be able to have a strong game here in game number 2. Like we mentioned before, the one map that we won't be going to in back-to-back trials. So let's get down and do what it do. It looks like we're getting ready to start here, Stone.
Yeah, it does look like we are about to get into it. I mean, what's interesting for me as well, I guess, is to see exactly how Meraki played. Now, I know Meraki are a bit of, you know, that it's confidence. It comes with confidence. They didn't have a really good game 1, but they might even fly to frag themselves and split up. So, you know, there's a lot here that is writing on the walls at the moment, because we don't really know exactly what is going to happen. But I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, we're very close to getting into the second game right now. It does look like everyone is in the lobby, so we don't need to chat anymore, Q. We can go and see which legend is going to get banned here in game 2. And I mean, that is what's exciting, I guess, as well, because it changes every game. Every map's different, which means the legend picks will be different too. No back-to-back-to-back games.
Seeing Watson coming out in full, seeing a handful of Pathfinders. I see a Bangalore coming into play, a couple of Ramparts. Yeah, we're seeing quite a bit of diversity here as we head off to World's Edge for game number 2. I'm all here for. I always love whenever we find ourselves in a meta where there's not necessarily like a, hey, you need to hard pick these 1 or 2 legends or you're hard throwing. You know what I mean? Yeah, we definitely see that there are picks earlier on, but especially as we advance further in with the legend ban system, which has been nice to see this season. Teams really getting stressed and seeing who's really able to put themselves above the rest. Probably not going to be as quiet of an early game here in map number 2 as we do shift to World's Edge, but of course off the drop, it doesn't look like we have anybody spreading too far wide. Of course, as I say that, I look at my map and, well, there is a chance up at Skyhook West that Las Vegas and Inferno might not allow no surrender too much space over at Skyhook East.
Yeah, I've been reading chat a little bit in the old Twitch chat, and there is a lot of BCG fans out here today. I mean, they've had a pretty big week, Bear Claw Gaming, that org themselves. They had the Academy team in the NA LCQs as well, which would have been a pretty cool story. If both those teams made it to champs, I don't think any org has ever had that opportunity as well. So 20 squad still out here. We do appreciate everyone that is here to show some love in the chat. This is what it's about. We're here to watch Apex and show the support to APAC South that these players deserve. And I feel like we might have a very slow start here, Q, into game number 2 until we figure out exactly where this zone is going. And it does look like it may be pulling towards that western side of Stacks on the other side of the rocks near that respawn kind of house.
Well, we know Lava Siphon has been like the place to land in World's Edge when it comes to success rates, right? So would be some good information for Kakoi. We were talking about for Team Mango. We were going to be keeping an eye on them. They're already on the move. As you can see, moving towards Lava Siphon there on your screens. Also on the move is Keep Going. It looks like they are taking a fight out here on the edge of this ring. I do believe they are looking over the way towards who is that? Your bad aim team is looking over the way with keep going. It should be a fun first fight.
It'll be interesting. I don't think bad aim team really want to fight it yet. But we'll have to wait and see exactly how they're going to play this, because they do have to rotate in Q. They are stuck on that western side of this zone. They do have to move to that southeast side, and it is only game number 2, so we could be in for a long day. But we do have Dreamfire already very close to match point, only halfway. If they have another game like they did in this one, again like they did in the last one, Q, they'll be pretty close to match point as well.
What's interesting at Dreamfire, I thought was maybe going to be pulling up behind bad aim team, as they did land over there at Lava Fissure, but actually we're looking to more rotate down towards Thermal. I think they heard the shots, so may actually be turning their attention now back that way. As you can see, 3MZ will be able to use the drone to get at least a little bit of scouting information around this bend, but we'll have to kind of check back in a little bit later. A team that I had mentioned earlier I wouldn't mind seeing having a big day, Tom Young-Kung, currently here playing next to Silly Billies. Not sure if they're going to be okay with playing right next door to one another. If there's one thing that we do know about APAC South, is the region that likes to fight.
Yeah, but if anything goes off the first game, there's a lot of patience being shown by a lot of these teams.
True.
A lot of patience, but it does look like we have a little bit of Silly Billies action. They're being aggressive, so there's no patience here. They're in a little bit of trouble. Nico, the Newcastle, going down here. They will have to try and get a reset, but it is Cupid Esports that are inside this building here. So if they wanted to swing this, they're more than likely able to do so. So we'll have to wait and see how this is going to work. But they are going to be aggressive here and move inside to the main building in Siphon.
The good news is they were able to get their Newcastle back up, because you never like to see your Newcastle on the ground, obviously, as Newcastle does give you that ability to reset if anybody else happens to fall. Meanwhile, we've got Core Gaming, who's looking to try and pick up a few KB, and Alter TB looks to try and save the teammate. QOR is trying to chase down here. You still have more teams that are starting to make those initial rotates on in. Deep Cross Gaming looking to be able to find a player from Stinky B out as well.
Yeah, there's so many fights happening on the outside of zone. We can see Core Gaming, they're rotating in, the drill getting some damage, but it is just going to slow down just a little bit, as it did look like we were going to get a fair few teams maybe getting eliminated. Does look like everyone is trying to get that reset. So a lot of teams moving towards that Lava Siphon zone there, Q. As you can see, it is pretty heavy with teams at the moment.
A lot of people seem to have the read that it's heading that way. I tend to trust them, but there has been that third ring pull that has been throwing a wrench in a thing as of late. I don't know if there's really one that can be throwing people off away from Lava Siphon, looking the way that this thing is heading, but hey, you know what? I never put it past the ring gods of throwing off a wrench or two into the plans of things. Meraki, though, they have been able to find themselves a spot just outside of Lava Siphon over at Harvester. We do have Keep Going, who does have to worry about MDYB looking to try and take them out here.
And there's a lot of fights. Everyone's still trying to rotate in. It looks like MDYB were rotating through Harvester until the teams were rotating in next to him as well. You have Core Gaming trying to find a spot here also. So round one's about to finish closing here, Q, and we still have 20 teams standing and every member of those teams out here. So we haven't lost a single player or a single team.
Let you know the importance of what teams are playing for here today. It's one thing, you know, during the regular season to go, it's a 6-game series. We can make up things with the game. You don't want to fall too far behind, especially when you already did see 2 teams be able to put themselves over that 20-point marker. And for a team like Team Mango, who was given a zone not too far away from them, they may be looking at another pretty big game themselves. Bad Aim Team had hung on board with them earlier as they had been making their way over from the west side of the map. Mirage Etoile, they're still looking to try and find themselves a safe way in towards the zone. Also is Stinky B, and Stinky B's in between a rock and a hard place. They're here in the caves, and they don't have their Newcastle, and I don't think they even have their banner. They could very well be stuck playing this thing as a duo.
Yeah, if they rotate outside the other side of Geyser, there is a Harvester there, but it does look like their third Chizu is very far in to Overlook, so it looks like they're going to get that respawn. Very far out of zone, no surrender. Very close by to them as well, needing to rotate in. It looks like Bad Aim Team, they're kind of stuck on this northern side of zone here, trying to rotate down that south passage, but it's still kind of crazy that there's 20 teams left standing. Q, it goes to show how much is on the line right now with for all these 20 teams.
Yeah, I don't know how much longer we're going to be left with 20 teams, though. You just mentioned Bad Aim Team. They're caught between DCG and No Surrender. You've also got Dreamfire, who is short a player here as well, as they're looking to move their way back towards Tree to try and see if they might be able to get themselves back to a full 3. But there is some fighting starting to go on up in that top right-hand corner of your screen, as you can see for now. And unsurprisingly, as round 2 starts to close in, we very well could be seeing our first team eliminated. DCG, I had mentioned earlier, one of the teams that is taking this fight here with Bad Aim Team, who are now left as a duo.
It looks like they're being aggressive. They're going to try and hold the house on the hill near the zip line. It does look like they're pretty happy to be aggressive to try and get into their position. I mean, we were watching them in that regional finals queue. It felt like they could beat and kill anyone in those first 4 games. I mean, they were looking really scary. And I mean, if they can get into that role again here today, they definitely are a team that would have a lot of confidence in themselves to book their spot into Sapporo. But at the moment, they're kind of stuck on this northern side zone. And, well, as they do have an evac tower in the hand, it's going to still be quite hard as they need to rotate in here.
Ring 2 closing here. We're going to finish closing in about 45 seconds. We'll send a couple more teams down more southwards towards DCG, as well, they still would like to find 2 more players on up into purple. We had mentioned Team Mango earlier. Landed at Geyser, so they didn't have a quick rotation here, and they're dead smack dab in the middle of Lava Siphon. And while I do like where they're at here currently, due to that early rotate in, they're probably sitting on not the best of loot. We had seen 3 blue shields, I think pretty all far away from the upgrading up to that purple. We know that DCG has been taking some early fights, which is part of the reason they're up to 2 purples, and I think they're actually looking across the way here at Bear Claw Gaming.
Yeah, they're the only team out here with over 1 kill. They have 4 kills, so there's a lot of gameplay been happening by Dreamfire. But at the moment, we're going to the boys as they're moving in, trying to clean up a team here, and it will be Core Gaming on the outside of zone. And Core, they're going to be the second team eliminated here, as No Surrender and Core Gaming are both gone here early on.
Well, when you have a lot of teams left in Ring 3, this is going to be where things start to get a little hectic. Yeah, Lava Siphon offers a lot of real estate and a lot of different covers in those big buildings where teams can split real estate. Other than that, there isn't going to be too much spot, so don't be surprised if this lobby really starts to thin itself out as this third ring does start to close on in. Tommy Young, one of the teams that's on the southern side of this zone, that's just inside of things here. They will have to worry about the likes of Dreamfire, who I believe is playing right up above them, or right up on that second level potentially, but are they on the lower level? But
lower level,
the good
yeah.
news for them is Dreamfire currently a duo.
Yeah, they look good, but they are going to struggle here in this game. They did start really well, and I think that's the advantage they have, Q, with the first game, is that they can kind of bounce back. You do have that 22-point kind of start, so not bad, but you do want that consistency in these lobbies, especially when it's only the top 2 that are making their way to champs. Game number 2 is what we're watching, and it does look like Dreamfire is going to use their crypto ult here at the moment and try and get some shield advantage here and try and get their purples up. at the moment, but at the moment still not really much happening. As we can see, Bad Aim team trying to rotate in the tunnel on the backside of Lava Siphon, but they're getting held out here, Q, by the boys of Stinky B.
I feel like only one of these two teams is probably gonna be able to walk away from this fight, because they will also still have to rotate into Las Vegas Inferno. From there, the question becomes which one of these two teams is going to be able to pick up some KP. Bad Aim team sure looks like they'll be able to use this storm to their advantage to be able to keep this squad out. The only problem, though, is it does seem like that third party is starting to roll on up. It's the Las Vegas Inferno, and they've come to play.
How does it go? It ain't nothing like a party, but a third party. So Vegas Inferno will get rid of Bad Aim team there. And it does look like the team that Bad Aim team was shooting at, Stinky B, they get a full reset somehow and now get a chance to try and relax. We have 17 squads here in a round 4 zone, and it does pull very hard into Lava Siphon this zone. So a lot of teams playing it very well, getting here early. Q holding their spot, trying to cement a really good game 2 here. But as we say, that is Dreamfire v MDYB, and Dreamfire, our game 1 winners, will get eliminated here at 17th position. But if you thought MDYB have a chance to relax, they don't, because here comes TYK.
Spicy soup, they push their way on around, and MDYB will be sent back to the lobby as we're now into top 15, and teams will start to earn themselves those placement points. The problem for TYK, well, they don't have their Newcastle, which is a little tough. They do have that respawn beacon, so we'll see if they'll be able to get them back on in. But they do find themselves on the south side of this ring, and they will have to move relatively shortly here. They also have Team Mango, who are across the way and will be able to take pop shots. And it would be good here for Team Mango because most of them probably like Easy Flash here, relatively close to leveling up the perk.
Meraki's still alive here as well, Q. They had a pretty bad game 1, but they are looking pretty good right now, man. I mean, 15 squads still alive. If you go out right now, even though you've made it to round number 5, you'd be pretty unhappy with yourselves getting only 1 placement point.
Be a tough situation to be in. The good news is if you can just stay alive as this ring closes, you figure you're probably losing 4 to 6 teams. Here as this thing closes on in. For teams like Keep Going, they are... It's weird to call this the high ground, but that is what it is, right? It's not like it's too high. You got a team across the way, but you are able to use those rampart walls as well to be able to keep yourself a little bit extra safe. Teams like RYH had quiet game number 1, would like to be able to capitalize here in game number 2, but this is where things are about to get interesting, as it looks like DCG has given themselves the word go. They're looking to try and push forward here, as we see it wrapping around the outside of this building, but getting caught. Now they have to find a way in.
Yeah, see, this is what I said. Them being stuck on that northern side of the zone, they would have to rotate that south side, and it was going to be a little too hard for them. It does look like now they are stuck down to a solo. I think Tasting Blood will just wait to hear the res and then move in on the action. But right now, Cupid Esports very close by also. They're looking to try and get a reset out here with their... Yeah, they will, with their drone. So, as they can see, there is a solo here. They're going to try and get the cleanup on DCG, and they will. So, great job there by Cupid Esports. Plus, they get a reset and get all the loot to themselves, as RYH are playing the patience game at the moment and don't decide to move in.
Yeah, Cupid Esports is going to have to move from there, and they are still sitting on the blues, and they got themselves quite the rotate. Silly Billy as well, they don't have quite the rotate. They've got a problem on their hand. It's TYK who's looking to make a little bit of noise. TYK will fall back, at least for now, but there's a chance to keep going. Could look to make things interesting and drop in from the high ground here. It's discipline for now as they hold the line. Team Mango still also working the low ground here as well. They're a team that they've been relatively quiet here in game number 2. They did rotate on in early, but they could still be in a good condition to follow up that strong game number 1. Stinky B will be able to take out TYK as they got their eyes set on top 10.
How crazy is that, right? Stinky B, they were the team that was stuck inside that the the tunnel on the backside where Bad Aim Team got shot in the back from Vegas Inferno, and they will now get a chance to reset. And as we talk about Vegas Inferno, they're going to move up. Meraki do get eliminated. RYH do get eliminated as well. And all of a sudden now we're down to 9 squads, and that is all chaos unfolding in front of our eyes.
Kind of crazy to think Las Vegas Inferno had one of the longer rotates in order to get down here. BCG trying to keep their team alive here. Oh my goodness. Big shots with the PK as Remarkable team gets taken out. Kakoi out as well as we're into the top 6. Las Vegas Inferno looking to try and 3P this, but we'll want to make sure they keep themselves on this high ground.
Yeah, use that Q to their advantage so they get that slide distance without getting hit with any damage. So well done by Vegas Inferno. You can see their idea there, Q. They wanted to be aggressive, but we have Bear Claw Gaming right now alive with 15 kills and in a top 6 situation. I mean, if they aren't proving to their fans in the chat that they are wanting to go to Sapporo, then, I mean, I don't know what else they're watching, but at the moment, they look pretty good. Q, with 6 teams left, we have Team Mango also looking pretty good. They're just sitting in a corner saying, leave us alone, please.
Team Mango, Stinky B, Bear Claw Gaming, 3 teams that all were on this side of the map that were given a pretty favorable zone. Meanwhile, you have teams like Las Vegas Inferno who have rotated in from the far side of the map as well. And now it's all going to come down to this. The final 2 minutes as the final ring closes on in. Silly Billies will look to get their last reset as they will have to push on in from the cover that they have been hiding behind. Las Vegas Inferno shooting up to the sky and trying to apply some pressure on to Keep Going, who plays from the high ground. They do have those rampart walls that they're able to play behind, but the drill is creating a little bit of additional havoc for this team. The problem for BCG is that storm right on their behind.
Yeah, 5 squads, 8 kills. Insane right now. We can see Stinky B, they've had to drop down. They're going to try and hold this here, but keep going. Now we'll clean it up. And all of a sudden, you'd feel Team Mango maybe going to move in. No, they do have the center of zone. So they're going to play it nice and slow here. Vegas Inferno maybe a little bit stuck on this corner. They will have to try and choose what they want to do here now, Q, as we get down to our final 4 teams.
Most two will hit a quick heal, and then it's time to push forward. BCG in a tough spot with 1 player left standing. Honestly, Team Mango has been playing out of sight, out of mind as the rest of the lobby has continued to fight. They're in a tough spot, kind of pinched in the corner, but they have so much cover to play behind between the Newcastle wall and all of those shields. Las Vegas Inferno now down to a duo. We know that Sato is a player that has the ability to frag, but can they make the miracle play? Pushing down into Team Mango, and big shots here with the PK. Gonna have to go for a quick reload, but now is the last one left alive. Has to make the big plays. Team Mango now taken out, and Keep Going drops down to pick up the dub.
Keep Going take the victory here with a 13 kill win, and they'll be pretty happy with that because in game number 1 they didn't have a single point. Q, they just go and grab 25 points in game number 2.
Poor Team Mango. It felt like we're doing all the right things, and then all of a sudden everyone focused their attention at them, and then they end up falling out in the 3rd. But yeah, you mentioned Keep Going, a really good game for them here to be able to walk away with 13 KP to go along with the 12 placement points. A big old 25-point game as they didn't have too far to rotate in coming in from staging. But man, oh man, talk about a way to bounce back after not quite the game number 1 that they were hoping for.
Yeah, that is a huge game because in game number 1, they didn't have a single point. So they go and get their first lot of points in game number 2, and they did it in style. 13 kills and a win, 25 points. Vegas Inferno getting 2nd, Team Mango 3rd, BCG with 15 kills and 4th spot, and Stinky B in the top 5. We'll go and have a look at our series overall and see who is leading the way after 2. And it is going to be BCG and Team Mango sitting on the top. Vegas Inferno sitting 3rd, Keep Going Gaming sitting 4th, and Dreamfire rounding out the top 5. Q, I mean, you said you saw a lot of Watsons. I guess maybe we'll see a Watson ban in game number 2.
Yeah, potentially. We'll have to see as far as the actual pick rate itself. Maybe not as many Watsons as it felt like. I guess maybe it was just we were always tuning into the Watson fences. But can't say that I'm too surprised to see Alter being taken off the table. Generally one of those legends that's taken early and, well, second one off the board here today.
Yep, that is the second legend gone with however many games we have left. Now, the only way that Alter can come back, chat, if you are new to the legend ban system, is if all skirmishes have been banned. And if we see an Octane ban, that means that we are definitely into about the 30th game or something. So that is not going to happen. We will not see Alter again this afternoon. So she is gone, but we may see Caustic again. And that is a possibility that I would love to see happen.
Imagine though, we see the Pathfinder and the Octane band. We are in for one banger of a series. Taking a look at our top 5 in kills though, currently both Limo and Walking L currently sitting at 9, Crumbs at 8, Heck at 6, and Easy Flash rounding out the top 5 in 5. Some names that we have definitely come to enjoy over the course of split number 2, but something tells me we still got some time to see this list shift a bit before the end of the day.
Yeah, we definitely will. But I mean, Limo with 9 and Walking L with 9, that is a good sign already for BCG, right? So very aggressive early on, 18 kills between them and sitting in that top 2 as well. So you can see the damage. We have Walking L, Crumbs, Easy Flash making his way in, Limo 4th, and Selka in the top 5. And, well, keep going. And Dreamfire are our first 2 winners as we're about to head over for their back-to-back Stormpoint games.
I love me some Stormpoint, and we'll see if maybe going off to Stormpoint and having those tridents means we all of a sudden see a uptick in the Gibby picks as we do continue moving on forward. I don't know about you. I do feel like for me, of the 3, Stormpoint is probably the one that I do enjoy watching the most. Don't get me wrong, I love the packed end games of E-District, but there's something about Stormpoint. So sign me up for the back-to-back here, Stoney.
Yeah, I don't mind Stormpoint. I mean, as we're talking about it, we may as well go and have a look exactly where everyone is landing for this game. And I mean, I want to kind of talk about, I guess, the 2 teams that are on top at the moment, BCG and Team Mango. And you can see their picks, right? So No Surrender, they're definitely not going to be sending Team Mango. RYH and Cupid Esports are pretty happy with themselves where they are as well. And Bearclaw Gaming kind of put themselves in a position that I haven't seen them play from yet. I was expecting maybe a Cenote Cave pick from BCG, but it does look like MDYB are playing there. But you know, you do have a lot of teams on that western side that are pretty happy to fight. And BCG, they're in the middle of them.
I mean, with the way that BCG have been taking fights lately, or at least today, I mean, maybe not necessarily a bad thing. One thing I would like to see BCG start to do, though, is we got to start locking in with some placement points. I think we had seen there at the top of the leaderboard with only 9 placement points. So seeing as you do at some point need to figure out a way to win once you're past that 50-point marker, you know what I mean? So maybe the one thing that I'd like to see them do. But as far as for on Stormpoint and the fact that you're not up to that 50 points yet, a slay away, I guess. Let's see how quickly you can get up to 50.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Dreamfire as well, where are they landing? They've got Barometer. So, I mean, we haven't seen many Barometer zones, if any. So, you know, it's a luck of the draw, I guess, as we know. I mean, I do like where Remarkable Team, Silly Billies, and Kikoi are kind of landing. I feel like that central part of Stormpoint always seems to be a place that is safe, right, for rotating purposes. I mean, unless you're Droga from Falcons, he will probably most likely be picking Cenote Cave for his team every time. I don't know if they've changed that, but you know, I feel like the central pick is just somewhere safe for now.
It is safe. One place that I've got my eye on, and we see a lot of end games, I feel like, start to head, not only Cenote, but we see a lot head out towards that west side, too. And I'm looking towards a TYK, who we had looked at earlier on the day and mentioned, you know, wouldn't mind seeing them pop off. They've been relatively quiet, so if they get gifted a mill zone, could be exactly what the doctor ordered to be able to put some TYK back onto the menu. But it does look like got all 60 players in the lobby and getting ready to head towards game number 3. Hit me with the one team that you feel like right now needs a big game in a big way, Sony.
TYK. Well, like TYK really need to show up right now. I think this is their chance to be like, oh, okay, we're just trolling. We haven't really had that bad of a game set for the last 3 months, but you know they are in the finals right now, so they obviously have done very well this weekend. But you know, it does. Yeah, I feel like TYK, they're the team I'll be watching, and they do have a pretty good POI spot here as well. Q over at Mill.
It's such a good spot. I mean, I feel like we see a lot of circles in that way, and even if not, you got some good rotates out of Mill as well. The one thing though, you had mentioned earlier, as far as like BCG having a lot of those fighting teams around them, obviously TYK being in that same sector of the map, same could be said for them. So we will have to keep an eye on them. I think also too, when you look at that portion of the map, I feel like we talked a bit about DCG early on, but then they've been quiet, so we haven't had a reason to talk about them. A team that you know, had obviously such an impeccable start to regional finals. They've been quiet thus far. I feel like one big game for them could put them right back onto a good track as well. So we had, I think, one player who needed to get back in the lobby. Looks like we've got them in, so we do apologize for the little bit of delay. I know Twitch chat always likes to think that the casters have the start now button. I promise that's not the case. But we should be able to get back into game number 3 and get things moving.
Yeah, it's going to be just around the corner. We do have a little bit of a break between game 3 and 4, chat, so it's not much of a break. We will try and talk as much as we can, but I will give you a little video most likely to watch for a minute or so. But does look like they're getting into World's Storm Point, sorry. But I just want to say thank you to everyone in chat. We do have Bearclaw Gaming in chat. They are everywhere right now. That's all I can see is Bearclaw Gaming. They have some of the best sayings. I saw one before. But Walking L is taking the Walking W home. So I love that one. We also have, what was it? DC, Dreamfire's out, Limo's shout. So that was another one. They're going crazy at the moment, the old BCG community. And we love it because that's what it's about. APAC South as one. And that's enough talking for us, Q, because it's time. Game number 3. About to get underway.
It's time to it. Let's get down to it as we've got the Legend Select screen up on your screen here, as we will be able to see what adjustments teams make, as we now have 2 Legends off of the table, both the Alter and the Caustic. Of Seer finally making their debut, it looks like, for the day. I don't think we'll see too much of Seer. Maybe something a little bit as the Legend bands continue to move on, but hey, you know what? The drop ship only means one thing, baby. Ain't no more time to talk about it. It's time to be about it. Let's go ahead and take off the Storm Point for map number 3.
Gonna have a look. It looks like we might have a Stormcatcher, maybe Launchpad Zone here. We'll see exactly how it's going to work. Game number 3, but we have a lot of teams standing, as we know, because they've just bloody landed. So we'll go and have a look at the team that did win game number 2, and that was Keep Going Gaming, and they're landing out on the southeast side of Echo.
The southeast side, not a bad place to land. You got yourself a decent little loot pool, and then you should be able to make your way northward from there. Won't need to move right away, as you can see on your screen in that top left-hand corner. They are at least in that first ring, as looks like maybe more heading launch pad-ish, potentially. Still too early to call. But for Keep Going Gaming, you had mentioned a silent game number 1, a strong game number 2. Would really like to be able to carry over that momentum on the back-to-back, and oh my goodness gracious, I don't think Keep Going know it just quite yet, but they are in prime position as it does actually look like we're not just going down towards Launchpad. We are indeed heading right down towards them at Echo HQ.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. So the South pull towards keep going. They're getting gifted some presence at the moment. They will obviously have to just wait and see as teams rotate in quickly. And as we know, Q, that has been the way of the day so far. There has been a lot of teams that are prioritizing rotating into zone. And I mean, it's kind of worked out. You look at Team Mango, they haven't had many kills in the last 2 games, but their placement points first, I think second and third in the first 2 games. They'll be pretty happy with that.
I will be honest. I am going to be intrigued to see when the discipline of the lesser early game fighting gets broken. Because one, it's APAC South. Let's be honest, we love to fight here. But 2, it's regional. It's not regional finals. It's LCQ. You only have 2 spots who get to go to champs. If you're one of these teams that are sitting down in 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th place, it's about time where you got to start moving with a sense of urgency and a sense of purpose if you want to put yourself in position to be in one of those top 2 positions come the end of the series.
I feel like we'll see a pretty good consistency throughout the day because it's so early in the APAC South region, right? So usually when we're playing those back-end games and it's the regional finals, it's that late 5 p.m. SGT kind of time. Some people are starting their games at 10 p.m. and 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. So, you know, I feel like right now you kind of got prime time for this region. And I feel like a lot of the players are sitting here going, boys, I'm ready for 14 games. If we need 14 games to make top 2, I'm ready for 14. So I feel like the discipline will stick around, but that is just all hope at the moment as well.
Don't get me wrong, I'm generally down for 14 games, but with the day that we've got ahead of us, I'm not sure that's exactly the way I want to start things, if I'm being perfectly honest with you, Stoney. But hey, you know what? If it means we're in for a banger Apex, sign me up, I do suppose. It's still been quiet here, though, early on. In map number 3, ring number 1 still yet to finish closing on in, as we do have more teams that are slowly starting to make their way down towards Echo HQ. Ooh. Kind of a difference in the sense that it's not a packed house down here just quite as of yet, but you've got teams like Koi and Meraki who are starting to make their appearance. For teams who landed down here, like a Keep Going, they're trying to make sure that they can keep themselves safe.
I think that's the crazy thing, right? Keep Going. They don't have zone knowledge, but they know because of how many teams have rotated in. So they've gone, all right, boys, there's like 6 teams here now, maybe coming our way. So they've just decided we'll go right to the south as we can get in Echo, and hold the position that they're in. So I do like the way they're playing at the moment. We can see Core Gaming. They're on the backside here of Team Mango. We may see an early fight here between these 2 teams.
Far enough outside of the zone that you'd probably feel relatively safe in taking an isolated 3v3. Core Gaming starting to take shots across the way as Razzie trying to close the gap, and well, here comes the wrecking ball that surely gives Core Gaming the green light to push up onto the high ground. The only problem is no one's there. This team has already been able to find themselves a little bit of safety on the low ground, but Razzie drops down with the EVA 8 and pumps full of shoddy to the body, at least until they fall.
Yeah, I don't know what's more scarier, Easy Flash on Rafe or Easy Flash with a minigun. So he's going to set up on the outside, needs to be careful. Strafing Flame does have the Newcastle, so he can drag the res here, and they will be safe, but it looks like they're going to need to be aggressive as they're trying to reset. The Gibby Bubble does come out as well, and it does look like Easy Flash was trying to be aggressive, but they will not get the down here, so it's a kind of a weird fight. But Team Mango and Core Gaming both looking to get away from this situation now.
I mean, the good news for these 2 teams is it is still ring number 1, so it's not like it hits for too much, as you will see Yukoi tuck tail and run, and understandably so, has the trident there to be able to rotate relatively quickly as well. I mean, we'll have to progress quite a bit into this zone, so it is going to be quite the challenge for Core Gaming, but It is still early enough that maybe they can find a way to bounce back. But it is that point here now where more and more teams have made it southwards towards Echo and Devastated, and even got a couple of teams still left behind here at Launchpad who I don't know if maybe they're hoping for that awkward third ring pull. And if it does, great. But if not, they're going to be late to the party down here at Echo HQ, and there's not going to be much room for them as far as real estate.
No, if they don't have a Trident either, it's kind of hard to rotate from Devastated, right? So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how they play this. And you can see teams they're holding out the back there over on the island. So it'll be interesting to see how this zone does go, Q, as we get into the round 2 situation. We have a minute left exactly for teams to get into a place they want to play. Until then, I feel like we may see 20 squads still standing.
What, you got the one squad who's left as a solo, otherwise only one player who's been taken off our... No, those are the only 2 players who take off. It says 58, not 56. I can read, I promise. But yeah, I mean, it's been a relatively quiet day. Again, so much on the line. Nobody wanting to overextend and get caught back as a early spectator here. Meraki has got themselves a nice little bit of cover, and will be able to use the rampart walls to kind of lock down those bigger doorways. The one thing, though, that will be tough for them is I feel like where they are is going to be a slot that is in high contention.
Yeah, and it's hard. I mean, you only got the rampart. You don't have the Watson or anything to hold fort. So I feel like if you had a Watson in this area, you're probably looking at a more safer home, I guess. But they can hold it down a little bit as well. But we'll go and have a look. It does look like Silly Billies are trying to rotate in with that Wraith portal, and they will go down here. Nicholas will need to get that res with the Newcastle.
Well, while the Newcastle's still in play, you still get that added benefit of being able to relocate while you get your teammate on up. They'll be able to use both the ults of the Newcastle and the pylon from that Watson to be able to withstand and be able to reset here. Core Gaming, we had seen them extend all the way towards Command Center looking for that reset. Stinky B looking across the way and seeing if maybe they could pick up these couple of KP and take a team out.
Yeah, they get rid of Core Gaming's evac tower, so now Core Gaming are really stuck at the moment. This isn't going in their favor at all. So they are stuck on this northern side of zone. They do need to rotate very far south, Q. I mean, you can't get any more south as well, so they got a bit of work to go here, and it does look like Bearclaw Gaming. They're inside Forbidden Zone here, and they're making their way in with that Wrecking Ball as well.
Throw that thing on in and sprint with the Shift W and see who you can find. Walking L peeks right on over, and it's this big old 72 with the PK as they're trying to find that first knock here. Limo stepped up ahead with that R99. No shots found, but the big 109 there with the PK. And they seem to be on the prowl here as this Limo stepped forward with the Havoc sending shots across, but unfortunately none of them will land.
And no surrender now, down to a solo, so they're stuck. He does have the crafter just in front of him, so I feel like if he's confident enough, he will be able to get it. He might be able to get a res off as well. BCG not moving in, they're just taking their time getting the loot. So Spades, he does have time to get this res if he really wants to, but we're about to see exactly where this zone is going to pull. And if it pulls back to Pylon, those surrender are okay, but I'll take that back because it is definitely going in between Echo and Devastated Coast.
Is a little unfortunate for Keep Going because they had gone to that more southern side, and now all of a sudden they're the ones that are kept out. But they're not too far away. That AIM team, they are inside of this zone, and we'll be keeping out the squads that are rotating their way in up from that launch pad. Teams like Stinky V who are currently on over there. They've also got a couple of teams around them as well that they'll have to make sure that they can clear the path for them to make their last little bit of a venture on in. So they're not necessarily, I was thinking they were a little bit more in where they were on my top left hand screen, but the eyes doth deceive. I thought they just a little bit.
BCG, they're kind of stuck in Pylon though, so I mean they got a kind of tough rotate in. I guess their only good thing, I guess, is it's only round 3, right? So, I mean, they can kind of survive it, but maybe not as well. Like, they're in a really sticky situation. It does look like No Surrender did get the reset here, but they are now just giving BCG some more KP points here to add to their tally closer towards match point.
Well, the one criticism that I did have of BCG thus far was while we have been seeing them be able to be great fighters, we haven't been able to see them get too many placement points. They're on the outside of the ring for now and looking to pick up some more KP, which is what we know that they're good at. But what I'd really like to see them do is find themselves some prime position and find themselves a good finish here on our first iteration of Storm Point. We had mentioned earlier, Remarkable team was, I think, one of the squads that you had talked about. They're also just outside of the zone here in Echo HQ. They won't have too far to rotate on in. I don't know if Keep Going has moved on from where they're at, which means they're just south as far as from where they're looking at. But I do believe that Remarkable team is actually looking over the way towards DCG. Yeah,
BCG, they're in some trouble too because TYK are holding them out. So, like we said, they're going to find a little bit of trouble here trying to rotate in, and you can see them trying to get rid of that evac. They will be able to, thanks to the Sheila here with Paddy Fan, and the boys getting eliminated as well, and it is Las Vegas Inferno on that same position they've been for a while now in Devastated Coast, looking pretty good.
The fighting going on over here at Devastated Coast. The question becomes, is this going to be where it's safe? It doesn't look like it. Actually going to be heading more towards Echo HQ, so the 1, 2, 3, 4 teams that are all fighting over that way are all going to have to move relatively soon. Remarkable team in DCG, they don't have too far to go, but for Remarkable team, while they might have the high ground, they will be the first squad that will have to move in from there. Tom Young looking to trying to see if they can clean up this fight on the northern side of this zone. Still left alive as a 3 for now. Razzie, last one left alive for Core Gaming, trying to see if they can at least keep themselves alive until top 15 to pick up a placement point.
Yeah, he's doing well as a solo right now, getting a lot of damage. He could push in if he wanted to. He's doing a lot of work. He does have a nade there that he could use as well if he wanted to. Not going to be able to. He's going to move back. So that is RYH that he was annoying a little bit there. So we still have 15 squads standing, and it does look like that zone is pulling more towards that armory area here in between Devastated, and Echo for game number 3. And Q, we just lost BCG. Team Mango now, they're the only team in the lobby that are still standing, that are very close to match point eligibility.
Mention how we're going towards that armory. Currently now, Dreamfire in that armory. So a team that we saw have a decent pop-off earlier could have another big game here in game number 3. Core Game still left alive as a solo, and Razzie trying to play this one out of sight and out of mind. Remarkable team on the low ground here. We'll try and see if they can get their Wraith back into play. Meraki is sitting right up on the top and trying to keep all of these incomers at bay. Spraying across with the G7 Scout is Swargster, looking to close the gap and looking to take a peek with the PCAT.
Yeah, they need to be careful here, Silly Billies, because Meraki are overlooking them. Good shots here by Nicholas. Oh, sorry, no. Silly Billy's there all the way on that eastern side. So they're going to be watching Vegas Inferno rotating in here. So they have a good chance to try and get some KP as teams are rotating in.
YH, one of those teams that is trying to find a way and find some space. Now it's all up to the Pathfinder. A tough spot to be in. MPYB, one of the last 11 teams that are left alive. Only one player on a purple shield, though. They're a little bit better of a spot than Keep Going, who's sitting on 3 blues, and Sakto just about taken out. Team Mango and Meraki both gone, though, so that means we're now into a top 9 scenario. Tracy will fall back as it's Kakoi, who's looking to push on in L-Star in hand for Cassans and continuing to hold that trigger down, spraying across the way.
Yeah, beautiful shots coming out here. Remarkable team moving in for the 100th party here on the top of Echo, and it does look like they will get a couple of kills here from Kakoi as well. So I think Kakoi and Keep Going now down to a solo and RYH all over in the same area. Keep Going Gaming were doing pretty well. here today. Now down to a solo. You can see Remarkable Team, though. They are not in zone on this western side. They do need to rotate in here, Q. So it is going to be hard because, like you said, Dreamfire holding that armory. We'll be able to watch a lot of these teams rotating into this next zone.
Yeah, Dreamfire will also need to move at some point, though. That is the one piece of bad news for this Dreamfire squad. While they do run a pretty defensive comp, which means they should be able to set up a little bit of cover wherever they end up going, they do have Cupid Esports that is sitting right up on top of them. Silly Billy's also pulling up and saying, hey, you know what? We think we want to be a part of this. If you decide to drop from your high ground where you're at, Hagrid taking jump shots here with the Peacekeeper, just applying more pressure.
Yeah, it's crazy because Silly Billy's kind of gave up their spot of zone. Remarkable Team somehow get all the way out here as well, and it's going to be a very interesting kind of push in here for these teams. Dreamfire now really have their hands full as they're going to move out with the PK. 3MZ cooking a little bit here with that Gibby. The Sheila coming out, not doing much at all, but it is going to be MDYB trying to hold their own.
Bayoon, very little HP left. Bayoon taking out Silly Billy's. Gone as well as Dreamfire still left alive in a top 5. We had mentioned the defensive composition for them. They've got all that utility to be able to keep themselves safe, keep going, trying to see if they can get their team back in. Not going to be the case. And we're now in a top 3. It's Remarkable Team, TYK, and then you've also got Dreamfire left as well.
Yeah, Dreamfire in a pretty good spot. I might go back to Remarkable Team because we do have a Kraber on the field, and it'll be interesting to see exactly what Chongbei can do because this guy, I mean, he's not a stranger to the damage or kill side here in these lobbies. He is a very scary player, and right now, is that a no-reg? Oh. That was a no-reg, right?
It looked like it to me, and that's unfortunate because you've only got 3 shots left in that thing. Trying to be as patient as possible. That'll be a big opening shot. Can you find another one? That one will unfortunately hit the barrier. We'll chuck a couple of grenades, but now it will force that bubble out from the Gibby. Remarkable Team, well, at least as far for Chongbei. They will have to move relatively soon with that storm on their rear, but their 2 teammates are sitting very central where the zone is closing in over by the lift. The only problem is they do have to worry about the team that is closing right on in, and looks like TYK might be moving in for the kill.
It's going to be an interesting end game here. Remarkable Team, they still have 1 bullet in that Kraber, so if Chongbei can just get 1 down here, or just some kind of entry damage as well, Q, that could really at least be the talking point here if they play for second or for a win.
Remarkable Team has plenty of cover that they've been able to build here, plus the underside of this lift. But Dreamfire is on the northern side of the circle, and I think is hoping that TYK and Remarkable Team at some point are forced into an engagement over one another here. The question becomes who ends up trying to fight for a second. You mentioned that 1 shot left in the Kraber. No openings have been able to pop up just as of yet. Kill a pause, company for TYK. They will sit and wait as the barrage comes on in. Shot over the shield line. Second one hits for a 108 as well. The bubble will allow them to reset.
Looks like we're going to have a Remarkable Team now rotate in. We've got 3 teams all looking pretty good right now. Chongbei does still have a bullet in that Kraber. It's not going to get the job done. This is looking good for a Dreamfire victory as they're going to move in with all 3 legends still standing for them, and they will take a Game 3 victory, their 2nd win for today.
Well, we had mentioned they had a good spot in that armory, and while they did eventually need to move on out, they were able to play it clear, cool, and concise. And you mentioned a 2nd win in a row for this Dreamfire squad, who I think moves themselves up to within 10 points away from being on match point.
Yeah, they got the first game of the day and then the 3rd game here as well. So not a bad going so far from Dreamfire. Bolin, the man we all know and love, he's leading the way right now with his team. So we're going to have a look at the match summary and the series overall, and it will be Dreamfire with an 18-point game. TYK, the team that I did talk about that needed to show up here, and they did in pretty good fashion. 9 kills, second place. Remarkable team. Getting third, keep going fourth, and Cupid Esports in the top 5 position. We'll go and have a look at the series overall and who is sitting in the top 2 situation at the moment. It looks like Dreamfire and Bearclaw Gaming will be sitting in that first and second position, with Team Mango third, keep going fourth, and Vegas Inferno rounding out that top 5. And I mean, maybe we'll see a Watson band now. Who bloody knows?
Top 5 looking pretty close here as we do move forward. And yeah, just making their way on through is the Watson and the Rampart as well. It's going to be the Newcastle that is taken off the board. And while I can't say that I'm surprised that Newcastle is gone, with just 10 picks in that last lobby is probably where I'm surprised.
Yeah, so Newcastle, I do like watching games with Newcastle. It's kind of sad that he's gone this early on, but the legend picks have been what they should be, I'm going to say. I'm very not used to, I guess, seeing these picks in the last 2 days, but does look like it is going to be that Newcastle pick gone here. The game number 3, and we'll go and have a look in a second at our map overlay. But I mean, with the legends that are gone here now, Q, who do you see being used a little bit more moving forward?
I mean, my first inclination would probably be the Gibby, but I feel like we didn't see nearly as much Gibby as I would have thought in that last one. That would probably be where I go between Gibby and Rampart, but I tend to lean Gibby just based off the mere fact that we are going back to Storm Point again as well.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I mean, we are heading to Storm Point, like you said, so we're going to have a look at the map overlay so you guys know exactly what maps are coming your way here for everyone that is watching. And this Dreamfire keep going, and Dreamfire with the first lot of wins here, match 1 to 3. I mean, there was a crazy stat the other day, Q. I can't remember who said it. I think it was K-Man, and he said every team that gets to match point first has not won it in LCQ. So do you think about that when it comes to games, or do you kind of just keep doing what you're doing? I mean, I'm pretty superstitious as when it comes to sport. I like to wear the same socks, same headband the same week. But do you think players in battle in these games are exactly a bit like that as well?
I think part of what leads to that being the case is because so often we see teams that are the first on the match point are teams that like to play more frag heavy, right? They like to play on the edge. They like to take more fights. But then all of a sudden, when you get to this point where you need a win, they go, you know what? Let's change up everything that's ever worked for us and let's play completely different, because that's what the meta tells us we need to do in order to win. And I think on the flip side of that, you also have teams where the longer that goes, the more the mental starts to affect you, and you've like, oh, we're running out of opportunities, for a team where, especially say like a Dreamfire in this case, where like you need to win here. Well, everyone needs to win for LCQ, but you fought this far, you fought this hard, then all of a sudden you maybe start to see yourself fall into that 3rd, 4th, 5th place spot as more teams pass up and more teams are on match point. Well, that pressure starts to double down, and while pressure can create diamonds, pressure can also burst pipes as well, and it just is unfortunate that we don't really know which is which until the end result comes across.
Yeah, and I mean, Storm Point is such an interesting map. I do love it. I know the nostalgia of it as well, when they brought it in, and now obviously being probably my favorite comp map. But we're going to have a look at the top 5 kill and damage leaders, Q, and it doesn't look like there's much difference at all at the moment.
Feels like as of late, I mean, that's kind of been the story, right? Once people start to put their best foot forward, they continue to do so, and Walking L has kind of been the epitome of that on the day. Started separating themselves from the rest as they are the first one up across that double-digit mark. We'll see how high they can push it. But Limo, Zuzu, Crumbs, Heckham rounding out the top 5 as far as for your kills. And just kind of like in that same fashion with kills, don't be surprised when damage looks the same way as those top 5, as those top 5 continue to lead the way throughout, games 4, 5, and 6 here.
Yeah, and as we can see, it is WL with 4.9, Selka with the 4.3, Easy Flash making his way in, Crumbs as well, and Killerpos in the top 5 there with the damage here for game number 3. I mean, we are halfway. I mean, well, we don't know what halfway is just yet because this is match point. We have Dreamfire, the closest team, 2 match point. Q, do you feel like they can get 10 more points from where they're landing in Storm Point? I mean, they did really well this game, especially for rotating purposes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we tend to see more southern zones, right? So I wouldn't be surprised to see one more land in their favor. Maybe not necessarily 2 barometer, but maybe a cenote or back over towards coastal or so. I think 10 points is obtainable. I think Dreamfire very much in that same category of what we were just talking about, though. You've gotten to this point by playing aggressive and taking fights. Don't let the foot off the gas just because all of a sudden you're on the doorstep of punching a ticket.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like they do need to try and just keep playing the way they're playing. They're playing very, very patient, Dreamfire. They were in that armory for a hot minute, Q. They held off the teams on that northern side that were rotating to that south side of zone. They cleaned them up. They then got a free rotate behind the rock. Weren't getting looked at all. Used the Trident to get to a different position as well. And, it's all patience at the moment from Dreamfire. And that's why I feel like they're putting themselves in that best spot moving forward. But as we know, it is match point, and sometimes the mental can disappear if you have a couple of bad games. So the consistency is what you're going to be looking for in games like this. And same for BCG. They had a really good first 2 games. They were aggressive. That third game, they get held out and killed by TYK. Does that affect their mental? Can they keep going and have the same mindset that they were in games 1 and 2?
Well, there's anything we know about BCG, is they're a team that generally has a pretty good bad short-term memory. They'll forget that last game and they'll head right back into Storm Point as if they're in that same sort of swag that they had after game number 2. Also keep in mind, BCG did have quite a bit of a rotate to be able to head down towards Echo HQ area where that thing ended up going, as they did land over there at a checkpoint. So sometimes those longer rotates can be a little bit more tricky as well. But I think, for teams like a BCG, I think the big thing that they really need to do right now is, again, I mentioned in that last game, but I just want to hammer the point home. We got to start locking in some placement points. You've proven that you can frag, but that's not what it's about here in the LCQs. Unless you literally want to be the one team who walks away that fragged the most throughout the course of the day in that number 2 spot. But otherwise, it's about being able to put yourself in late game scenarios and being able to walk away with a dub. So looking to see BCG lock in on that sense here.
Yeah, I agree. I think the placement points, obviously, the kills. I mean, that's why D-Cross Gaming did finish second in regional finals, right? Their kill points with their placement points in the games in that regional finals were insane. So I'm with you on that one. I think BCG, that's the only thing they need to work on moving forward in these games, because as you know, top 2 is who head to champs. And at the moment, that is what these guys are playing for, guys. So we do appreciate every single person that is out here in chat. If you guys are new and you're wondering what the hell is there so many people here watching Apex for, well, I can tell you what, they're trying to get their spot to Japan in Sapporo. And if you were living under a rock and didn't know that the tickets were out now, they definitely are. And you can go and get yourself your tickets right now. Go and get that 4-day pass. Watch all the Apex action if you are heading to Japan, Sapporo. We appreciate you guys here with us today. We're going to hit you with a BRB as we be right back for game number 4, just around the corner.
So far, Gen G though, it looks like he's still got yet another pick as Maitong has replied in the feed. So there is still a lot of action going on that side of the map. Gen G with Dexter looking for it, but it's an entire team, a remarkable team to come through. Alcad now with Kimchi as well trying to survive. Will take down Dexter and Gen G with an early exit game 1.
Be a big for the rest of the lobby, knowing that one of the big dogs is out of the yard. It will be Five Fears stepping right on through with the altar portal, and down goes Alcadzia. Isu will be able to push forward with the new castle wall, but how much space does that really buy you, especially when a team already aiming down sight, able to take a good chunk out of the shield, but Jisoo steps through with the PK, able to get a couple of shots, buys a little bit of extra time for the reset. Here for Stinky B, the Storm right on their back, trying to push through. They've at least got the crates for cover, but Jisoo's gonna be the last one left alive. Gonna be able to use the Newcastle for the res, potentially ends up falling. It's now gonna be left to BGB as a full 3. Nice job by Panayi with the PK to be able to take one down, and this should be BGB's game to win.
3v2 scenario, and as you say, they are in absolute prime position. Remarkable team going to do what they can, but the caustic gas will literally suffocate them at the ring, and you're going to see in the feed a lot of these marksman rifles are going to be getting knocks, and probably a few finishes here as Gen G are looking to absolutely send it. This is an absolute madman play on towards Boogie Waters. It looks like they've been completely caught by surprise. The nades land, and Gen G absolutely wipe Boogie Waters in a matter of seconds. So they know where everyone is, and they're going to make a decision on what they want to do next. Las Vegas Inferno, well, like I said, they want to fight. They are going to continue to do so as they send it into the building here. Great drill to come out here from Nolsang on the Mad Maggie, looking for the shots. The R9 lands, the beams come out, and Vegas Inferno are putting down the pain.
Big shots here as Mosu steps through with the 9-9. Now with the Peacekeeper, here is Sano, able to wrap down that fight, but Las Vegas Inferno have another squad that's pushing their way on in. That is SAUL. Jesco is able to find themselves one. It's not...
Right, Q, does look like we're getting back into game number 4. It is all underway. Dreamfire with the closest mark right now to match point. Only 10 points away, with BCG only 11 points away as well, and it is all coming down to this, Q, because as we know, it's match point, and what they really matters is getting to that 50-point threshold and then getting a victory.
I take a quick look here as far as across our character select, see what's starting to come out a little bit more. I see a lifeline for the first time. I do believe I had seen there from Team Mango. Not the first time that we've seen it in our region. I believe actually in our final call where we saw Boogie Borders when there was a lifeline ult that was on the screen, but definitely not a pick that we see too much of. You can already see on your screen, does look like we could very well get one of those rings that does pull out towards TYK, out towards Mill, which was one of the teams that we were looking for to try and use Storm Point to turn things around.
Yeah, I'd love to see a Cedo zone. Haven't seen a Cedo zone for a while, but I'm going to go and watch Dreamfire here and see how they play this as well, because Barometer is safe for now, and they will slightly get their zone knowledge here as well if they can. But game number 4 is what we're watching, Q, and I mean, we were talking about who did I want to see before game number 3 started cook and do something, and I mean, TYK, they did it from Mill, rotating towards that Echo Devastated post area, and they didn't do too bad. Second place with 9 kills.
Yeah, I feel like Mill is generally one of those POIs that you look towards on Storm Point that generally sees a pretty consistent result out of, so love to see TYK continue to be able to produce here in game number 4 and be able to continue to push that needle a little bit as we see those scores for the rest of the lobby coming across the top of your screen. Can't help but notice the stark difference between the last time we were on screen together for regional finals for DCG and where they're sitting at now. They had such a hot start, but now struggling here as far as for LCQs.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It does look like everyone is moving towards that uplift area in between Cascade and Forbidden Zone. Used to be Jurassic Park. So they have changed the name of that POI. Don't know why. Don't know why, but you know, we roll with it. We roll with it. As it is Apex Legends, nothing is ever the same every season. So Kukoi, they're set up pretty happy here. They do have the Watson as well, so I feel like they can get to a spot. But as I say that, it is Silly Billy, so they're going to move in here and be aggressive, trying to find a place to call home as well.
Knock, knock. We're pulled up and we want to be your neighbors, says Silly Billy's. But the thing that we do know about our squads here in APAC South, they don't necessarily like being neighbors for too long. Something tells me that they might be okay with it for now, but something tells me that we'll also see more teams start to show up in the not too far off distant future. And well, this could make things interesting with two teams already securing up these two buildings.
Yeah, they have that door just a little bit open. Did you see that? Just a little bit open just to sneak their shots through. That is well played. So I don't think that is they meant to do that, but as I say that, they're going to get rid of that door just so they can't do exactly what they were doing. But game number 4 is what we're watching. We've already had 3 bans. We have no more Newcastle, no more Caustic, and no more... Who was the second one? I cannot remember.
Having it off the board.
Alter, there we go. No more Alter.
Yeah.
So you know, you were talking about it. You did see you know, the different picks are going to start coming out. We have Lifeline. A fair few more Bangalores are coming out as well. A lot more Gibbies as well. So you know, it's coming down to the point now where teams are going to start experimenting, and that's what I mean when it comes to match point. Throwing away just what you've been practicing when it comes to legend bans.
They now find themselves in a tough spot. Remarkable team. So 2 players still standing here. Not sure if they're going to have enough time to be able to get their third back into it here, though, as more teams continue to pull up. Keep going have now pulled up here as well. And well, there's Meraki. First one gone and off of the table, but something tells me now that as we move into games 4, 5, and 6, as much as we had seen some quieter beginning parts of these games, I think teams are starting to feel antsy. They're starting to feel the pressure, especially for some of these teams that are in the middle of the pack. They know that they've got to start applying a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting start here, because as we know, they need to try and get zone, and this is prime real estate, right, Q? So there's not really much to hold when it comes to this kind of POI, and holding it now and early is a really good choice, but also you got to pay the price because teams want to do the exact same thing.
Those shots off in every direction, it feels like, on the map here currently. As far as for no surrender, they're up here at the Prowler camp. They're gonna try and find themselves a way down southwards past wall and figure a way that they can rotate in towards this zone. Looks like potentially chasing down a squad.
Woo.
You have Sailfish, has the Sentinel in hand. Hold on a second. Pull! Can you find the last shot? Land it for me, please.
Oh, they get it.
No, I'm not gonna be able to find it there.
Jigs does get the kill with the G7. So that is great shots. This is the team that, I mean, no surrender. They were so aggressive the other day, yesterday. They had so many kills. This guy right here had 24 kills. So if they can get their confidence up and about, this is match point finals. Anything is possible, Q. Teams have to win, right? So they can easily get some points back on the board here. But we are watching game number 4 as teams are trying to make their way towards that uplift area.
That AIM team, on a relatively quiet day, could use a good game number 4 to put themselves back up into contention, currently sitting at just the 12 points. But they've also got themselves a pretty decent spot. They've got themselves some coverage for some teams that are going to be rotating in, especially some of those teams more towards their south that will have to pull through here at some point. I think at this point, just kind of waiting for the right time to strike. As much as we've seen some early eliminations I think for a team like Bad Aim Team, you don't want that anxiousness of that mid-game to cause you to make some bad mistakes.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is kind of a scary spot to hold too, right? So, I mean, we'll see how Bad Aim Team go. There's a lot of patience still being played out here. We do have 2 teams eliminated already. That's Core Gaming and Meraki. So a very bad start here for those 2 teams, but we'll have to wait and see how they go, Q, as we still have 18 squads out here.
Almost feel the tension as the day will continue to move along. We've talked about it, so much on the line. 18 teams. Today is the end of their ALGS season. Only two will be able to keep the hopes alive of being able to go to Sapporo and being able to put on for APAC South. That AIM team still vibing for now and being comfortable as far as with where they're at. Again, for them, I don't think you need to worry about moving too much more up towards this next zone. Cupid Esports, who have also found themselves a spot where this zone is heading, well, they're going to be okay with using those Watson fences to play nice and wide to cover up the doors. The only problem is there is a team has pulled right on up. Zoyo pushes forward with that R99 that looks like they found an opening knock.
Yes, Team Mango. They're going to go down here. That Gibby ult is going to help a little bit for Crumbs. But he's going to have to be careful. Needs to chuck a bubble down. He's not going to put the bubble down. He's just going to try and get this res off here. And they'll be able to get a reset as a duo. So for now, Easy Flash and crew will be safe. I don't mind where they're playing. But as a Gibby and only a lifeline, it is kind of hard to hold this this little area.
Nice to be able to get your third back in, that's for sure. See Crumb's going to be able to recover the banner and going to be able to find their way right back to safety, and does have that bubble. So give them the cover needed to get that respawn on in. The only problem, not only do they have the team across the way that is currently shooting at them, and not a team right up above them as well. The good news is with the Rampart and Gibby, you do have some cover that you can try and create and play around, but it just feels like there's too many teams looking their way, and they have been unable to deliver this banner into the beacon as they've had to try and keep these 2 squads off, and it looks like this could be the beginning of the end for Team Mango in map number 4.
And Bad Aim Team, they die as well. So Bad Aim Team get eliminated outside that tunnel. And all of a sudden, Team Mango, they're still in a really sticky situation, but that is a beautiful shot there from Easy Flash. Playing that well, he does kidnap the Wraith. If there's one guy that you really want left alive, it is Easy Flash, right? He is more than capable to stay alive for a while and do some stuff that most people are probably not used to seeing.
Time was considered one of the best within the region mechanically. I'd venture to say is still considered to, or still should be considered within that argument. Love to see them be able to pull off a miracle here. And I mean, at least the good news for them is if they can find a way to withstand, they are in the middle of the zone, so it's not like they have to rotate from where they're at. The only bad news is you're in the middle of the zone. So you got a lot of people around you and a lot of people looking your way, including a team that's right up above you. And every time they hear any sort of sound notification, whether it's trying to deliver to the beacon or trying to stick the res, they continue to peek up over the edge.
Yeah, this is going to be so tough. He might be able to get this res off, though, just because of that ult. So thank you to the team on the other side. Oh, take that back. He got kidnapped. No, Team Mango will go out with keep going, getting the kidnap, which is crazy. So BCG now moving in. They're going to get rid of Dreamfire. So we'll take back what I said about BCG. Their mental's fine. They're going to get a easy cleanup here on the team that was closest to match point. So BCG getting rid of the team that is on their tail. And that is a good start for that crew.
I'm really glad we got to see that on stream, not gonna lie. You always love to see a good capture, especially when it works out to your favor. Let's not forget, keep going, had a strong game number 2 and would like to keep themselves in the running of things. They can continue pushing forward here in game number 4. I had mentioned earlier DCG had a relatively quiet day. Roy and company are looking to push right on up and see if they can take this building away. The only problem is you have two of your teammates, I was going to say, that are sitting on blue shields. One has been able to upgrade on up, and well, while they have the Spitfire in hand, I don't think they've quite found the opening that's suitable for them to get the green light.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting push here from D-Cross Gaming because they do want to get some kills. They, like you said, they've been pretty slow today. Oh, that's not a bad perk to open the bin too, but take that Maggie ball in the head. Vegas Inferno. They said, hold this, please. Stay off our porch as they're looking down now on D-Cross Gaming. And I mean, if there's a team that can cause some havoc, it is Vegas Inferno, and they're looking really good in this push right now. As I say that, No Surrender have been eliminated as well, so talk about the CC team a little bit. They're stuck on 5 points after 4 games.
Teams will now start to earn those placement points as we are successfully in the top 15. Vegas Inferno right now. Have to worry about DCG, who continue to be relentless about applying a pressure, whether it's through the windows. You now even have Roy, who's now officially entered the building as well. Unfortunately, has been not completely successful as they were eventually taken down. Zato's the last one left alive here. Stinky B, though, on the other side of the zone, has quite the rotate ahead of him here. The only problem is they can't exactly run from where they're at. There are 4 teams that are all out on this side of the circle.
Yeah, and they're looking straight at BCG. So BCG just got rid of TYK there, and they've done it really well. The Stinger darts are coming out, and we can see that they need to rotate towards that eastern side of this zone as well. And it's going to be quite hard, like you said, Q, because of how many teams are already in this zone.
The 3 buildings that are in the zone already all have occupants. So for the 8 teams outside of that, you're gonna have to find a way on in. Well, you're gonna have to hope that you can at least eliminate enough of the lobby along the way to maybe be able to find a nook or a cranny to be able to tuck along. Noel Sang dropping down with the R99 and letting that thing sang. Oh, now stepping up the stairs as well. The only problem, not enough HP left in the chamber there, as it will be DCG out. Seda will be able to get Noel Sang back on in.
Man, Vegas Inferno are so good. This is a team that I am really rooting for to make champs. I feel like they have the team that would... I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm obviously biased because I'm APAC South, but with the 10 teams that I think that are going to champs for APAC South, I would not put it past 10 of our teams to be in that finals lobby at champs as well. That is how strong I feel our region is at the moment. And when you have teams like Vegas Inferno, Deep Cross Gaming, Bear Claw Gaming as well out here, who are all very capable of holding their own. As I say that, they get Krabered in the head, but they're looking pretty good. And I feel like they're proving it right now with fights like that as a duo via trio.
Getting interesting over here towards this building that Silly Billies are currently sitting on the roof of, as it's prime real estate, and they've got a couple of teams that would like to be able to take the deed to it. Hagrid has the Kraber in hand. We'll throw an Arc Star across the way and see if they can force anyone out. Bang, 120. Hit that one to lay it down. Now looking to try and see if they can find another player to land a nice shot onto. The good news for Silly Billies is we now see this next ring information come across. Well, where they're at, still in zone, they can continue to hold the line.
5 shots still in the hand too for this Kraber. So, I mean, they get to hold the height here on the respawn, the player beacon house here. 10 squad still standing with round 5, 45 seconds away from closing. Keep going gaming. Like we talked about these houses that have been held very early. This is a team that have been here for a while, and they're now running into some trouble with tech issues, but do have the upper hand.
Have the Sheila in hand. Hold on, but can you hold off against the double swing? No, they keep going, and they're still left alive here in top 8. Cupid Esports along with Stinky B also still left alive. Chiefs will have to fall back and see if they can find a way to hit a bat. Bear Claw Gaming on the verge of being able to put themselves onto that match point. They can clean up another team or two, pick up a KP or two along that way. Well, they could very well set themselves up to win in game number 5.
Yeah, if Hagrid looks the way of where BCG are, they might be in some trouble though. So Hagrid's looking the total other side. He's looking on that western side of zone. He needs to look south and try and get rid of the team that is very close to match point. They're only 4 points away at the moment. And the Kraber in the hand with the rampart walls. That would be a little bit of an extra bite to that bullet.
Josh with McCraver. We'll have to wait and see what they're able to do with it here. Stinky B. So trying to play on the low ground. We can see the laser sight from the Sheila. Zoyo. K in hand will be able to help eliminate a player here from Stinky B. RYH. We've had a really quiet day to here. Could benefit from a big win. Sitting on currently just 7 points. They do only have 1 purple shield though, so they don't have much as far as Evo. That will be at their disposal. They've got that Storm right on their rear end as well. Keep going, and MDYB both taken out in the feed, as RYH going to be able to get back to a full 3.
The team that is sitting on ultimate height, still looking very good at the moment, Q. They are now sitting in a top 5 situation, and we have lost Keep Going and Bear Claw Gaming, which means we're going into game number 5 with not a single team on match point. So anything is possible for the teams that are still standing right now. Cayman and RQ, sorry, and I feel like Silly Billies have put themselves in the best situation here to take this game for victory.
They've been here for a while too, so good play, good call as far as from the IGL to put them in a place to win. Now it's about being able to lock in. Now here in the top 5. I do believe it is 4 full squads and just the 1 solo from Stinky B. They're still playing just below this Silly Billies squad as the final ring has started to close on, and a minute and 40 seconds away from being completely closed on in. And this is that final countdown. The question is, who has to move first?
It's going to be interesting. Very interesting, because I do have a team inside, which is Cupid Esports, and then also we have, I'm pretty sure, Stinky B, that are only a duo on there. Sorry, a solo underneath them as well. So when they jump, they will have 2 teams on that ledge. But if you can take control right in front of where Chizu is right now, I feel like that is the winning spot.
RYH on the southern side of the zone is so far away from all 4 other teams, though, that they could very well watch this lobby play on out. They've been able to get up to the purple shields as well. Normal is going to be able to reset and be able to get back to full shields and healthy. Move. Silly Billy's able to make a nice rotate, though, to put themselves right in the middle. They've also put themselves away from that squad that we were just talking about from RYH, and Hagrid absolutely letting the Sheila sing, and those rampart walls continue to fortify this end game zone position. Hagrid now has the PK in hand. Can't plan those first 2 shots. Now it's Loki here for Silly Billies, trying to see what they can make happen.
Yeah, Silly Billies moving in, looking to get the W here, and just like that, Silly Billies will take the game for victory, and I'll be pretty happy with that little game there. As we know, a very decent team who have come through the hard way as well through CC, and that will be their first win of the day here, Q, on game number 4.
I really like that end game play. They identified where RYH was on the that low ground on the outside of the wall. So they use that wall as natural cover. That way, when RYH does have to swing, RYH is basically swinging into those other teams that were below Silly Billies when they were up on that roof, right? So they pull in, they're able to rotate, they put their backs up against that wall so they know that there's no one to their 6. And then there's just team aiming from there. Honestly, perfectly executed by Silly Billies there in the end.
Yeah, well played game, well thought about. I did say they had to kind of make up their move off that height, and they did make it, and they made the right decision. They went to somewhere where it's very open and free, and they used their rampart walls to their favor. We'll go and have a look at the match summary and the series overall here. After our 4 games, and it is going to be a Silly Billy's W with 22 points. They get a 10-kill victory. RYH second, Cupid Esports third, Kukoi fourth, and Stinky B rounding out the top 5 in that game. And then we'll have a look at our series overall. And with our 5 games, we still have not a single team on match point. So it's a good sign that we might be here for a while. BCG only a couple of points away. And I mean, we're talking about their placement points right now. 36 kills, only 11 placement points. If they could just get to a top 4 or at least 3 situation right now, this team would be definitely in a match point game already. But that's enough about the series overall. Let's go and see which legend is getting taken away to game number 4.
This is an interesting one. I've already got the spoilers, and yeah, there it is. It's the Wraith that will be taken off the board in game number 4. While I can't necessarily say that I'm surprised to see a rotation legend taken off the board, if you'd have told me at the beginning of the split that it was Wraith being taken off the board before Ashe, I would have said you were crazy. But I guess that's how metas change and metas shift. So that's where we find ourselves. So it means that it was what? Caustic, then Alter, then Newcastle, and now Wraith off the board as we move to game number 5.
Yep, 2 skirmishes now out of the game. We still have Recon Legends out here, so might see maybe a Sparrow soon getting disappeared as we get closer to the games. But we are seeing more Watson and Rampart, so the controller legends are being used out here at the moment. And we can see, I mean, we saw just then, Q, how strong those Ramparts were used in that final game. But we're going to have a look at our top 5 kills and damage leaders as well after our first 4.
Walking L still sitting at the top there with 15. I do believe the newcomer, though, Yuling, sitting up at 11, must have had a pretty decent match number 4. Limo, Heckham, and Zuzu rounding out the top 5, as we will soon be at the point where we'll see this whole list in top 5 being up into that double digits. But for now, Walking L can still continue to lead the charge.
Yeah, he's doing well. Damage leaders, you can see he's still up top as well. So Selka sitting second, Heck moving in, Hagrid fourth with that Kraber, I reckon, in that last game. He was putting down the hurt. And also Shayo moving in to that top 5. And we'll go and have a look at our map overlays because we are heading back to World's Edge now for game number 5.
One map that we never play back to back, but hey, you know, we'll play it 2 of the next 4 times, so close enough, I guess. I do suppose. Last time we were here, Keep Going was the team that walked away with the victory with 13 KP as well. But of course, every game of World's Edge tends to play a little bit different. So going to be intrigued to see what kind of zone we end up getting. And not only that, but as we had seen on those scores earlier, as we got a couple teams over that 40-point mark, now we get to see how many teams in each of these next couple of games, Stoney, put themselves over that match point threshold.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, they're so close, right? So you have, what, BCG now only a couple of points away. Keep Going 9 points away. Dreamfire 10 points away. So we could go into game 6 with, you know, close to 3 to 4 teams on match point with a chance to get the win. So, I mean, we might have none right now, but when we get to game 6, it could be a total different story going in to another E-District game. And if you guys were wondering, it is a minimum of 6 games. It doesn't matter anyway to say that, because we're definitely going to 6, as game number 5 doesn't have a match point winner, but it is a minimum of 6 for these games. And if you guys are enjoying today, we will be live again. What's the time now? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's go. We'll be live again in 10 hours. 10 hours? 9 hours? 11 hours.
10 hours.
10 hours.
10 and a half hours.
10 and a half hours. That's it. We'll be live again with EMEA finals right here as well. So if you guys are enjoying what you're seeing, we will be here with some more action. And then if you enjoy the EMEA as well, we will be live with the NA tomorrow morning. So we get to see 6 teams book their tickets to Sapporo I've booked my ticket to Sapporo. I'm sure now everyone's probably sick of me showing the tickets to Sapporo as well. But just make sure you go and get them because Exclamation Champs in chat, they're available right now. And I tell you what else, Q, we're heading back to World's Edge. And I mean, I need to go and have a look at where everyone is landing because I may have forgotten already because it was 2 games ago.
It was a little while ago since we were last on World's Edge, and I think it's also important to take a look around as far as some of our teams that are close. You know, if we do head down towards the south, if you keep an eye on Bear Claw Gaming down at Stacks, who is relatively close. If we end up going more westward or more even to the north, you look at a team like Dreamfire, who's also close, landing over at Lava Fissure. So, you know, we got some teams that are in position where they can really set themselves up to be able to punch a ticket to Sapporo, even looking at staging like Keep Going Gaming. So I feel like we've got a chance where this next zone could really at least bless up one of our teams. That's really in a bad way, or I shouldn't say in a bad way, but in a big way, needing a game to push them over that match point threshold.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we might be going into game 6 with at least 3 teams on match point, which I wouldn't put it past game 7 being maybe the last game we see for APAC South in LCQ. And it will be.
I think our average in APAC South is only like 7 or 8 games.
7 or 8, yeah. But I mean, it is, as we can see though, I'm going to go back to the leaderboard just real quick. And because we're going to look at this bottom part of the lobby, right? You have teams like RYH that are on 20 points. They're in 12th spot, right? That's not bad after 4 games. They still have a chance to turn it around. Remarkable team, a team that is very capable of turning it around. You have TYK on 25, MDYB on 26, Koi Cupid. Anything is possible moving forward in these games. And I mean, there's always recipe, right, for a lot of games, but it is looking like at the moment it is kind of anyone's game. But if BCG, I don't know if we said this enough yet, Q, but if BCG can just get one decent placement game, I feel like they might get a victory.
Hear me out here. How often do we talk about teams in match point format that get up to 50 points off of like 2 big wins and like a third place game, and then all of a sudden it's like they've gotten all their winning out of the way? BCG's almost got the opposite recipe cooking right now. You've got almost all of your points and you haven't had like a top 3 yet. So maybe, just maybe, you know, once they cross the 50-point threshold, that first game is where you can cook things up. But it does look like we've got all 60 players into our next lobby here and getting ready to load into that game at number 5. You mentioned we were anticipating a minimum of 6 because of the rules. We're guaranteed at least 6 here now as we get ready to head on in. The question becomes, how many of these teams that are on that threshold of moving on to match point are able to do just that when we convene here at the end of World's Edge?
Yeah, we have to wait and see. I mean, the games, like you said, are about to get underway. Game number 5, we are heading back to World's Edge. If you guys are wondering exactly where we are going, that is where we are going. We are showing you guys as much as we can today, but we're going to have a look at the Legend Selections, Q, because I'm seeing a lot of bangs and seers out here in this game.
Yeah, we had seen like a random seer or 2 earlier, but we are starting to see a few more. You know, kind of part of the whole legend ban system. We'll start to see more and more kind of as the day goes along. I don't think we'll see either of those taken off of the table here. I didn't get to see a full look around, but I guess we'll get to take a look at that as we get towards the end. Quick first view, didn't tell us too much. Central, maybe southeastern-ish zone, but as far as heading into things, I feel like every time we land, I've been keeping my eyes on Skyhook up there between Las Vegas Inferno, as well as the who is that? That's landing with them.
No
up there? No surrender. Because we've seen them like start to fight the last time around, but then they both back down, and I feel like both teams in a position where some early KP could really benefit them.
Yeah, and I mean, that could be the play for no surrender, right? They might need something like that to keep the dream alive. Just to get some confidence in these fights. Go and also, I mean, what's the worst that can happen? You go into game 6 with 5 points. I mean, you're already on that at the moment. So just go and get some more kills and just don't surrender. There's no surrendering for the no surrendering boys. They should just live up to the names, see what they can get. Maybe the confidence is what they need as well, Q, and sometimes that's how you build it.
For now, seems like going to be okay with just going about their looting and figuring out where they want to go. You know, I feel like No Surrender, you had mentioned earlier, has the potential, right? A team that we know likes to frag. And just to kind of reiterate on that point you were saying, you know, a team that's been quiet thus far. I feel like one early fight, especially against a team like Las Vegas Inferno on a map that you know that they're standing right next to you, could very well be the little pick-me-up that you're looking for. As far as elsewhere on the map, though, it does look like we've got a lot of teams that are already on the move, and we very well could be looking at like a fragment to potentially like that no-name area between Fragment and Overlook sort of ending.
Interesting to see. We do have a lot of teams rotating towards that Overlook area as well, and a lot of teams in Underlook, which is kind of exciting. I do like these zones. I haven't seen one of these for a long time, so it'll be interesting to see exactly how teams play it. Now, I don't know what the name is. I've always gone for Underlook just because above it is Overlook. So we'll have to wait and see how many teams rotate in and how they play it, because you don't have that Newcastle. There is still that Watson available in these games. 20 squads still standing. Q, round 1 now underway to start closing. There's only 3 minutes left and we still have teams all out here at the moment.
You know, one of the teams that I feel like could really benefit from where this zone is heading is Team Mango, a team that landed at Geyser. And while it had a decent start to the day, it seemingly gone a little bit cold, but one big game here on World's Edge could still put them over the top when it comes to that match point. RYH trying to find a way to sustain. They'll be able to at least keep themselves alive, move back to a full 3. The only problem is, well, on their original looting, as far as over at Monument, they weren't able to find much, sitting on 3 white shields.
No, they won't. But, I mean, that's what happens, right? You're going to have to... If you prioritize rotating to zone, they're landing, I think, at Monument. So they're not going to find much. They're going to rotate. They go, hey, we got zone. Let's not do too much. Let's go and play safe now, get our spot. And I don't mind that from this team. So, yes, the downfall is that you rotate in with napkin jerseys. But, I mean, it's very, very capable for these teams to get up to their shields to blue very easily. And as we are talking about no surrender, they're now down to a solo. So it goes from worse to worse again.
Goes from worse to worse. That's... Well, if we're being honest, the worst. But yeah, they'll have to see if they can find a way to get themselves back up to full. See if they can get things going. I feel like as far as for them though, they are going to have quite a bit of a challenge. For DCG, they aren't too far away from where they need to be heading, but it does look like they've got a little bit of company. And well, for DCG, they've had a relatively quiet day, currently sitting in 14th. So again, another one of those teams that we probably look at moving into games 5, 6, and 7 and see if they start to move up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, because they only got 13 points. So if this team wants to decide to turn things around, this is a team that can get 2, 3 wins in a row. They're capable of doing it. We know they are. Which could really shake up the leaderboard a little bit as well. And I guess that's when teams start to stress out a bit as well, as the games go longer and longer here in the match point format.
Enemy over there. I'm so surprised to see. I mean, so everybody in the lobby being comfortable as far as early games, just rotating early, sitting next to people. I mean, even here, tech issues, being so close. Hold on, wait a minute. We do have the Watson that has been taken down. Maybe enough of a green light here is DCG playing up underneath, and they'll look to try and see if they can push in here as well.
Yeah, there's only one man left standing now for tech issues, and this is going to be an easy cleanup for DCG. They did well. They're going to keep the pressure on. This is a team, I'll be really sad if they don't make it, because I do feel like this team deserve it after regional finals, right? I mean, every team deserves it. You look at Remarkable Team, BCG as well, finishing in the top 8 overall standings for the whole split 2 of, you know, Pro League. So it's just a very cruel format when you think about it for LCQ.
Definitely quite the format. It's a long weekend that all kind of comes down to this, and then when you get to this point, it's basically like the whole weekend before this is all for naught, right? Because really it all comes, it's what's most important is the results of the 20 teams that are playing here now. And while you might have been able to find some success to get to this point, well, it's really all about finding a way to duplicate it. This late in the day, especially moving now, you know, games 5, 6, 7. We're getting to the point here where we're going to start seeing more teams. We're going to be putting themselves on to match points. So when we do think about teams like a DCG, one of those thoughts that starts creeping in the mind is how many more chances am I going to get to be able to put myself into that match point sort of discussion.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, same as Dreamfire, right? They're only 10 points away, but they are stuck on this northern side in Epic Center. And they will have a lot of teams rotating from that Skyhook area. You have Vegas Inferno and MDYB, but Bolan, he was ready and waiting. As I say that, he might be in some trouble himself. We'll be able to get the heals. He does have that overheal perk Q, which I think may be the best perk in the game, especially for being able to get a chance to just reset as comfortably as you can with this Bangalore.
Fire up here at Climatizer. I think they've already found one down on that. I think they were the one who took down MDYB. If not, regardless, MDYB is still sitting as a duo. On the southern side of the zone, Team Mango here in a fight. Trying to see if they can get back to their winning ways. Again, I had mentioned this is the team that was able to make some noise earlier on in the day, who fell somewhat quiet. Speaking of falling, Easy Flash now down. Also taken out. G was sitting here on this lower side, and they'll just continue to poke and prod away and see if they can force the squad down to the low ground.
Yeah, so it is BCG now. They're here for the third party. Team Mango, I think, may have just ran away, and they are going to do that as a duo now, losing Easy Flash, which is not too good, Q, because that is the man that has been doing the ham at the moment, and as in ham, that is damage. So 19 squads still standing, and Team Mango now needing to figure out how to stay alive here as a duo in these next couple of zones, because they're going to have to just hope for a crafter, I think, to fall down their way.
I definitely wouldn't want to be without Easy Flash if I'm Team Mango. I mean, Strafing Flame, an IGL that's known to be able to put players into winning spots, but without your fragger, that challenge really does become that much more of a challenge. TYK, we'd seen them have one big game earlier, but since then, also been relatively quiet. No surrender. We had mentioned how they were going to have quite a challenge on their hand here as the solo here, and Failfish is, while still been able to stay alive, unfortunately hasn't really seen anybody else in the lobby falling. Still 19 teams left, so we're going to have to continue to play Mission Impossible and see just how long they can stay alive.
19 squads. We're going to have a look at this round 3, and look at that zone. It does pull back towards the fragment kind of monument underlook area as well. Sorry, monument's over on the left, but you do have a bit of frag in this zone. It could be another Silly Billy's read here, because where they're sitting, I think, is in that car on the other side of the track. So they've decided to play that. You can see the teams on the northern side. Dreamfire have MDYB and the Las Vegas Inferno to worry about here at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know if these teams up on this Epicenter side didn't have information, or maybe thought that they were going to get one of those awkward third ring pulls, but they're going to have to try and find a way to wrap up this fight and then really focus on rotating down south. Zuzu, though, we know they've been doing a pretty good job of slaying throughout the day. Well, this time, they're the ones getting slain as MDYB will be able to come out on top.
And that's one of the teams that were close to match point, right? So that's what I mean. Now all of a sudden, the team that was closest to match point with BCG now go out. So it's open once again. We'll have to wait and see how this game's going to go as Vegas Inferno are stuck on that northern side, still trying to rotate into the south side, and Tech Issues will get eliminated as Vegas Inferno find that solo. So 17 squads left standing here, Q, and I don't really know yet just where this zone may be pulling, but BCG, they're on that eastern side of zone, moving towards, I think, Deep Cross Gaming.
Tell you what, if this zone ends up pulling more out of Fragment, more towards that no name, like you said, or more over towards Underlook, we could be in trouble because there's not a lot of coverage and houses out that way, which means this zone closing here and then the fourth ring when it closes to where we could see a lot of this lobby really start to fall. Deep Cross Gaming still trying to venture and figure out where they're going to be able to find a place to open up shop. MDYB, a lot of high ground as far as with where they're at. It's going to kind of scope up across the land. TYK, or sorry, not TYK, Las Vegas Inferno will go out.
Yeah, TYK and Las Vegas Inferno there. So Vegas Inferno and Dreamfire, two teams that are 10 points away from match point, going out very early here. So that means that there's only two teams still alive with a chance to make match point. That's BCG and Keep Going. BCG are on 49 points. They're 1 point away from hitting that 50 points. Keep Going 8 points away. So out of our 14 teams here, Q, I said that we might get close to 3 to 4. I might have to take that back because the teams that were up on the top have gone out very, very early here.
We'll make things interesting though as we go games 6, 7, 8. Surely push some of those teams over the top. BCG still have a ability to put themselves over that 50-point line. They will have to make sure they can keep themselves standing as far as here for now, as they do catch themselves in a pretty tough predicament. MDYB on the high ground here, trying to figure out if it's worth pushing down to try and wrap up this fight, as Yuling will be the first one to scout, but has to worry about the ult to keep them at a bay.
And they're in such a tough situation now. You're going to have teams everywhere looking at you. But right now, it's MDYB who have dropped off the height, and DCG have the advantage here. Once Shayo gets this bat off, he definitely will have confidence enough to rotate around and clean this up. Does look like the Maggie Ball's going to come out. I don't mind this play. Let's see how he goes because there's two knockdown shields in front of him. BCG get eliminated with 49 points, and they will not be on match point going into game number 6.
Closest team right now sitting on 42, so they'll have to make quite a bit shake to have anybody on match point moving into this next one. MDYB will be taken out by DCG. Stinky B, a lot of B's I feel like going around here, is still left alive as we do close in on that top 10. They'll be able to use the Watson fences to lock down this house here, and well, if anyone quickly pushes in, they do still have that bubble to be able to help as well. I also like the combination with the Pathfinder to be able to move out when they need to. So honestly, they're in a pretty good spot where they're sitting.
Yeah, they should be okay for now, but remarkable team. They have their hands full as Core Gaming. They're trying to rotate in. It's Reaps using the Sparrow ults to help. The R9 in the hand as well. He just needs his teammate to come and give a helping hand, and it's going to be Yukoi coming in to clean up Remarkable Team. So Remarkable Team having a very bad start here. And we're going to talk about Keep Going Gaming because they won the last World's Edge game, and right now they put themselves in a position to have a pretty good game number 4.
Yeah, they're just outside of where this ring is going to be closing, but they're in a pretty good spot where they should be able to kind of watch behind them. They know they got one team in this building off to their northwest, but if they can clear that, they should be able to walk it into this next ring from there and be able to at least create some additional cover with the rampart walls as well as with the Gibby itself. But again, as this team that's to that southwest over there, they do have to worry about the most.
Yeah, it looks like Cupid Esports. They're going to move in on to Silly Billies. Now, oh no, I'll take that back. That's Meraki. Meraki now having their hands full. They do get down one on Cupid Esports though. Black Road is the last one standing and he will get eliminated. So Cupid Esports out. Meraki doing well here. We are now down to our final 8 teams and the only team that are able to try and make match point right now is Keep Going and Silly Billy. Silly Billy still alive. 39 points currently. 4 kills in a top 8 situation.
For Keep Going Gaming, if you can get yourself a top 5 and maybe pick yourself up 2 or 3 more KP, that should just about do it for you. You'll put yourself onto match points. Stinky B, Chisu looking to get picked up here, and I think should have enough time to be able to do so. Kakoi, well, they're just outside of this ring, trying to throw some nades up across the way towards that train car, but the only problem is the team dropping in behind them. Core caught in a rough spot here. Razi now down, and Yukoi last left alive.
Yukoi doesn't get the job done there, so it will be Bad Aim team eliminated. But we'll go back to Kakoi as they're looking at Keep Going, so they can get rid of Keep Going here. And we will go into game number 6 with no teams on match point, which is absolutely insane at the moment. Keep Going are stuck as a duo on this bridge. They do get a reset. We're going to have to see how Sacto plays this. The dude has been absolutely frying today, and he will get rid of Kikoi here in a top 3 situation.
And it moves them officially over that match point scenario as well. So even if they win here, since they did not start this game on match point, it won't matter. But most importantly for them, able to put themselves over that 50-point barrier for now. But for Bad Aim team and Deep Cross Gaming, both of them could really use a win here to put themselves back into the hunt here for our LCQs. And it looks like it's going to be DCG here in game number 5. Wait, hold on just a second. It's now actually all left to Roy in a 1v2. I do believe it is. 1 HP to Dream on one player, and it looks like it's going to be too much. Nice shot from Roy, but it's not enough. Bad Aim team take game number 5.
Man, what a game of Apex. When we thought we were going to have multiple teams hit match point, we walk away with only one team going, and that will be Keep Going because of the clutch from Sacto when they did get pushed just before. So that is how the game's going to go. But what a World's Edge game, Q. I can't believe the action we get to see today.
Looking good here. First 5 maps have definitely delivered a banger. That one there for Bad Aim team delivers in a big way. A game or a team that has been relatively quiet thus far. You get yourself a 20-point game, and that should move them up quite a bit of a ways up the leaderboard. I dare I say that with just one match point team moving into game number 6, we should be looking at a couple more joining them after this one. But the way things have been playing out, Stoney, it's really too hard to say.
Yeah, we'll go and have a look at the leaderboard and see how many maybe. I'm not even going to say it because if I say it, it just doesn't ever happen that way. But GG's to Keep Going. They will head in on match point, but in this game, Bad Aim team get the win. Deep Cross Gaming second, the team that we said needed to get going a little bit. They had a really good game here. Keep Going Gaming come third, Kikoi 4th, and Meraki round out the top 5. We'll go and have a look at the series overall after 5 games, and there you have it. If it stopped now, Keep Going and BCG would be heading to Sapporo, Japan. Silly Billy's sitting third, moving up out of nowhere, but are absolutely farming. Look at the 21 placement points and the 21 kills. So they're playing very well. Dreamfire 4th and Vegas Inferno rounding out the top 5. And we're getting into game 6, which means usually this would be our last ban queue. So we'll go and have a look at which legend is definitely gone moving forward.
Oh, well, I got a spoiler on my end. I got to say, I'm kind of surprised. Who would have thought Bangalore off the board in game number 5? I guess considered a rotate legend still in their own right. So, I mean, I guess with the Wraith being off the table, can't say I'm crazy surprised, but still somewhat surprised.
I'm loving these games. It is so different without like the top 5-6 teams in our region in the lobby, right?
True.
And we get to see teams that are, you know, good enough to make a land, but they are really performing today. And so are the teams like, you know, Core Gaming that had a pretty good game in that one. And you had Silly Billies as well. So, I mean, we're in for a treat today, I think, Q, as we are moving into a game 6, which means we get to see back-to-back, hopefully back-to-back games here over on E District. But there you have it. There is the Legend Man's there. One Assault Legend gone. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Mad Maggie getting banned later down the way if it does keep on going this way. I mean, obviously the Watson lasting to game 6 is handy, especially for these E District games. But you'd think a skirmisher would be used in this game as well, especially with the movement that is needed around E District.
It should be interesting to see what people opt to go with. You figure you'll probably want to lean on at least one of between the Watson, the Rampart, or the Gibby, something to kind of help lock things down. Because again, this map here on District E or on E District, it gives a lot of room for a lot of different teams. But before we shift our focus, let's take a look at how the lobbies have been playing thus far. And while Walking L has been leading the charge, well, it looks like they're no longer the sole one at the top with 15 frags.
Nah, it does look like Shayo is going to move into second, Limo third, Yuling fourth, and MDYO Bito in the top 5. And our damage leaders, well, Selka sitting up top, DCG sitting second. You got Walking L third, DCG Rowie moving into the 4th, and Heckham. Right, rounding out our top 5. And I mean, you were talking about it. We are heading back to E District now for back-to-back games, but Dreamfire, the only team so far to get 2 wins here so far in the 5 games. But Bad Aim Team, a team we didn't really talk about much as well, showing the casters out here today, hey guys, we are here as well in these 20 teams and we're ready to play.
Did Dreamfire just get 0 points in their last 2 games?
Mm-hmm.
Is my math serving me right? They were at 40 after match 3, right? I was literally just looking at that. That's 16 KP in their 2 wins, plus the 24 points in their 2 wins. That's 40 points. And they were sitting in first, I do believe, after match number 3. And now sitting at 40. That's one of those things where frustration we were talking about earlier, Stoney, where it starts to kick in. And I guess even now a team that we should have to kind of keep our eye on as we do go back to District E. Yeah, they won last time we were here, but what's their mental look like here now next time we go to E District?
I mean, they're the last team to win on this map since we watched. So, I mean, that must hopefully mean something for them. But you're right. They have had only 40 points on the game so far, which means the 2 games they've won are the only games they have actually gotten points in this leaderboard, which is a crazy stat when you think about it out loud. But we are heading to E District, so we'll go and have a look once again at where everyone is landing, Q. And I mean, you got teams like, well, who is it? Keep Going that are alive, and they're in a pretty good spot.
Keep Going at a Neon Square, although I guess the one thing that we can say about Neon Square is if it goes that way, y'all can see all the buildings that are down there. If there is a zone that it feels like maybe doesn't favor the home team as much, the team landing in said POI, Neon Square is probably one of those. But also we know that, you know, Boardwalk tends to get a lot of love. City Hall, we saw it go to last time. So there's a chance that Keep Going is going to be able to keep their good day going as far as coming out of Neon Square. I'm also still going to be looking at teams like Team Mango out of Draft Point. Again, the team that I had mentioned, a nice start, who have been quiet. You kind of look around that left side around Energy Bank, Dreamfire, Keep Going, Team Mango, those 3. That's where I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm looking at the North teams and Silly Billies as well. Silly Billies are very close by to Stadium and a lot of teams on that eastern side of the map. You got Cupid Esports and Bearclaw Gaming. So Silly Billies most likely just going to rotate probably straight through Energy Bank, get some guns as well and some loot and move into a better position for these next games. But I mean, Q. All right, we are, what, 6 games in? It is 3 a.m. for you. It is nearly 2:30 in the morning for you, 2:30 in the afternoon for me. And we are here watching APAC-S, and we have the passion. These guys definitely have the passion because they are fighting for a spot in 2 champs. And as we know, Sapporo is going to be the home of champs for the next 2 years. I mean, how exciting is that, knowing that? I mean, of course you need top 2, but there are some teams right now that are proving that they really want to go, right? I mean, obviously it's a big weekend, but it shows in the finals games.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the top of the scoreboard, honestly, 2 spots ain't enough, but unfortunately that is all that is allotted at this point in the split. You weren't able to get yourself one of those top spots to be able to secure up through LCQ points, as well as through split number 2 at the regional finals, as well as winning split 2 itself. So unfortunately, this is the situation that you have found yourself in. And ironically enough, I don't know if there's really any teams at the top that we can say have been like, what's the best way of putting this? I feel like usually when we get to this point, there's a team that's been at the top. We're like, oh, it's been their day. They've had a solid, in this case, 5 games that they're due now. Mm-hmm. I feel like a lot of our teams up at the top have been very up and down, which one has led us to the point where even teams down in 9th, 10th as Konkoy and MDYB, a big win here still puts them also up at match point, despite the fact that they're sitting mid-pack. Which means for teams like Keep Going, you wonder how many more opportunities you're going to get, despite the fact that this is your first chance at match point.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's anything to go off for Keep Going, they that hold that they did in that fight, that 1v3, if it does come down to a 3v3 fight, I feel like Keep Going, they have a lot of confidence in themselves to win. And you know, walk away with a match point win right now. I know they're the only team on match point, and there's a lot of pressure when it comes to that, but I feel like they have a lot of confidence in themselves. And we'll go and have a look exactly where they are. As we know, Keep Going, Selka doing all the work for his team. Sakto obviously getting the clutch in that last game, but you know, I feel like they have the confidence here, Q, to try and finish it right now. But I mean, I hope it's not finishing right now, but I feel like they do have that confidence if it came down to that final 3v3.
I mean, I definitely feel like that they have shown to be capable of it, even here over the course of this evening. But E-District, as we did mention the last time that we were here, Stoney, pretty much wherever we go, we know that there's a good chance that it's going to be a pretty packed end game. It looked like we could very well be heading out for eastwards, the ways of potentially Galleria or Uptown, but it is still too early to call. But of course, if it does go that way, keep in mind, BCG, 1 point away from match point. Silly Billies only need a handful of points to be able to move up to match point. This is that point in the series where over the course of these next couple of games, we could be moving from 1 to 3, 5, 6, 8 teams on match point over the course of the next 3 games.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. This is so, like, I sit here, I don't know about you, Q, but I'm sitting here watching 20 teams book a ticket to Sapporo. Do you know how, I was nearly going to swear, but you know how crazy it is just to sit here being able to watch these games. And I'm privileged. I'm really, you know, happy to be here and to try and hype up these teams, especially the ones that are so close right now to, you know, making their dreams a reality. I feel like it just is it's a surreal moment. It just makes you feel good to be sitting here watching these games.
Yeah, and when you've already seen, like, region favorites already be able to lock things in, like a Gen G during the regular season, or even you've had some great stories like BGB being able to lock things in the regional finals, and a young talent like Metro. Who are the teams that are going to be able to step up today and be able to solidify their story? It does look like we finally got our first fight happening here on E-District and map number 6. They don't happen very, very often. Easy though, made that player disappear in a flash. That one quite easy here for Team Mango.
Yeah, just like a flash. did Easy do it. So they'll be pretty happy with themselves. And you know, Team Mango, to be honest, they're only one good game away from match point as well. So it's not like they're 100 points away from it. They're literally, you know, 2-3 kills and a win. Or even, I don't even think they just need a win to make match point. So, oh, sorry, nine points right now. That's all they need, Team Mango, to make match point. And they're more than capable to doing it, Q. And I feel like this may be the game that we might see it.
Care package over there.
I'd say right now, with what we've seen from probably our top 10 teams, any one of them could have a quote-unquote average finish for themselves and be right around that match point threshold. That's going to be what makes things so fun moving forward, as we do find ourselves getting relatively late. I mean, you know, we had talked about the surprise after games 3, 4, 5 about having nobody close to match point, but that's what leads to things like this, is where so much weight, even on these early engagements in game number 6.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a lot of teams setting up at Electro Dam. So, I mean, we've seen a lot of these in the last couple of days as well. And it'll be interesting to see. Teams need to make their way in very early. Kukui in a pretty good spot. They do lose their Watson, Jen, and Fences. But it is Bad Aim Team. The boys that won game number 5 that are overlooking them here for game 6.
I gotten blessed with 2 team fights here, Stoney. I don't know how many we're gonna get here in these first couple of rounds. Generally, I feel like we don't see but just the one in round number 1. I think part of what we're seeing is the anxiousness of some of these teams that are sitting more middle pack, and well, you wonder how much that's going to affect as we continue moving more northeastwards here, more up towards a team like Bad Aim Team, who did drop up here at Electro Dam, who have been given a zone, and they just had a good performance in our previous game to be able to move themselves quite up a bit into the leaderboard. Another strong performance for them. All of a sudden, they're in the mix.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. I mean, and they kind of sitting in God spot, right, on that height. I feel like they can just play it for a fair while, too. They don't need to rotate in or anything crazy. Yes, you will have to watch the teams pushing you, but let's see if Failed Fish can get a down here with that Sentinel. Will not be able to get it, but this is a team, Kion, I'm not joking, they really could just get a win out of nowhere with like 17 kills, and all of a sudden they're in the conversation for match point as well.
I feel like APAC South always has one of those teams that has the threat from Challenger Circuit, even thinking of you know, the old XNY roster, who has now become quite known at this point for just being a staple of consistency at the top. You know, it all starts with kind of having those hopes and dreams from Challenger Circuit, and for some of those teams, you get to prep and get more excited, even just with a decent performance here in a lobby with some of the best within your region. TYK, team we mentioned and saw earlier, had one decent game, but outside of that, the spicy soup hasn't quite had the same bite to it.
Nah, Stinky B though, very close by to TYK, and it does look like TYK understand that they need to be aggressive now, right? So, looks like they're pretty keen to fight this very early, and Stinky B, I mean, it's a team that can hold their own as well, but they're kind of just running out to somewhere they're not safe.
I always get so anxious here as far as in that middle part of the game and district here in E-District, because you got so many teams that have started to clutter up towards the northwest zone, but you've also got right now, what, 4 teams down towards draft point that are so far away that have to move their way in. You know, teams like No Surrender here, TYK. You've also got Stinky B so close, and all of these teams, or should I say a better way of putting it, none of these teams are in a position where they can afford an early elimination either. So just they're so the tension so high.
It is. Look at them all on that south side too, and it's not like they just have a slight jog to energy bank for a zone. They're heading to the most north part of this zone, or one of them, in Electro Dam. So, you know, they do need to get a move on. It does look like we might see a little bit of Silly Billies versus MDYB action right now. And this is a team that we need to get on match point as well.
They've had a decent day here, but it would be kind of tough to see them fall here so early in match number 6. But MDYB was one of those teams that we had mentioned heading into game number 6, where, yeah, still sitting in the mid-30s as far as their points, 33 to be exact, but strong
Silly
game here
Billies.
could also still put them up into that match point. Silly Billies, though, will fall.
Yeah, Silly Billies, they do get eliminated, so they will go down here. Team that was only 8 points away from match point. They're going to have to hope that Keep Going do get eliminated to keep their dreams alive.
On board with MDYB as they continue their trek towards the zone here. Is they had a bit of a haul, but they don't have too far to go as far as for now. We had mentioned earlier the 3 teams that are all down by draft point. No Surrender, Tom Young Kung, as well as Stinky B. Well, they've pretty well all made their way up north and into this next zone. So they've been able to, have a gentleman's agreement, I guess you could call it. But PCG, while they are currently in the zone, they want to try and see if they can take this house here, because the more cover, the better. The only problem is, well, where they're pushing up into. Around the other side is Las Vegas Inferno, and they're a team that like to fight.
Yeah, Mosu with the beautiful shots. You will need to be careful. They do have crypto available, DCG. So they might use the crypto ult here just to get rid of the Watson fences. But as I say that, they do drop down Vegas Inferno, and they're going to try and clean up Deep Cross Gaming here very early on. There's one man left standing, and just like that, Deep Cross Gaming, they're going to get eliminated, and Vegas Inferno are down to a duo.
This zone, while it is, yeah, sure, still relatively early, it's still so packed. I'm not sure if they're going to have the ability to get their third back, especially when Dreamfire full sends that thing. Is able to get one and knock. You can see the rest of the squad pulling on up, and well, Dreamfire successfully says that this building is ours, as we see Vegas Inferno eliminated in 16.
Yeah, Vegas Inferno gone, so two teams very close to match point once again getting eliminated. It does look like Bearclaw Gaming have made their way into match point as well, so they're just going to hope to God that Keep Going Gaming do not win this game. We'll go and have a look exactly where Keep Going are, and I don't mind their spot here, Q, if it does pull back towards that western side of zone. They might be okay here in these final stages of this game.
They will have to worry about No Surrender and Core Gaming, who are off to their west a little bit, but either of those fights could be isolated fights here for Keep Going. Plus, they are on that little bit of that height like you had talked about, so I definitely love as far as where Keep Going are standing for now. They also have tech issues who are relatively close, I guess you could say, as far as where they're at, but yeah, I mean, I think also too, when you look at their composition, right, you've got both the Rampart as well as the Gibby to be able to hunker down, while you also have that Mad Maggie to be able to remove people who are trying to do the same thing.
It's going to be interesting as they have to try and hold it down at the moment. We can see all 15 teams trying to make their way into this round 3 zone. Not leaving it to the last minute here, Q, as they're trying to find a spot to play, but there is round 3 closing right now, 40 seconds, and it does look like Keep Going are about to get into maybe an altercation here with Core Gaming as they are making their move in here and get rid of our match point team.
It's like for now, this is an isolated fight, but it's going to be up to Core Gaming. See if they can take our sole match point team and send them back to the lobby. Tech issues 24/7 will be taken out in that top right-hand corner of your screen. Core Gaming now down to a 2. It's Reaps going to be moving forward. Last one left alive. The EVA 8 in hand. They're now in a tough spot here, Stoney.
Yeah, and it does look like there's a third party moving in as well, and it is No Surrender. So No Surrender will come in to clean up Core Gaming. It does look like Keep Going Gaming do get eliminated as well. So we will be going to a Game 7 here for our LCQ finals, which means BCG will get a chance to win it as they have been eliminated as well. But do just make match point on 51 points. No surrender now, in a lot of trouble because here comes the team of TYK trying to get some KP and points for themselves here as well.
We mentioned how there's the opportunity for multiple teams to be able to move themselves on to match point over the course of game number 6. Still a chance for a few more teams to do so, as we have yet to even move into that top 10 scenario. One of the teams that felt like they were on the cusp of still having that chance of getting there was MDYB. And if you wrap up this fight, well, you could just about be there. No surrender is out, so that means we are officially down to a top 10. The boys, though, still trying to keep themselves standing.
Yep, we have only 2 teams still on match point. The 2 teams that are the closest right now, MDYB, oh sorry, 3 teams. MDYB, Mango, and Dreamfire. Mango and Dreamfire still alive as well. And it does look like the boys will get the down here. They're going to be aggressive on this move. And it looks like they will try and get rid of another team. And that is MDYB, Q, that I was just saying, very close to match point themselves.
Fortunate time to go out, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, as it does officially become official in the top right-hand corner. Boys will suffer a down. They should be able to get that one right back on up, though. Team Mango, however, they've been able to read this one pretty darn well. They find themselves right in the middle of the zone. The only problem is they don't have too much coverage to be working along here as well. Meraki's trying to see if they have the ability to get in their third. I don't think they will. Instead, we'll have to play this thing out as a duo. And now left at this point, T-Bone might be the last left alive.
And Meraki trying to get some points on the board. They haven't had the best day, but they are now down to a solo. So it doesn't look like it is going to get much better for Meraki. They will get eliminated. The boys may be in some trouble as well. We are now down to our final 8 squads. Team Mango Dreamfire still alive here, looking to try and get on match point. We also have TYK trying to stay alive as a solo, and it seems like we're going to have a lot less teams left alive than we have seen in the final stages of these round 5 and 6 zones.
Well, the last one left alive as far as for Tom Young Kung, Dreamfire. Currently left as a duo for Zuzu here in 3MZ. The good news is they're not in this next zone, so no one should really be rotating into them. The problem, though, is I don't know if they've really got themselves a free route into this next ring either. Tom Young Kung will officially fall here, as now it's Team Mango. It's going to try and see if they can get their gimme back into it. Strafing Flame, unfortunately, found themselves on the ground. Back to their feet they go, and the bubble should give them this cover that's needed to be able to reset.
Yeah, the team that won the last game, Q, we were talking about how they didn't need to move from that northern side. They've dropped off the height, holding that north side still. They haven't really had to do much. They haven't done a lot either, but they have put themselves in a really good spot to win back-to-back games, though. So 7 squads left standing, and it is Bad Aim Team trying to get another victory here. As we change over, have a look at Cupid Esports. They're very close to Kukoi, and just quietly, Kukoi and Cupid Esports, they're just sticking around, Q. They're a team that are very capable to making some noise as well.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't have imagined Kukoi sitting already at 35 points, but that's as far as they'll be able to climb, at least here in game number 6. We do still have a few teams, as you had mentioned before, or within striking distance of that match point. Dreamfire 4 points away, Team Mango 5 points away, and the list does not stop there, but it feels like those are at least the ones worth noting at this point. Here, as far as while we're in this trial, it will be Cupid Esports, however, in a fight here on that main floor, and unfortunately, all left to Black Road. It's one final 1v1, and pulls out the 30-30, not going to be able to land the shot. Swings and misses, finally is able to hit it, but will eventually be stuck in a tough spot. Here's last left alive.
Yeah, he's going to get eliminated, the boys. So Stinky B, Cupid Esports, all gone here. Team Mango and Dreamfire staying alive, and I feel like it doesn't matter at the moment. Whoever gets eliminated, if Dreamfire or Mango get eliminated here, one of those teams will make match point because of placement points. So it is now the playing game. Our final 4 teams left alive, Q. And I mean, it is coming down now to these final moments if we're going to have 4 teams on match point or only 2.
Looks like Team Mango trying to figure out what the move is here. Was pointing out behind the team. I'm not sure exactly what they had spotted over that way. Going to make sure that their 6 is cleared. No, that is the solo. Easy Flash recognized that though, because if so, it should be an easy decision. The full send up there, because we have 2 separate solos that are we have the one solo that's left alive. That's exactly who they're looking at. But instead, they're letting them hang around.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice and patient game here, and I don't mind that. They do understand it's a solo now. They're trying to get the finish, and they will get that kill. That is going to put Team Mango and Dreamfire both on match point. So we'll be heading into game number 7 with 4 teams on match point. Hopefully Dreamfire and Team Mango do not waste their wins right now. They need to keep this momentum going, and we are now down to our final 3 teams, Q. Dreamfire, Bad Aim Team, and Team Mango. Now, also, Bad Aim Team are able to make match point if they can clean up both these teams and get the victory.
I think if Bad Aim Team can finish the fights 4 seconds. Oh no, those are
No, they need to get the win.
Yeah, they need to get the win and have a majority of the frags as well. So maybe 4 teams is all that we will have left, but hey, you know what? Let's see how this thing finishes out. It's all 3 squads. Left is a full 3. Dreamfire has the zone right on their rear, but the EMP will help clear a little bit of additional space. Team Mango looking to climb up from the low ground. Bad Aim Team now taken out, and it's Dreamfire versus Team Mango. Easy Flash, clear clip with the R99, able to find the first knock.
Yeah, he needs to try and get a bat. Maybe he can go to that box and maybe try and get the shield swap here, but he will be able to stand behind the bubble, get this bat off. It will stick with the man himself. As we know, he can do some crazy things, and it is going to be a 2v2 situation. Easy Flash down to the only little bit of health, and Dreamfire will get the game 6 victory and move into match point with the most points as well here, Q, in our lobby.
Hey, you know what? And we're going back to E-District as well. So, I mean...
They're the only team that's won on E-District yet, so...
Yeah, so they've got the back-to-back wins on this map. Who knows if they can make it 3 in a row? Could very well end things in game number 6. But what a game for Dreamfire. We literally were just talking about them in the break about how hot and how cold this team had been on the day. And they turn around and get another win.
Yeah, they are hopefully not just using all their cookies already in the jar. So they need to, you know, hopefully they can get another win, because all of a sudden they've won half the games we've watched today. So, you know, that is now the question. Can they win the ones that matter? And we'll go and have a look at the summary. And it is Dreamfire with a victory, 21 points. Team Mango second with 14. Bad Aim Team third. The boys rounding out the 4th, and Cupid Esports in the top 5. And we'll have a look at our series overall, Q, and you can tell us exactly what it looks like right now as we move into our game number 7.
Oh, this is the leaderboard that really matters, right? Because the top 2 at the end of the day are the ones who punch their tickets to Sapporo. And if things were to end right now, if either Dreamfire or Keep Going were to win, well, Dreamfire and Keep Going would be the 2 teams that punch their tickets. But Team Mango and Bear Claw Gaming both knocking on the doorstep. Team Mango tied with Keep Going Gaming, and Bear Claw Gaming sitting 1 point behind. So the top has gotten quite interesting.
Very interesting. Very interesting. But what more is interesting is what legend we're going to have banned next, because usually we don't get a legend banned after game number 6, but we are getting one today. So we're going to have a look which legend is gone here, and it will be Watson. I'm pretty sure Watson will be getting eliminated. Could be wrong though. We'll have to wait and see as we get in,
because it's cumulative at this point, right?
It goes by who's the most picked overall 6 games. So
yeah,
there'll be a lot. It is Watson, so there's going to be a Watson ban. Very lucky. I did say I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Mad Maggie ban coming up, but we'll have to wait and see exactly how it looks here for game number 7. I mean, Q, I may be crazy, but I don't think we're going to see the games end before game 8.
I mean, maybe, but the numbers are already going to slowly start favoring the other way. What, we've got 4 going into this next game, and most of our wins have been comprised of that of those 4. Although I guess not really a fair number to use when Dreamfire has 3 of them. But on your screen, you'll at least be able to see the 6 legends that will be unavailable as we do get ready to head off to our 3rd iteration of E-District here for APAC South LCQs. As far as for our first 6 matches, those are your winners there. Unsurprisingly, when you look at Dreamfire, is currently sitting at the top off the back of 3 dubs.
Yep. 3 dubs out of 6 games. That is insane. And this is what I'm scared, right? I hope to God they just haven't taken all the wins out of their bag already. I hope that they can keep this going, because right now they look scary. They look really scary. They look like the Dreamfire we know and love. And I know for a fact that if we do head to Sapporo with Dreamfire there is going to be a huge support system and a lot of fans out there ready to see Dreamfire back in Sapporo. So if it is an APAC South and an Apex kind of ending that you would love to see for year 5, I feel like the Dreamfire story would be on the top of the list.
And I just feel like it's very much that same story that we had seen from regional finals with Deep Cross Gaming, right? How it won 2 so early, and then you were like, you just need 1 more. And we kept asking when it was going to come across, and it never did. Let's go ahead and take a look at our top 5 in kills, as we have had a change here. But honestly, when you look at the top 5 names, while maybe the order has shifted a little bit, these top 5 players really have been holding it down since match number 1.
Yep. It will be interesting to see if they can keep it going as well. As DCG Shayo now hits the front with 16 kill, Walking L with 15, Limo with 14, Yuling with 14, and Obito with the 13 as well. We'll have a look at our damage leaders, and it will be Selka leading the way with 8.3k. We have Shayo with the 7.5. We got their Bad Aim team making their way in as well. Walking L in the 4th, and Easy Flash staying in the top 5. But for us, Q, that is 6 games of Apex. We have a whole lot of games again. Maybe not a whole lot, but we have, 3 teams on match point now? Team Mango, 4 teams. Right? That's right, yes. It is BCG, Dreamfire, Team Mango, and Keep Going Gaming. So 4 teams are on match point, and they are, there's a 10-minute break between these games. So hopefully they're sitting there, going to the toilet, having their chance to just relax, get a drink, and maybe something to nibble on. Come back, lock in, and realize this is the game to book your ticket to Japan Sapporo. And before we go into a break, tickets are still available. Go and get yourself some tickets.
Go pick them up. Tickets are hot. Looked like it was a lot of fun last year. I tell you what, I wish it was looking like it was in the bankroll for your boy to go. Still gonna try and see if I can pull it off. Because all I heard and all I saw last year around was how much fun it all was. Promises to be the same this time around. Plus, as Stony has said, you get to hang out with the homie Stony if you get to go to Sapporo. So, really, what more can you ask for?
Yeah, exactly. Just come and hang out with me. Give me a beer, a cuddle, or a Pokemon card. I don't care. Either or either, I'm not hard to please. But game number 7 is just around the corner, guys. Sit back, relax. We'll be right back with you with some more Apex action.
There was just absolutely zero cover.
Yeah, there's no cover in front of them and a couple of teams behind them here, and they drop right on down, and it's going to be all sorts of just fight here with, they got Saul behind them. I think there's another team that's right in front of them as well, as we actually see Saul will ascend up to the top on the high ground. The PK out by Jesco, putting in that work.
Okay.
Able to take down NML. The question now becomes, can you sustain? Because you got to find a way to get Legacy. No, they're not getting Legacy up here. They're actually just going to play the rest of this thing out here as a duo and see if they can find themselves a spot in this next circle.
Yeah, that's why this rotate is so dangerous. There's no way to try and recover teammates. As we are going to see, oh my goodness, Jesco absolutely fries Witness Me. Going to get that first knock, but the ring, the damage is too great. He didn't move in time. And BCG play that absolutely masterfully. And they will take the high ground, as you mentioned here, as the nades are rolling in still. The fuse in full effect at the moment as they are just shooting fish in a barrel at the moment. Smile W are going to go down. We have 3 squads remaining. BCG in prime position to take game 1. Yeah, we're going to see Source Gaming ending up going down, which means BCG are the last team remaining. Peacekeeper in the face. Limo goes in. Heck is going to go down. This could very quickly turn away. Oh, no. It has not gone to plan for BCG. They go down at different moments, get isolated, and it's JD Gaming to take the first match. Also needing to make an aggressive play because this is a very, very risky position for them to be, and they kind of have to send it because there are so many teams around them. Stinky B need to be careful, though, as plenty of teams are going to be looking in their direction with all this noise they make. As Shisu has been knocked, it looks like Stinky B are still going to commit ahead onto this rotate, and this has not gone to plan whatsoever. Stinky B are going to get absolutely ripped apart here. It's going to be Wolves and JD Gaming to take them out. In the kill feed as well, it looks like, as yeah, they are being absolutely sent here. It's Fizz6 who are on them. This is our game 1 winners needing to try and stay alive, as we are going to see Johnny R getting the trade out. The Peacekeeper shots are coming through, but it's all down to XD, and he can't land the final shots. Fizz6 are going to take down our game 1 winners here in game number 2.
To find the second shot, but other teams having to move in as boogie boarders to be able to have at least a height here from Cascade Falls to look down on the opposition. The only problem is Panayi has gotten caught overextending, and that is one of your players who's supposed to help with the rotation. And now it's going to be Rocky and Metro, who are your 2 last left alive. One of which being VK Gaming, who is going to have to try and find a way to move their last little bit into the zone, pushing here up against Kakoi. Unfortunately, though, the PK not going to be enough there. 2 players down. Casa almost falls, but Kakoi will fall first.
Yeah, third party immediately coming in, though. VK Gaming are going to be cleaned up. Dreamfire as well going down, but Metro on 3 kills at the moment, playing very nicely as a solo, but this is not a 1v3 you're gonna win.
But it is the Wolves who continue to spray on down, keep going, gonna try and push over the cross of the edge and see if they can find themselves the last fight. It's a 3v3, and right now is the Gibby that falls, not going to be able to make any work here. Sacto the last left alive.
And Sacto cannot do it. The Wolves have come in hunting as a pack, and they will take back-to-back wins.
Kakoi also in a position where they're going to have quite the rotate in front of them, so they realize they've got to start moving with a sense of urgency. The only problem is Strafing Flame already taking some shots, so Cassans is kind of off in front of everybody else by themselves just for an extra moment, and with that EMP coming in, might have to consider falling back. The ult will be popped, so it gives them a little bit of extra mobility, but unfortunately Cassans will end up falling, as does VC, leaving Strafing Flame, the last one left alive, trying to use the ult to get the cover, but the only problem is they're the last one left alive. They're clean pickings, sends the boys back to the lobby, but VKG still have to worry about who's inside on the other half.
Yeah, they do indeed, as we do see. I believe that is Boogie Boarders that have come in, as Metro has taken down the Ash. VK Gaming.
All right, game number 7. 4 teams on match points. It could all finish right now, Q. We could have a early ending and give us a good 8 hours rest, or we could be going another 6 and only get a 4 hours rest. But we'll have to wait and see how that's going to go here, because we have 4 teams on match point. I think I was just thinking in my head when I was on that break, Dreamfire, when they lose, don't get a single point. So they usually win, lose, win, lose. So it's going to be an interesting, very interesting game here. And I mean, the Strafing Flame and Easy Flash to Champs stream is still alive as well.
Sign me up for the Easy Flash and Strafing Flame to Champs bandwagon, I guess, I suppose. Definitely one I feel like I said at the beginning of the day I would like to see, and they've been holding up thus far, but there's really nothing that's guaranteed at the top as far as for right now. I mean, we go into this 4 teams already on match point, so obviously any of them 4 can win, but not only that, we've seen that the points at the top between those 4 pretty darn close as well. So even if you've had a good day here, 1 or 2 zeros, all of a sudden you're on the outside looking in when we're talking about those champ qualifying spots.
It does look like we do have 2 DCs as well. So 2 DCs here for this game. We'll have to have a reset. But yes, I mean, the Team Mango story would be a huge one. I feel like Strafing Flame has done everything and anything to try and get back to champs ever since leaving our CADs here. And I feel like it would be really cool to see Strafing Flame and Easy Flash both on the same stage again together with Crumbs. I feel like that is a story that would be very well talked about going into Japan. So we'll have a look as we are getting into another lobby, but we have our 6 band legends. What are you looking for? We're going to have a look at the legends actually. What are you looking for as we get into these next 6 games? Who do you feel like may be getting used a little bit more moving forward?
I feel like it's about due time that we start seeing a few more catalysts. But I feel like when we talk about on E-District, generally you'll see teams still want to rely on one of those more defensive legends. And the 2 that are still on the table that stand out, obviously, are the Rampart or the Gibby. I feel like Rampart gives you a little bit more diversity, especially when it comes to being able to use those walls inside of buildings and stuff. So, you know, I feel like that's probably where I'd be keeping my eye on. Also, maybe even Ash for those rotates as well.
Yeah, the Ash pick I'd like to see. I feel like Ash really does excite us a little bit with how all these games have been going. As we get into another lobby. But even Pathfinder, I feel like Pathfinder on E-District is such an exciting gameplay. I mean, that's obviously why, you know, you see Easy Flash out there on him at the moment, because of the way they play. But also looking forward to maybe those controller legends to get rebanned. Like, if we can get a Caustic out for a game 9, that would be insane.
It would be really cool to see have we ever had that?
Not in APAC South. No, I've never seen it in APAC South.
Yeah, I was even just trying to think in our other regions where we've had some, because I don't think we've had that long of match points since the ban. Like I even think back, like APAC North had that like 13 game banger, but that was before legend bans started coming across. I don't know if we've had a region that's actually unlocked that yet, so that'd be really cool.
I think in scrims, I've seen a couple of NA scrims that there's been a bring in of a legend, but other than that, yeah, I don't seen it happen. I mean, the craziest stat for me today is that there's no recon legend banned yet either. So we haven't seen a recon legend yet go out of here. We are, you know, getting into the final stages of the games, and I feel like we might see a lot of Sparrows coming out here, Q, because teams need to rotate in, especially those 4 teams that are on match point. They need to know where those teams are in front of them. I feel like we might see maybe a fair few recon legends coming out.
I feel like back in the day, I wouldn't have been surprised if we saw more cryptos, but I feel like that's been becoming less and less evident here as of late. So yeah, maybe seeing Sparrow off the table for sure. Again, we will be going back to E-District here for game number 7, and I think going to be important for teams that prioritize E-District in their like POI draft. This has to be your point, especially if you're one of the 4 teams that are on match point, because you're not going to get to see E-District again until what, map 12? So if you're relying on a strong performance here on East District, like it's now or never.
It is,
You're
yeah.
probably not getting back to it.
Nah. And I mean, now that you've said that, we probably will. But, oh, God. I bloody hope not. But we don't know anyways, as we get into these games. You know, I feel like if it does pull down South Team Mango, I feel like the teams that are on match point, if they get gifted a zone, I feel like they may finish it here. That's how I'm looking at it for game number 7. I feel like if it is a gifted zone, that team will win. So if it does pull towards Keep Going or Team Mango or, you know, who else we got out there? We got BCG on the right side and MDY. No, Dreamfire. So Dreamfire, yeah. It'll be interesting.
I mean, Dreamfire's won both.
It has, yeah. And
both
then
districts, so
they haven't stayed in their POI at all.
I feel like with the rate that we have been seeing more northern and western zones as of late, we're about due for another one out. Although I guess we were kind of more out stadium way in that last one. Yeah, kind of hard to say, really. I'll be honest, E-District is still one of those ones that for me, like, I don't know if I have got a particular zone that like I hate seeing yet. It's still like such a new map compared to the other two that like, hey, send me anywhere and I'm good with it. You know?
Yeah, no, I agree. But like you can kind of enjoy any gameplay when it's on E-District, especially in these final stages of the game, especially when it's coming to the final moments, because a lot of these teams, it's now or never. And I feel like this is something I want to talk about, Q. You're on match point, right? You know you need to win, but you know that if you don't win and another team that does wins and you need to be second, are you being aggressive as right now just to get those extra kills, extra placements? Or are you playing it still safe, just going, okay, we know where zone is, let's just go and set up, we'll get our KP as they rotate in? Like, is that in the back of your mind? Because you know, okay, this is really close. What is it, like 2 points different between top and second? So how do they play that?
I think of the 4 teams that are currently on match point, if there's a team that would slow things down and I think be okay with it, it's Team Mango. And I think that's just strictly because of the experience on that team, playing at the highest of levels when you talk about Easy Flash and Strafing Flame, and being okay with being able to switch up the pace and not really lose stride as far as where they're at on the day. But I do think if you are Keep Going Gaming, if you're Dreamfire, if we know anything about BCG, it's that they should continue to play, just play their game, continue to play aggressive, because it is so tight up at the top of the leaderboard that, you know, say what you want about match point. I think we all can agree that at least as spectators, we love it. As competitors, yeah, sometimes it is about being gifted a zone. So if you aren't gifted a zone, you got to control what you can control, which is getting your KP. So yeah, I think you keep playing aggressive.
I think you play aggressive. I mean, I don't think BCG will change how they play as well. I mean, that's probably their advantage they have right now. Obviously, BCG with the kills that they have. You know, as we wait for these teams to get in, like, we still have a lot of teams, though, in that bottom 10 side of the lobby queue that are able to make some noise, even though we have our top 4 that have been very, you know, heavy in the wins and the kills and the placement. I do feel like there's a lot of teams in that bottom 10 that are very close to making some noise and getting a victory themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Deep Cross Gaming is just on their own, right? 6 KP along with the win, and they're on match point. They're all the way down in 12th, right? I mean, Stinky B, 8 KP with a win, puts you up on the match point as well. So it's still definitely anybody's ball game, but I think that's also why it goes back to that point that you were just asking about for the teams, the Dreamfires, the Keep Goings, the Team Mangoes, the Bear Claw Gamings. Dreamfire, while, yeah, you have a 9-point gap, that can disappear quick, fast, and in a hurry. But Keep Going, Team Mango, and Bear Claw Gaming, if Dreamfire wins, all being separated by just a point right now. 1 point potentially being the difference between qualifying for Sapporo and not, that's anxiety inducing, let me tell you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the craziest thing to look at right now is like the difference between the placement points between the top 3 teams, and then there's BCG. They have like 13 placement points and 38 kills, and they're still, I mean, I only just made match point just then, but you know, that would be making you very nervous, knowing as well, you know, you got Cupid Esports, Vegas Inferno, Silly Billies, Spat Aim Team that are just there. I mean, Vegas Inferno haven't got a win yet. They always get a win when I've casted them. Nearly every time I've watched them play, they have won a game. So I'm not saying yet that it is over, because you still have teams like that out here that aren't on match point. So will be interesting. Be interesting as we're just waiting for one of the admins to get into the game. But you know, who are you looking at in that bottom 10 queue to maybe make some noise?
I mean, I think it would be very we'd be very remiss to not mention Deep Cross Gaming. A team that struggled at the start of split number 2, but got hot at the end of split number 2. Looked like they were going to have the miracle run in the regional finals to be able to punch their ticket Sapporo. Ended up falling just a bit short, and now all of a sudden hurting in a big way. But like I said, one big game here on E District. Let's say for a team that does land in Boardwalk, which I think is one of the more winning points out of E District, if I'm not mistaken. So if you get gifted a ring here, you're right in it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I feel like I'm really hoping that Remarkable team can turn this around as well. It does look like Dreamfire are having a little bit of trouble now trying to connect to lobbies, which is sad, actually, to be honest. If you're a Dreamfire player, because they've been doing so well, hopefully they can get back in here. Free MZ, but you know, I want to talk about Remarkable team because I feel like they're you know, due as well for a pretty big game, and I'm pretty sure they won game number 2. Who won game number 2? I can't remember who exactly. No, it was Keep Going Gaming. But Remarkable team, you know, they haven't proved yet exactly that they belong in this lobby, but we definitely know that they do. So it is, you know, it's these kind of games, especially match point, that keeps the dream alive for a lot of those teams on the bottom 10, especially if they can just keep their mental right. They can turn anything around moving forward in these ones.
We go into game number 7 here, Sony. 8 teams above 40 points. So with 4 of them already being on match point, it means the other 4 very easily could put themselves over to that match point. And as we keep talking about, you look down towards teams like DCG, Stinky B, a manageable win. It doesn't even have to be a high KP win. 6-8 kills ain't really asking for too much. Could put them up there as well. So when you do look at teams like a Remarkable team, who you were just talking about, they are going to turn things around. It feels like it has to be now. Because when you look back at the top of the scoreboard, Dreamfire, Keep Going, Team Mango, BCG, it's only a matter of time before one of those teams picks up a dub.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the fun thing, right? That is such like the best thing about Matchpoint. Is the best thing that's been brought into esports for sure, especially into Apex. But it is cruel. I mean, you said it before. It's cruel knowing that that's the only way that you can kind of book yourself a ticket, and then you add to have really good games as well and come second. I would be so upset if I come third by a point in this next game. So we're about to get into our game number 7, or hopefully. Looks like we have maybe one DC, but we'll see how we go here. But hopefully we will get into this game. If we don't, I'm going to be putting a BRB video on for everyone. But 59 out of 60 players, 4 teams on match point, game 7. Cinema, Apex Cinema.
We are officially into the thick of it, where now every game truly does matter. There's going to be getting to a point here in another game or two where most fights are going to be about whether or not a match point team remains in a lobby. So that's always the fun about when we get to this point in these match point finals, game 7s, 8s, 9s. Generally, that's about where they end, 8 and 9, but we have seen them go the distance to 12, 13 in the past. And, as much as we have talked about, long day potentially ahead of us, but I'm here for it if we happen to not be able to. It looks like it is, 59 who have made it in. I don't know if we have gotten a restart call yet or not. If not, Stinky B is going to have to play this thing out as a duo. Which would be a tough scenario to be in. If there's anything, though, that the early character select screen is letting us know, it is, in fact, that Ash is going to be out in full force here in match number 7.
Yes, it will be. But we are definitely having a restart, guys. So we are sorry. Sit back, relax. I'm going to give you back with another BRB. We'll be back with some more Apex action just around the corner. Hopefully, game number 7 will not be the last one, or it will be the last one for the teams that want to book it. And all the BCG fans in the stands will most likely really want this one to be the last one. So we'll be right back with game number 7 just around the corner.
There was just absolutely zero cover.
Yeah, there's no cover in front of them and a couple of teams behind them here, and they drop right on down, and it's going to be all sorts of just fight here with, they got Saul behind them. I think there's another team that's right in front of them as well, as we actually see Saul will ascend up to the top on the high ground. The PK out by Jesco, putting in that work.
Okay.
Able to take down NML. The question now becomes, can you sustain? Because you got to find a way to get Legacy. No, they're not getting Legacy up here. They're actually just going to play the rest of this thing out here as a duo and see if they can find themselves a spot in this next circle.
Yeah, that's why this rotate is so dangerous. There's no way to try and recover teammates. As we are going to see, oh my goodness, Jesco absolutely fries Witness Me. Going to get that first knock, but the ring, the damage is too great. He didn't move in time. And BCG play that absolutely masterfully. And they will take the high ground, as you mentioned here, as the nades are rolling in still. The fuse in full effect at the moment, as they are just shooting fish in a barrel at the moment. Smile W are going to go down. We have 3 squads remaining. BCG in prime position to take game 1. Yeah, we're going to see Source Gaming ending up going down, which means BCG are the last team remaining. Peacekeeper in the face. Limo goes in. Heck is going to go down. This could very quickly turn away. Oh, no. It has not gone to plan for BCG. They go down at different moments, get isolated, and it's JD Gaming to take the first match. Also needing to make an aggressive play because this is a very, very risky position for them to be, and they kind of have to send it because there are so many teams around them. Stinky B need to be careful, though, as plenty of teams are going to be looking in their direction with all this noise they make. As Shisu has been knocked, it looks like Stinky B are still going to commit ahead onto this rotate, and this has not gone to plan whatsoever. Stinky B are going to get absolutely ripped apart here. It's going to be Wolves and JD Gaming to take them out. In the kill feed as well, it looks like, as yeah, they are being absolutely sent here. It's Fizz6 who are on them. This is our game 1 winners needing to try and stay alive, as we are going to see Johnny R getting the trade out. The Peacekeeper shots are coming through, but it's all down to XD, and he can't land the final shots. Fizz6 are going to take down our game 1 winners here in game number 2.
To find the second shot, but other teams having to move in as boogie borders will be able to have at least a height here from Cascade Falls to look down on the opposition. The only problem is Panayi has gotten caught overextending, and that is one of your players who's supposed to help with the rotation. And now it's going to be Rocky and Metro, who are your 2 last left alive. One of which being VK Gaming, who is going to have to try and find a way to move their last little bit into the zone, pushing here up against Kakoi. Unfortunately, though, the PK not going to be enough there. 2 players down. Casa almost falls, but Kakoi will fall first.
Yeah, third party immediately coming in though. VK Gaming are going to be cleaned up. Dreamfire as well going down, but Metro on 3 kills at the moment, playing very nicely as a solo, but this is not a 1v3 you're gonna win.
But it is the Wolves who continue to spray on down, keep going, gonna try and push over the cross of the edge and see if they can find themselves the last fight. It's a 3v3, and right now is the Gibby that falls, not going to be able to make any work here. Sacto the last left alive.
And Sacto cannot do it. The Wolves have come in hunting as a pack, and they will take back-to-back wins.
Kakoi also in a position where they're going to have quite the rotate in front of them, so they realize they've got to start moving with a sense of urgency. The only problem is Strafing Flame already taking some shots, so Cassans is kind of off in front of everybody else by themselves just for an extra moment, and with that EMP coming in, might have to consider falling back. The ult will be popped, so it gives them a little bit of extra mobility, but unfortunately Cassans will end up falling, as does VC, leaving Strafing Flame, the last one left alive, trying to use the ult to get the cover, but the only problem is they're the last one left alive. They're clean pickings, sends the boys back to the lobby, but VKG still have to worry about who's inside on the other half.
Yeah, they do indeed, as we do see. I believe that is Boogie Boarders that have come in as Metro has taken down the Ash. VK Gaming now needing to escape their opponents. Casa, it looks like, will be going down, and it is all up to LQ Dud. VK Gaming down to a solo as there are 9 squads remaining.
Both buildings that are going to have to push on out. MDYB will be the first ones removed in this final closing circle, and NML do still have the full squad, but unfortunately it's a wrecking ball that gets sent their way. DAD Gaming making their push. Noobles has the PK in hand, but a whiff off the first 2 shots as he sees his teammates fall. Able to get away, but I don't think going to be able to get the bat off in time. Instead, just going to have to be sitting back. Heck gives a little bit of a cover as MDY tries to push in, but it looks like that decision might have been to their demise.
Yeah, a little bit of impatience coming out from MDYB, and they will go down for it, but BCG, I think, also could get cleaned up by a third party here. They're going to have to be careful. Still unable to get this reset for now, and we are going to see Limo going down, so that in the open, and we have had plenty of teams going down. Cupid Esports as well are going to lose Black Road down to a duo at the moment up against Soul, and they do still hold the high ground as 21 is going to stay alive. Zoyo on that high ground, providing some cover with the Mad Maggie. The ultimates are coming through. Plenty of pressure on this side as they get a reset.
So they should be able to withstand as long as a couple more nades don't make their way back here. Meraki go out in that 9 position. 21 trying to find just a little bit of room here with some nades. Unsuccessful in that regards, as now it's going to be all left to Zoyo, who will not only have to worry about healing back up, but have quite a bit of a rotation in front of them. Will have to play this thing out as a solo. It does look like, especially with Dreamfire starting to close on in. Zoyo has to tuck tail and run, but there's no more space left. Just
shields that were coming through for Dreamfire, they've managed to do that, and Dreamfire now send it.
Wow. One aggressive play here, unfortunately, might have gotten caught overextending. Understandably, they were worried about Alcadzia, who you had mentioned were on the far side. Now Alcad get the chance to clean things up, but it's going to be Pricey, who steps through with the PK. Big shots, and will continue to chase the squad down with another 84. It's pumps of the shoddy to the body as Alcadzia walk away as your champions here in match number 5. Who's trying to find those spots? One of those teams is Kakoi, who's on more of the southern side. And, well, for now, they're going to have to try and hold off. Blue shields is all they've got, trying to work and make a lot out of a little, but unfortunately, already got a player down.
Yeah, it looks like they chased Source Gaming out, but the third party came through. Kakoi now down to a duo, and Silly Steps is also taken down. So Source Gaming not going to be a full team either. Kakoi get cleaned up, and it's Boogie Boarders. Like I said, they love playing this edge ring, rotate into that 3rd or 4th ring on a third party. Very nice. Yeah, well played there, but they are on the edge of the ring. As P-Dog hits a headshot with the Kraber, if you don't mind. Showing up big now, it's Alcad, who do have a win today. Looking very solid in this game as they take down the boys. They'll go down in 12th place. That is not what you want if you are a fan of the boys. Obviously not the most amount of points coming through there. Arcade will lose player K though, and that is a big loss for them. The Crypto goes down, NML go down in the feed. It's all happening on this rotate. To the ring, this could be our first team to fall unless Stinky B can end up taking down another one of their opponents. Dreamfire as well in the feed. There is a lot going on at the moment as Rendang come off the high ground.
They have to stay alive. There's a big difference in points between 4th and 1st, and every chance thereafter is more that you can add. Unfortunately, eventually going to fall here. Dreamfire, Zuzu, the last one left alive with the Evil 8, will also end up being put down. And at the end of it all, it's Saul who walk away victorious in map number 6.
Look in front of him here, Q. There is just absolutely zero cover.
Yeah, there's no cover in front of them and a couple of teams behind them here, and they drop right on down, and it's going to be all sorts of just fight here with, they got Saul behind him. I think there's another team that's right in front of them as well, as we actually see Saul will ascend up to the top on the high ground. The PK out by Jesco, putting in that work.
Okay.
Able to take down NML. The question now becomes, can you sustain? Because you got to find a way to get Legacy. No, they're not getting Legacy up here. They're actually just going to play the rest of this thing out here as a duo and see if they can find themselves a spot in this next circle.
Yeah, that's why this rotate is so dangerous. There's no way to try and recover teammates. As we are going to see, oh my goodness, Jesco absolutely fries Witness Me. Going to get that first knock, but the ring, the damage is too great. He didn't move in time. And BCG play that absolutely masterfully. And they will take the high ground, as you mentioned here, as the nades are rolling in still. The fuse in full effect at the moment.
All right, Q, I guess we are going to be sharing the screen because they're not going to reset for Stony, but they will reset for everyone else. So we'll go and have a look. Hopefully I can change this around just so we can at least watch something, guys. No, it's not ideal.
Be heading up to the northeast here, though, in our E district map, and we were talking about heading into things. Wondering what teams could potentially be benefiting from where we end up heading towards. One of the teams who's currently on match point is BCG, who lands up towards Heights, so they won't have too far to go. However, looks like they're okay with playing things slow here for early.
They're gonna have to play it nice and slow for now. Does come down to these fights that are about to pop off, and oh, sorry, I'm just trying to set it up here at the moment. Yeah, okay. All right, we're in.
Rocky second squad out. I'll have to double check and see who was out before them here. Bad aim team. Currently in a fight. They've been able to pick up their Crypto. Unfortunately, however, I don't know if they're going to be able to have any free safety to be able to find a respawn, because a lot of teams have already moved up here to the northeastern side of the zone.
All right. I'm ready. Oh my god. It does look like we are looking at the boys at the moment. Tech Issues getting eliminated by Las Vegas Inferno as well. So it's like this northern side zone, we did have a bit of a delay, but we are underway now with 16 squads still standing. Dreamfire trying to stay alive, one of our match point teams. They'll be looking to try and finish it off here. Q moving in to a better spot. It looks like, are we heading up to core again? Oh, sorry, Lotus here for our final game. Electro Dam.
Be heading out towards Electro Dam, maybe even potentially if it has one of those weird third ring pools a little bit more towards Canal Plaza potentially, but I think a lot of teams feeling comfortable moving up here towards Electro Dam, one being Cupid Esports. who've already find themselves a nice little bit of a building to work around. We mentioned Bad Aim Team earlier. They're still over here towards the bridge and still fighting as a duo.
Yeah, 16 squads still standing. They're going to try and play this height. I mean, they held this height last game as well, used it to their advantage. They're going to have to try and take their time here, moving into these final stages. But 16 squads still standing. Q and our 4 match point teams are still out here.
On the way down towards draft point, we've got a fight going. Oh, hold on, going on outside of the ring, all the way south here. Tom Young Kung, one of them, and unfortunately has already lost their Ash at Kilopause and Fatafan. Gonna have to be the 2 that are left alive to try and see if they can make some magic happening. You see, Fatafan will be able to stick the revive, and we'll be able to move things, move them back to a 3 here.
Yep. Game number 7 is what we are watching. 16 squads. DYB now down to a solo, so Bune now needs to try and do it himself. I think it's BCG very close by, as TYK do get eliminated as well. So 15 squads round 1. It seems like every team has kind of had enough here. Q, as they're going to try and get the victory here in our 7th game. It looks like no one really wants to go to the game number 8.
It's an interesting rotate to see BCG all the way down here. A team that lands at height, right? So to counter rotate all the way down here towards draft point, to rotate out of zone. I mean, I guess we had mentioned, right, if you're a team like BCG who plays aggressive, why all of a sudden switch to more of a zone play style. But when you're gifted zone, to be like, nah, homie, I'm good. And to rotate all the way out here is quite wild.
Does look like BCG are going to make their way into zone. So it is a north rotate here for them. We'll be stuck. Rotating in. It does look like Las Vegas Inferno might be getting into a fight as well. But 15 squads. See them joining in. It is Bad Aim Team Sato, the last one standing, and he will get the job done. But he's going to have to try and get away here. 14 squads left standing, and this is a team that I was hoping might be able to get a victory here to keep the games alive. But going to go in as a solo for these last couple of zones. Maybe putting them in a pretty bad situation. Team Mango still alive. Trying to get a reset here as well, Q, as we are down to our final 14 squads.
Fire is one of those teams as well that was on match point. We had seen that they had been able to find themselves a spot relatively central. They're still in a pretty decent position. We had been sitting on board with Las Vegas Inferno, who do end up falling. So a team that I feel like was threatening to maybe potentially move up towards that match point. Looks like that they are still going to have to wait just a little bit more here. Team Mango getting those shots sent at their way from a distance, and have to make sure that they can keep standing.
13 squads still standing. Deep Cross Gaming on the height here as well. This is the team we were talking about, Q, that could turn things around here. We are getting into round 2, finishing, closing. It looks like they're going to try and find exactly where that ring is going. It does look like we have no surrender fighting as well. Keep going in a safe position. It is called Gaming. Here we go. Keep going. One of our match point teams trying to make their way into zone. Q, and at the moment it doesn't look like they're going to just get an easy rotate in.
Remember, they started over at Neon Square, so they've had a bit of a trek to get to the point that they're at now. Kind of interesting to see that it doesn't appear that they've taken any fights. I mean, their Evo's quite a bit of a way away from being on purple, and while on E-District, that's not necessarily the worst thing, because you're probably going to run into quite a few other teams that are in a similar position. It's still not where you want to be at. I mean, even compared to, like, say, Team Mango's now on screen, who's got the full perps all the way across, who also had a bit of a trek to get here. It's just quite the stark difference.
Yeah, 12 squads left standing. So we have lost a lot of teams here as well. 4 teams. All 4 teams, I think, are still standing. So this could be the final game here. Q, Bearclaw Gaming looking over Stinky B. Beautiful shots coming out here by the boys. And they're going to move in and try and get some more KP. And like we said, they do need to get better placement. But if they can get some more kills here as well, Q, they would be putting themselves back into that top 2 situation.
Yeah, again, that was that conversation that we had in between the games, right? For these teams who are not only competing for first, but realistically competing for second as well, since those two teams are the ones who secure themselves a spot for Sapporo. You want to make sure that you can continue to frag out. It's a bit different of an approach than what we're seeing from, say, Team Mango, who rotated here early and haven't really done much. I mean, even Strafing Flame, we're seeing the top right-hand corner, only sitting with 197 damage. So even same thing can be said for Dreamfire. They've been relatively quiet on their rotate. So looks like a couple of different of our match point teams keep taking a couple of different approaches here.
Yeah, Dreamfire now caught in a hard place. They're going to have to try and get that reset on 3MZ. It does look like Kikoi, one of the teams that are not in match point eligibility, looking to be aggressive here, and it looks like they're moving in. BCG getting some more KP as well, just quietly. Beautiful shots coming out. As we can see, VC needs to be careful. This is the team that Strafing Flame did leave, so to join Team Mango, which is crazy. Those 4 match point teams are all still alive right now.
Still alive and all in the top 10, so chances are getting better and better that game number 7 here could very well be our last one. We've got Deep Cross Gaming, as well as we've got, who else was that we had seen over here? Team Mango and No Surrender, all kind of in that bottom left-hand corner of this next zone. DCG, we had mentioned how they were in a position with a decent win. They could move themselves up into that match point territory. They, like Team Mango, have been up here for quite a bit of time and in these buildings. So while they don't have much KP to their name, they're going to have to pick up quite a bit of this last bit of the lobby if they're going to want to move on to match point.
That's we do. As we can see, the boys now getting into it. Is it Cupid Esports? No, it is BCG, and they're getting some more points as Kikoya coming in with the third party. They're going to get rid of Walking L, so BCG, they're going to be eliminated at 9th position. And as that, we're talking about that, it looks like Cupid Esports are going up against Dreamfire, and they're getting rid of Dreamfire. So we have 2 match point teams left here. Team Mango and Keep Going Gaming.
Well, Team Mango have been taking the low and slow approach. They're still just chilling inside this building, and you can understand why. I mean, they've got a lot on the line, and they've got themselves a pretty primo position. We had sat on board with Kikoi earlier, who had been able to pick up a couple of elims. Well, they're trying to continue about their slaying ways. Kikoi was also in that slate of teams that we had mentioned. With a decent win game, can also put themselves on a match point.
Kikoi now needing to be careful. 7 squads left standing. We can see the arc snare, what the hell, come out. But Kikoi, they're in a pretty good spot here, Q. Looking not too bad at the moment.
Only problem is where they're trying to rotate is where this team is. That's, you can't really say holding them out because they're the ones that are doing the damage, right? But
keep going,
hold on, keep going. Also taken out here now as well, which means the last team that is left alive is Team Mango, who could potentially end things here. And while they have not moved from this building that they're in, they are going to have to in the next minute or so.
6 squads left. Team Mango, the last team alive, trying to make match point. They got a pretty hard task up their sleeve right now. Going to have to try and figure out their way into zone. We can see they do need to rotate more northern here. Have to wait to see how this goes. So game number 7. And it's Team Mango trying to get the win because they're the only team right now with a chance to make Sapporo.
Top 5 scenario. Team Mango's still alive. It starts with this first fight, though, that I do believe is isolated over here onto this south side. However, that exhibit's going to give away quite a bit of information, and well, by being able to take that down, should be able to keep this squad now at bay. The only problem for them is for Deep Cross Gaming. I mean, Deep Cross Gaming, they don't have a way to make a move here, so they're just going to have to try and push forward as a 2 because they can't keep people standing.
And it looks like the zone's going to get down Deep Cross Gaming. Team Mango's still alive. They will be able to rotate in. If we can get their view here, Strafing Flame does go down. Team Mango do get eliminated. We're going to our game number 8, ladies and gentlemen.
A little sand here, not going to be able to move in. Kakoi still alive. Hold on. Look at the KP that they have up in that top right-hand corner as well. If they walk away with a dubski here, they could very well put themselves onto that match point as Kassans has the triple take in hand and absolutely wreaking havoc with it. It's like 5 HP and a dream, and gonna have to try and see if there's a chance that they can get a little bit more health back to their name. They've already got full shields. The syringe will help just a little bit here, but they are the last one left alive in a 1v1.
2 squads left standing. Kakoi down as a solo. I don't know who they are going up against at the moment, but you can see he's going to play it. There's a lot of catalysts coming out here as well. Beautiful plays. The shots coming out. The triple take as well. And Kakoi will take game number 7.
What a victory here for Kakoi. We'll have to see just how high that pushes them on to the leaderboards. But man, oh man, we get to go again. It looked like at one point we were darn near 50% chance that we were going to have one of our match point teams be able to send us on our way here in match number 7. And instead, we're off to match 8.
Man, they just had 18 kills. 18 kills. A 30-point game did Kakoi. I mean, that is insane right there, Apex, from the boys. And they'll be pretty happy with that because I reckon they've just gone and put themselves on match point eligibility.
Yeah, I think they're sitting at what, like right around 30. So they should be at a pretty decent point. Even better than that, Kakoi may have very well put themselves into the conversation up towards that top 2. I don't think they'll quite be in the conversation yet. Another decent game for Kakoi. Could pretty well put them there. When we look at some of our other teams that were in that top of the leaderboard for match 7. Remarkable team with 12 points, DCG, Team Mango, and No Surrender rounding out the top 5. And when you have a team like Kakoi who soaks up so many points, no one else is really going to be able to shift much on the leaderboard.
No, but they did God's work just then. Let's go and have a look at the match summary and see exactly how many, the series overall and how many teams are on that match point. And we're going to we're going to have 5 teams move in as Kakoi will take the lead after that game. So just like that, Kakoi with a victory, Dreamfire 2nd, Bearclaw Gaming 3rd, Team Mango 4th, and Keep Going Gaming in the top 5. Sorry, I'll take it back. We have 7 teams on match point right now. 7 teams for a game 8.
Well, chances get better and better that it ends here, but if there's anything that we know about match point finals, it's that you never really know until you actually know where things end. So, I mean, you had mentioned chances of a longer day. We've at least gone to 8. Well, we're at least going to 8. I don't know, man. I feel like we're just not quite due yet for an end.
We may as well go and have a look at which legend is banned moving forward. And as you can see, is going to be Mad Maggie getting banned here in game number 7. So we head into a game 8, and it was a game 7. So we head into a game 8 with no Mad Maggie moving forward.
Thought maybe that might have been the case. I also thought we'd potentially see more Catalysts and Ash, and well, those were pick rate 2 and 3 from that last lobby, so I'm sure we'll probably continue to see that pushed up a bit from there. But I mean, this is what the legend band system was all about. We continue to take more and more popular legends off the table, and our teams now really are going to have to stress their skill sets to be able to walk away victorious, especially in such a crowded top of the leaderboard here.
Yeah, it will be an interesting game. We'll go and have a look at the legend bands as we can see it right there. So that is your 7. We will see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bands. So 2 assaults, 2 skirmishers, 2 controllers, and 1 support legend band. So far, does look like we have another game up our sleeves. So we may as well go and have a look at the top 5 kill getters here after our first 7 games.
Let's see who it is here. Limo sitting at the top with 19. I think Walking L has been at either first or second on the top 5 kills all day long. However, could very well find themselves off the list here relatively soon, because it seems like more people are starting to catch up. I mean, even when you look at the top of the top, or the bottom of the top 5, 2 kills away. Walking L, while they've been holding it down, they got to continue to step their game up if they want to still stay on the top 5.
Yeah, they're playing well, though. You got to give it to them. They are right there, but at the moment, you go and get a team like Kukui come absolutely out of nowhere. We were talking about it before. They're a team that could, and they did. So we're going to have a look at the damage on Selka. He's in that 9.1k. You got Shayo with the 8.7. Bad A and Team Zoho sitting with the 8k. Walking L with the 7.5. And Kissans with the 7.3. So after our 7 games, that's what it looks like right now here on the leaderboards. We'll go and have a look as we do get our first winner over on the second map overlay. And we are going into this next game with a lot of teams on match point.
Off the World's Edge, good old tried and true. And, you know, Kukui just had a pretty darn good game. And we're off to World's Edge, where they do have Lava Siphon, which, if memory serves me right, was the best POI on World's Edge for APAC South over the course of split number 2. So imagine if Kukui pulls off the unthinkable after being kind of middle to like lower middle of the pack to stealing one of these 2 spots in back-to-back games.
Yeah, I mean, let's go and have a look one more time before we get into this game. I want to see all the legends that all the teams, that we have on match point. And you can see it goes all the way down to Vegas Inferno. 7 teams. Cupid Esports, keep going. Team Mango, Bearclaw Gaming, Dreamfire, and Kukui. You know what would be crazy right now is if a team like Vegas Inferno get this win. They just make match point. They haven't won anything. And you got teams in that top front bit of the games that have been very, very aggressive and look really good. That, you know, you'd be pretty devoed if the team that just scraped into 7th spot and match point in game 8 gets the W.
That is the beauty of the match point format, though. First part of the battle, simply getting the 50 points. But from there, well, you have to control your destiny and make sure that you're able to walk away with the dub. We walk off to World's Edge here with 7 teams who do have the ability to do just that. But interestingly enough, when you look at teams like Bad Aim Team, MDYB, Silly Billies, and even DCG, decent points. As long as one of those top 7 don't walk away with the win, who knows? We could very well be off to Storm Point with half the lobby on match point.
Oh, that would be crazy to see. World's Edge is coming up next. This is our next game. As you can see, the POIs right here in front of you guys. These are the games. We are getting into game number 8 as we speak. World's Edge is back again. Yes, that is right. We are back at World's Edge. We may not come back to E District. We have to wait and see Q, but at the moment, we're getting into our World's Edge game.
Go ahead and get on back down to it and do what it do here, baby. Game number 8. Who would have thought we would be going into game number 8 with almost as many teams on match point, especially with the way that the day started. We got to the first, 5 with only one team on match point. Now here we are, and well, we got ourselves a good handful. And this, honestly, is really what it's all about, the suspense as we get ready to head on in, because moments are what make esports truly so memorable. So let's see if one of these teams, like you just mentioned, who just found their way on the match point, can have themselves a moment.
Yes, let's have a look, and I can turn off my display capture because we are in the bloody game this time. Let's go. Game number 8, 7 teams on match points. As you can see, all highlighted right there on the map overlay. Ladies and gentlemen, it comes down maybe to this game. Here we go to a game 9.
I don't know if we've ever had such a lopsided match point, sort of display. 6 of the 7 teams are on the left side of the screen. Not that that really means anything, just kind of looking at it, it is kind of funny that 6 of our 7 are on the left side there. But yeah, our first initial circle obviously didn't give us very much information. Could be heading anywhere from Skyhook, well, not quite Skyhook, anywhere from Countdown all the way down towards Harvester here. But that does mean for a team like Keep Going, who lands at staging, they'll be able to take their time as far as looting up and going about their day.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how it's going to work for them. Maybe we'll have a landslide countdown zone. Well, it seems like maybe we do. We have Fisher. It could be the one that pulls out right on that Fisher kind of. Yeah, it is going to be a Dreamfire zone. And I'm pretty sure the last time we come to World's Edge, did they get a win here? No, maybe I'm wrong. No, the first World's Edge game. No, that was Keep Going.
However,
don't worry. Anyways, they've won a lot. They've won 3 games. They need to try and get another one here. And I think that's the problem, right, Q? Already using 3 of your wins out of the 7 games that we've had. Man, it's insane.
However, you can say that they've been dominant, and they haven't won one yet on the World's Edge. So, maybe. Only time will tell, as I would anticipate, especially with so many teams on match point. As much as we may see some of those teams down towards the bottom try to start playing a little bit more inty and play a little bit more aggressive to try and pick up their pace, we'll have a few more teams that will still continue to pump the brakes and slow things down. Dreamfire, looks like they'll be okay with rotating back on over, making their way down towards Mirage Etoile. They've got the idea that this thing's heading down here.
Man, how good would a Mirage finish be? I haven't seen a Mirage finish ever. Imagine a Mirage finish being the way you make it to Japan in Sapporo. My God. So we're going to have a look. Cupid Esports. Sorry, Sapporo in Japan. I said that totally wrong. But Kukoi with that win, that was impressive to watch. Even on the Discord screen share. How clean they did it, and confidence, right? Like I said, there's a lot of teams that are outside this this top 10 that are capable of doing that, and Kukoi proved it.
Yeah, we mentioned how there was that possibility, and showing just how real it was in that last game. As much as we do look towards the 7 teams here currently, Stoney, that are on match point, we know that there's still potential for some of those teams behind them to be able to assert themselves forward and be able to join that group before we head off to Storm Point. RYH is one of those teams that's had a pretty quiet day. They had one game where they made a little bit of noise, but otherwise haven't really been able to do too much and could really benefit from an early opening here. However, Normal will be taken down. It will be, however, Tech Issues that ends up going out first.
Am I listening to too lots of sound? I think I am. Am I still watching your stream? Yes, I am. Let's turn that off. There we go. Sorry, chat. Sorry, chat. That is why you would have heard too lots of sound just then. But 19 squads still standing. We're going to have a look at the back, and it is going to be TYK very close to some action. Here's the boys. The PK's coming out. So there's a lot of teams getting aggressive very early on here, and TYK, they're one of them who need some points here as well, Q, and looks like they might be getting it here in this game number 8.
So we'll get back up to a full 3 here at least, as you have had a fan that was holding things off with the Sheila. Core Gaming down here where they landed by Thermal, they won't have too far to rotate, but while they are seemingly taking their time, they're going to have to worry about all these teams that have already started pulling up over here at Mirage Etoile and staging. Teams like Dreamfire, who have already been able to make their way down and find themselves a house or two to be able to get inside of, because there's not too many of these buildings to offer that sort of cover, and that sort of spot is what you would like for endgame.
We're gonna have a good look at the zone. Look at all these teams. We might see a D-Cross Gaming rotate here into MDYB, who MDYB are pretty close to match point as well. Still about 7 points away at the moment. And see DCG just forcing that team to rotate away. So we do have no more Mad Maggie. So Shayo has had to change legends, and it looks like he is on the Ash moving into these next lot of games. I mean, we don't know how many games we have left here, Q, but at the moment, there's a fair chance this could be the last one here in game number 8.
It looks like that could be the case as take a look back over here at the map, and yeah, it does look like for now still going to be heading over towards Mirage Etoile. You can see a lot Mirage Etoile. You've got a lot of those teams who have started to close their way on in, and while you do have teams still left over towards Landslide and even up towards Countdown, you also have teams like DCG who will continue to play on the outskirts of the ring. And you know, for DCG, a team that we had mentioned had a slow start to their day, well, they don't need too many more points. Yeah, 10 sounds like a lot, but a 3rd place finish with a couple of KP, and really that's all it takes. And for DCG, they're just, for now, trying to play out of sight, out of mind.
Also like Team Mango, they're pretty happy to try and hold down Countdown at the moment. So we do have a lot of teams still left alive here. Strafing Flame looking down at the barrel of the gun. Looks like they will be able to relax, as the Mad Maggie picks will be coming out for a majority of these teams. 18 squads still alive. 2 teams only left standing. Round number 1. After that last game in E-District, we had 12 teams or 13 teams left. So it's a little bit better here in this game, as I think teams realize that, hey, we have a chance now. Well, 7 teams have a chance instead of just 4. So we'll wait and see how this is going to go. But at the moment, only teams eliminated is the boys and Tech Issues. And Tech Issues have had a little bit more than just Tech Issues today. So they're stuck on 8 points and sitting last on the leaderboard. But I think they were trying to be aggressive to the team in Underlook and just couldn't get those KP early on. RYH coming on top.
On board with Silly Billies, who have been able to find themselves a building to occupy, and I don't think there's anyone directly in their threat, at least not as of yet, but it won't be too much longer, I would imagine, until we see a few more teams continue to make their way over here from staging, over from the eastern side of the map. As far as for Silly Billies, they should be fine vibing inside of this building for quite some time, and I think what's going to be most important for them is to continue to poke and prod away and try and find a way to get those Evos up towards the purple, because otherwise, as teams who are starting to fight their way more over here towards staging, those later game engagements, Silly Billies will find themselves at the disadvantage.
As we can see, our first match point team about to get into some action. It was Kukoi who had that huge game just before, so we'll have to see how they go here. VC needs to be careful. They do get the wall out. This is going to be the rotate here that will either make or break this team. And it looks like they'll be okay for now. They don't have a rampart though. So this is where it will be really hard for Team Kukoi to stay alive.
Tough position to find themselves in. They'll be able to use the bubble at least for a moment. Meraki will match bubble for bubble. Of course, Meraki's dropped theirs later, so theirs will be able to stand for just a little while longer as well. Kukoi now trying to see if they can use a little bit of a line of sight blockers, both with the rocks as well as with the bridge. Unfortunately, though, it will be waifu that will eventually fall. You do still have both the Ash as well as your Catalyst here to potentially be able to help as far as move on into this ring, but really what you need is the big boy to provide that extra cover.
Yeah, they need to get the res. They do, so they're safe for now. Does look like we still have 18 squads left standing. So the quality here in this game, Q, a little bit better than what it was in 7. Kikoi somehow still alive, but as we know, not many teams can really move in on that. They have to try and play it safe. They do lose their Gibby, and that is now where it's going to be very hard for this team moving forward.
Starting to run out of spaces. Ring number 2 has now officially closed. And it does indeed look like we're going to be heading more down here towards that staging side of kind of Mirage Etoile. Or actually more towards, I should say, just straight towards Mirage Etoile. You had asked for it, I guess, and we shall receive. A remarkable team. Well, they're kind of pinned inside this building as far as for now. You can see the knuckle clusters that continue to get sent their way. The good news for a remarkable team, though, is they do have quite a bit at their disposal to be able to hunker down. They'll be able to use those walls from the rampart, as well as they do have the bubble from time to time as well.
That dude looks like TYK getting into it here with RYH, and RYH with the advantage. They do take down Killer Pos, and it does look like Meraki will be getting eliminated as well. There's a team out here that is No Surrender who are very capable of getting a win. They are the team that got rid of Meraki. It looks like TYK will try and get a reset here, but RYH just above him here may be ready to try and clean it up.
Have they noticed, though, that they are
I think they heard
lost track of this too?
I think they heard the wall go down. So I think they're just waiting for a chance to look on, and there's the Sheila getting warmed up a little bit, but we'll go and have a look at the map, and as you can see on the overlay, guys, 7 teams highlighted in white, all on match point, still standing. So 10 teams on, not to match point, out here as well. So the advantage is to the bottom 10 at the moment, and looks like we might be getting into some action here with Dreamfires. They're looking down at some teams underneath as Team Mango get eliminated by Las Vegas Inferno.
One of our 7 match point teams out, Las Vegas Inferno, trying to see if they can sustain inside of this car here, however. No Surrender, a team that you had mentioned having potential despite the fact that we haven't really seen much from them today. Kikoi also out, which means now we're down to 5 match point teams left.
The dream is real. I tell you what might not be real is the Tom Yum Kong get eliminated, but the Team Mango to champs may finish right now. That is the sad view at the moment. As we can see, it is game number 8. So the only way we can go to a game 9 is if the other 5 teams on match point do die. We have 9 teams not on match point, and I would love to see how many teams will be on match point if we get to a game number 9.
We're at that point now that if most of those match point teams aren't winning, there's usually more points available to put even more teams on to match point. Silly Billy spraying away over at RYH. BCG taken out in your top right hand corner as well, which means now we're down to 4 match point squads. Dreamfire, remember they were one of the first ones that rotated in after landing over at Lava Fissure. They are still left alive. Las Vegas Inferno, who had landed up towards Skyhook West, also still left alive here as well. And anybody who had to rotate the least keep going as well, who landed at staging. So now at this point, your match point teams that are left are the teams who didn't have to move too far.
You know what team are in God spot right now? Remarkable team. I feel like Remarkable team, if they play this really well here, Q, we are definitely going to a game 9, because this is where I feel like it's pulling towards that northern side of Fisher. It could pull low ground also towards Mirage. But at the moment, if you're going off positioning and a team that needs a big game, Remarkable team, they're the ones to keep an eye on. But at the moment, it's No Surrender moving in as they're trying to get rid of some more teams as well. And they're going to get rid of MDYB. And they're starting to cook as they have 5 kills in a top 12 situation.
Inside his fuse ult though, so they know that their location has been given away. It's Failfish trying to rotate on out, uses the zip line. One shot in the Kraber, one shot in the Dream, let it sing, can't do a thing. Unfortunately, that one is gonna miss, and now is gonna have to try and find a way to close the gap here with the Peacekeeper. The only problem, too far away from their other teammates, is it's now RYH just cleaning up shot.
Yeah, it looks like RYH making their way in. It's a team that have been making some noise. All of a sudden, you can see No Surrender trying to stay alive. So is Deep Cross Gaming, but I don't like their chances. So Core Gaming, Deep Cross Gaming eliminated. We still have 4 teams on match point. By the way, we've only 10 teams left standing.
Oh
my God,
Las Vegas Inferno and Dreamfire both looking like they've got pretty decent spots. However,
the problem with this though is you got all of them on each other.
Yeah,
keep going,
true,
Dreamfire, Vegas Inferno, all on each other, and it does look like Silly Billies are going to move in. I'm pretty sure this is a match point team. It is. No, it's not. Bad Aim team, they will get eliminated. So we're down now to 8 squads. It's 4 match point teams and 4 non-match point teams.
Fires up on top. However, they're all left in Zuzu. It's Keep Going Gaming who moves on in and sends Dreamfire right back to the lobby. Surely Silly Billies has heard the noise that's going on up above them, but they are prioritizing that reset. Now it's Keep Going who's been taken out of the lobby.
That's going to be Cupid Esports getting the job done, so that means only Cupid Esports or Vegas Inferno can get the victory here. I did not know Cupid Esports were up on this platform. All of a sudden now, we are now down to our final 6 squads, and there is only 2 match point teams left alive. And it looks like Silly Billies will have to worry about Cupid Esports first. Vegas Inferno, though, sitting underneath both these teams, which is going to be very interesting. As we can see, the Sparrow ult is about to come out. They will get one down on Cupid Esports, and we may see only Vegas Inferno left standing.
Oh man, nice push up to the high ground here for Silly Billies. And they should be able to still be inside this final ring just a little bit on this high ground. So as long as they don't overextend, this could very well be that winning position. The good news for Las Vegas Inferno is they are tucked under Silly Billies, so at least that's one less team that's looking their way.
Vegas Inferno, the only team right now that can finish the day. Silly Billies will make it on to match point if it does finish right now. They've made their way into a pretty good spot. Remarkable team now kind of stuck on that eastern side. Stinky B going to get a res, but at the moment you'd say that most likely it's going to be a Silly Billies game if they can play this correct.
It feels like as long as they don't overextend, they should be fine. I'm kind of curious. We saw that they were aiming down at Vegas Inferno, who do have a Valkyrie. Maybe a play to the sky could maybe be enough of a distraction for Silly Billies, but that would really be the only thing that I could think of. Because otherwise, Silly Billies has free looks at the teams that are across the way, and they do have the team that is right up underneath them as well. The important thing for them is to make sure that they don't spread themselves too thin, because you've got Stinky B to your right, Remarkable team across the way. There's really no one that should be able to pick you apart.
No, but let's stay here. I really want to stick with the only team right now that can win the game. This is where dreams are made of right now, Q. Vegas Inferno really need to play this. This is all about the patience game. They know there's a team on the height. They know that there's a team north side as well. But how do they play it? How do they look when they have the eyes above them?
Gonna focus their fire up towards Mirage Etoile, that team on the high ground. Like this call here, just the storm, the zone will eventually push them off from up high. You can see the rampart wall trying to provide the last little bit of coverage for that team that is up there on the high ground. Now it's about just slowly walking out with these Sheila walls, supplying that extra cover and trying to find an angle for this first pick.
It's going to be Silly Billy's moving in. They're going to clean it up. Now it's all down to Vegas Inferno. The last team left alive on match point. They need to hold off here as Stinky B move in. They will get down one. All of a sudden, it's a 2v3 situation with the Silly Billies on the high.
On here, though, the only problem is Stinky Bees have now put themselves on this complete low ground. The Silly Billies fall.
Oh my
depending on where
God.
they fall. Oh, never mind. This should be a clean fight here. Yeah, they've been able to find Zato as well, which means Mosu, the last one left alive. And for Silly Billies, while they have been able to put themselves up onto match point, well, they didn't start this game on match point. So the win here really doesn't do anything but move them further up the leaderboard and into second as Silly Billies take game number 8.
Silly Billies will get the victory with a huge win, and we are going to game number 9. Vegas Inferno, they had their chance just there. Silly Billies getting a 24-point game in a game 8. We are heading to a game 9. Oh my God. Agrid with the 2.6k damage as well.
How often do we talk about teams, capitalizing when we're given zone? And while maybe Silly Billies didn't land at Mirage Etoile, they did land at Landslide. They didn't have to move too far. So they were one of the first teams in. And then they're just able to slay away the rest of the day here on World's Edge. And I mean, talk about a huge game to ascend. The big thing for them is that puts them up into second. They're still in that conversation where even if they don't win this next game, well, if they can continue putting up results, they can still walk away top 2 potentially.
But they could. We'll go and have a look at the match summary and see how many teams were going in the match point with in game number 9. And it will be a Silly Billies victory on World's Edge. We will be heading back to Storm Point. Vegas Inferno second, Stinky B third, Remarkable Team fourth, and RYH rounding out the top 5. We'll go and have a look at our series overall and how many teams are on match points.
8.
Well, there you have it. 8 teams on match point going into game number 9. Dreamfire and Silly Billies would have finished on top as the 2 going to champs if the game finished just then, but it didn't, and we are moving into one more game, which means we get one more Legend ban.
Crazy to think that Bad Aim team was so close by after being the team that did land at Mirage Etoile and didn't quite have the finish that they were hoping for. Even same thing could be said for Remarkable Team. When we talk about our character pick rates in that last lobby, Ash and the Gibby both with 11 apiece, Rampart with 10, and it does come to a collective, I do believe,
An Ash
that
ban.
would end up. Oh, it is an Ash ban. Oh, I thought that would have ended up leading towards the Gibby, but instead the Ash is off the table. But something tells me since we're going to Storm Point that probably we'll see Gibby off the board if we happen to go past this next game.
Oh, the Octane thing that I said earlier actually might come into play.
You thought you were joking earlier,
Yeah,
huh?
I know.
Yeah, you thought.
I thought I was joking, but at the moment, I don't even know what it looks like. But we can see right there, we have our 8 bans in front of us. 3 skirmishes, 2 assault legends, 2 controller legends gone, and 1 support here for game number 8. We have game 9 coming around right now with 9 teams on a match point. That is right. Sorry, 8 teams. 8 teams on match point. That is right, not 9. Moving into these next lot of games. And I mean, Silly Billies did get a win in the first lot of 6, and they're going to get a second one here for match number 8.
We get an opportunity to as we go into the back-to-back here on Storm Point. So if you're one of these teams on match point, or even those next couple of teams that are just outside of that with 47, 47, and 44 points, if Storm Point is what you relied on when it came to your POI draft, well, now's going to be the time to really dig in, because if you can't do so here in one of these next 2 games, it's going to be quite a bit of time until we see Storm Point again.
Yeah, I mean, Storm Point back to back. It's going to be interesting. So we're going to have a look at our top 5 kills and damage leaders. I mean, it hasn't really changed as of yet, but there is some serious numbers out here at the moment.
Couple of players creeping up on the 20 piece. And told you at some point we'd see Walking L move out of that top 2 position. And could very well find themselves out of the top 5 if they don't step their fragging ways back up here as we move towards Storm Point. But I mean, along with our top frags, we've also got a lot of people putting down a whole bunch of damage thus far over the course of the day. So let's go ahead and take a look at that.
Now let's go and have a look at our damage leaders, and it is going to be around the same as well. The Bad 18, though, do make their way in. Nearly 10k out here. Selka still sitting up top. You got DCG, Shayo sitting 3rd. Hagrid 4th, and Walking L in the top 5. That is how it looks at the moment. And it is, I can't believe that I'm saying it, but we are going to a game number 9. I mean, that is probably the best thing to say when it comes to Apex and comp. Game number 9. I mean, what did we get at the regionals was 7. So we've been blessed with 2 more games than that. And 8 teams on match point with a chance to secure their spot to Sapporo. And I mean, for those teams that are on match point, and I mean, there's 8 teams, the nerves must be settling in just a little bit now, knowing that, hey, like, we're 1 game away. We're 1 game away from booking a ticket to Japan.
I think the other thing you got to keep in mind is any of those 8 teams guarantees themselves a spot of those 2 with the win, right? So if you're a team sitting in 2nd and 3rd place, much as you might feel like you're close to it, could very well turn things around. And I think that's more important to keep in mind moving forward, because, well, we've not really seen the pace of these lobbies pick up too much. We thought maybe that may be the case as we moved into games 6, 7, and 8, right, Stoney? Wondering if maybe some of those mid-pack teams might realize that they had to start moving with a sense of urgency. But since that hasn't happened, it's kind of led to less up and down and unreliable results. So now the rest of the lobby starting to close in on that 50-point threshold as well, which means for teams like Dreamfire, who got there relatively quickly, you probably only got a couple more chances at it. You're probably feeling the pressure right now.
Exactly, yeah. It was funny. I'm supposed to be coaching my basketball team training in a second, in half an hour, but that is not happening anymore. So we're going to a game number 9, which is insane. It does look like we're about to get into it, which means, Q, we're going back to Storm Point. So we may as well go get a little refresher, because we haven't seen this, right, since game number 4. We're at game 9 now, which is crazy. So let's go and have a look before we get into this game where exactly everyone is landing.
Good chance, but no matter what quadrant we see an end game go to, there's going to be at least 1 or 2 teams that currently sits on match point that gets a quote-unquote favorable zone. However, if we see a more southern zone like we often see, especially more like southeastern zone, we could have quite a few teams looking at the likes of Dreamfire, Kakoi, Keep Going, and Las Vegas Inferno. We're all in a prime position to walk away with one of those 2 spots to Sapporo here in game number 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about to happen. We're about to get into this game. There's so much riding on the line right now for a lot of these teams. We can see everyone is in the lobby, which is good news for me, because that means that I have seen everyone make the lobby, which means I am in the lobby. We don't need to see any more Discord shares. But game number 9 coming your way, and I'm seeing a lot of Ramparts right now. Q coming out, as well as Gibbies and Sparrow.
Saw Sparrow. I'm trying to remember what region we saw Sparrow actually end up get banned.
That was us.
Decently
I think it was
early time.
Pretty sure it might have been
was that
regionals.
regional final?
It was regionals.
Yeah. Okay.
Like game 3 or 4, I think.
Yeah, so I can't say that I'm too surprised to see the Sparrow picks starting to ramp up a little bit here, as we do get to have that overlook of our map here. Not to be confused with the POI overlook. Of course, it's not this map. So let's go and get down into it. Map number 9. Keep in mind, 8 teams land here with the dream of walking away with a dub and ending things with a ticket to Sapporo.
Yes, this is where it happens. This is going to be insane. We go to a game 10. There is a chance that we might go into a game 10 with 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 more teams on match point, which would be 14 teams out of the 20 on match point. So that is nuts. As we are moving in, though, to the first... And it looks like we are going to launch pad. And it looks like it will be the one that I think pulls down to that Stormcatcher zone. You can see where Josh has pinged. Sorry, where Team Mango has pinged. And they might go there early. And if they can get zone early, Q, we may see the dream still be alive here for Team Mango.
You had mentioned just how many more teams have the potential to put themselves on a match point in this game here, which would put us way over the chances that more than 50% of the lobby has a chance of winning in the following lobby. So when you look at teams like a Kakoi, like a Las Vegas Inferno, especially like a Dreamfire, who have been on match point for a while and are these Southern Zone teams, you wonder just how quickly they're going to look to rotate and to pivot, send their focus towards that end zone. If there's one IGL that we know has the ability to make some immaculate calls, it is on your screen now, Strafing Flame. And when you put them alongside a top fragger like Easy Flash, well, there's a chance they could end things here, right now.
Yeah, they're going early to zone 2, so they are going to get aggressive and try and play that bottom zip. And I think that is a well thought out play. They do have the Lifeline, the Gibby, and the Rampart. So we'll have to wait exactly how they play this, but it does look like Vegas Inferno are being aggressive here too, because they are trying to rotate into this zone. But Tech Issues still very close by.
Tech Issues, of course, landed here, so they haven't rotated anywhere. They've just been simply trying to loot up and boot up and get ready for the what they'll find out soon is the incoming squads that are heading their way. It's going to be a shot up across with the Knuckle Cluster to at least let them know, hey, we're still here. This is our territory. But something tells me for Tech Issues, they would prefer to have the full coverage and play both sides of this building, or should I say all 3 layers of this building, as long as possible.
Yeah, I don't think many people will be rotating towards this area though either. So I don't think the Vegas Inferno know where the zone is. They do. So maybe they're just choosing to play this early on here. You can see those teams rotating in. Look at Team Mango though. Where are they deciding to play here? This is going to be the interesting part. A team that we all love. Now, where do they decide to play here early on in game number 9? And it looks like Keep Going will be the first team eliminated here as Meraki make their way into where home will be.
Tough one to see, but Meraki now have to find a way to get back up onto their feet. Looks like they're going to be able to do just that. The question now becomes, can you hold the line and make sure that you're able to get completely reset? It does look like they will also able to be able to do that as well. It's just shots off across the way, able to find a crack. I don't know if that's enough to push forward off of.
Got it down on Tech Issue, so we'll see how confident they get. You can see where Vegas Inferno are as well. They're just going to play the long game, I think, here. Q, they're going to hold this bridge and just hope to God that zone does pull this way and not down the bottom of Stormcatcher, but we're now down to 19 squads. Keep going. One of the match point teams eliminated already, which means there is only 7 left standing here in game number 9.
Las Vegas Inferno, like a lot of these teams that rotated early, on a similar situation as far as when you look at their shield. Still sitting on 3 whites. Let's make that 2 whites. Most two will be able to upgrade theirs. They're going to have to struggle because you don't have very many angles to take pop shots. And you are up in the nest over here at Launchpad, where a lot of people generally tend to look first as they're rotating in to make sure that their rotates in are safe. So it's going to be hard for them to continue to get everyone upgrading those evos, but I do like the fact that they're already down here. And again, really all you need is one victory. You can let the lobby kind of dwindle itself down until you need to pounce.
How's that top 4 though, Q? Looking at that map overlay, you got Greenfire on 67, Vegas Inferno on 65, BCG on 64, Silly Billy's on 66, and Kukoi on 65. So if you don't win this game and you're coming second by a point, how devoed would you feel in these games? So we still have 19 squads left alive. As we know, 7 teams out here can win it. 12 teams can keep the games going. Match point Apex.
Here for it. We've only seen that first ring close, and we've already got quite a few of our teams that have started closing their way over here. The question will then become for, again, a region that we know loves to fight, to be okay with being patient, being neighbors for the long haul, because there is still quite a bit of time until you really need to take a fight down there towards Launchpad and Stormcatcher, where everyone is currently sitting. Remarkable team. Had a pretty decent day thus far, sitting in 10th. They're one of the teams that we probably keep our eyes on if this goes another game, to potentially join the teams that are currently on match point. As far as for now, they're just a couple of points outside.
And 19 squads exact that are standing right now. And remarkable team. They're lucky that I guess it's going 9 games at the moment, because they are only 3 points away from match point. If they want it to keep their dream alive, they're able to. And you know, I'm not gonna say it's not possible, because I was only joking when I said the Octane and Gain 20 thing, but at the moment it is looking very, very able to happen. Not 20 games, but at least 10.
I was gonna say, the good news is we've at least gotten to the point now that we're ahead of the game count with match point teams, or at least for sure will be so after the completion of this game, which means that we probably won't get that high. There's still a chance, though. Who knows, that we could see the Octane come out. Team Mango, we had seen them rotate into this position earlier, and they've just been holding the line since. That bubble came out a little early, but should still be able to withstand, throughout the course of this barrage here, but you will see them look to immediately push forward off of it.
Yeah, it does look like it was bad. Who was that pushed up towards them? It doesn't show me who is close by. We'll go and have a look on the map, and it is going to be Kukoi. So Kukoi were the team trying to be a little aggressive there. They did waste their ult, and so did Mango, obviously having to hold off the teams, but it's like we are going to see a team eliminated in the boys. So we're down to 18 squads now with round 2, 1 minute and 40 seconds away from closing.
Well, team is going to be looking up the hill, see, make sure that no one's rotating down towards them. They're still in a pretty good spot as far as where they're at. We'll get a quick ping up above them as we see No Surrender go out in that top right-hand corner. 2 more teams get eliminated. We will see teams start to get those placement points, but of course, with where we're sitting here in game number 9, you either need points in a bad way, or all you need is a win to be able to end the day. MDYB, one of those teams that's on the cusp, sitting at 44.
10 teams still out here, though, that can go and make this go another game, which is a lot of teams, right? So one of the teams that started really well, that's BCG, and they're going to move in. They're going to get down 2, and this will be RYH that are in some trouble right now. Why is there music playing? Music starts in my ear, but Bearclaw Gaming going to get 2 kills here on RYH, and they're looking to try and get some more points on the board, because if they know in the back of their mind, if it ends here, they want to be second.
Interesting composition where you look there. You got the Fuse, the Crypto, and the Pathfinder. Of course, I guess when you get this late, you're prone to see some strange compositions as is. I think I do like it, though. Kind of like the what they're cooking up here. We'll see if they'll be able to find any levels of success. Wouldn't be surprised to see a potential Crypto ban coming out sooner than later as well, just because I feel like It is one of those characters that once you get to a certain point, it's hard to avoid the value of it. I don't know if it's going to be enough here in this lobby, but could be soon. If of course, we go past the game number 9.
I mean, I haven't seen a game 10 match point game for a hot minute. So, I mean, anything is possible as we move into these final set of games. We do have 17 squads still standing, though. We're going to have a look at this zone, and it is going to be the one that does pull down towards that storm catcher, which means Team Mango have put themselves in a pretty good spot. They do have that Maggie. The Mad Maggie and... Not the Mad Maggie. The Rampart and the Lifeline pick as they're trying to stay next door to Remarkable Team.
Next to another Rampart who is letting that Sheila sing. However, they're not really able to find much damage to be able to push across the way off of it. Remarkable Team though, sitting right up on top as they've sent one on over. Of course, the Pathfinder has the ability to fall back with the rest of the squad in more of that defensive stance after being unsuccessful, capitalizing on any of that entry damage. Meanwhile, we look back towards Launchpad. Las Vegas Inferno. Hold on, I haven't seen a Skyward dive in a hot minute. Here we go. Let's take to the sky, baby.
Up again, how high you get. I haven't seen, yeah, like you said, a Valkyrie. Oh, they will have to maybe try and play something. It looks like they're going to try and hold the Prowler Den at the moment. So that will be safe for now. 17 squads still alive though, Q. And I mean, it is anyone's game as it looks like. Core Gaming are moving in here on RYH. They will get the job done, but they are getting looked at as well from the teams underneath them. And it is going to be Bear Claw Gaming who are looking to get some more kills on the board. They do get down 2, and all of a sudden Core Gaming are in some real trouble.
Well, the zone gets interesting because you have the teams that still have to kind of close in from the last bit of Stormcatcher that have to walk out from their cover, but a lot of these other teams, even towards the south from North Pad and even like old Jurassic area, right? Like, or not Jurassic, from Lift area, they're also having to move, and the zone that they're moving towards doesn't have too much natural cover. So as much as we do still have a relatively full lobby, 15 teams still left, it's going to be where we start to see a lot of teams starting to fall, like Meraki, who have now been sent back to the lobby.
Oh, tech issues, who haven't had much luck getting some kills. And look at that zone, it does pull right where I thought it was going to. And at the moment, we have TYK and BCG about to get into it on this northern side. Bear Claw Gaming now down to a duo. They do have 4 kills, but this might not be enough for them here, Q, as we are getting down to the final moments, maybe, of LCQ.
Yeah, especially when you look at their composition, like there's really not much you can do here, right? Like, I mean, you don't really have anything to help as far as with rotations in. You don't have anything to really allow you to hunker down. I mean, BCG, about as squishy as you can get this late into a game. I mean, heck is going to try and see what they can find, but there's really not too many chances here.
Not yet. Team Mango is still alive, in a really good spot. The only thing that they need to worry about is if teams do look down on them above, but you're going to be kind of safe because I don't think teams are going to be able to just do that for free in this kind of position with the amount of teams that are left. So we still have 14 squads out here, and you can see a lot of them on that northern side. Stinky B as well, very close to Deep Cross Gaming. We have the boys of Silly Billies right next to Tech Issues. They need to rotate in now, round 4, and this is where they might be in some serious trouble.
I have to keep an eye on the kill feed, see who falls where, because while we do still have quite a few teams that can end things here on Storm Point, there's a chance that we could still see some more. Dreamfire will fall out, and man, talk about a Titan. It started off hot, that is still yet to be on the match point, even though we have almost half of our lobby there. Silly Billies, one of our teams that does have the ability to potentially end things, but they've got a squad, or they've got the Storm right on their back, and they're pushing right into another.
Yeah, it looks like it's Vegas Inferno holding a pretty good angle here. They're going to be safe for now. The team that have rotated in with that Valkyrie, and all of a sudden it's going to be a 2v3 situation. Silly Billies need to stay alive to keep the dream alive, and they will be eliminated. So Vegas Inferno getting the job done here. We are now down to our final 4 match point teams in 11 squads left.
I think Inferno in a nice spot too, because while they are outside the zone, basically no one's looking at them. Everybody else in the lobby right now, it seems like, is in a fight, including DCG, who currently has one of their players down, which is the Kibby, which is unfortunate. That's your player who gives you the most cover with that bubble, and they just might fall here as well. They may be able to stick for the revive. MDYB also going to be falling here, as well as tech issues. So we're now into top 8 scenario. We had mentioned Vegas Inferno in the situation that they were in with nobody looking their way. They've got scraps to clean up here as well to make sure that they're booted up for their potential final fight, but they continue to have no one looking at them.
I have turned the ticker off just in case. We do need to see what the top 2 is, and at the moment we still have 4 squads left alive on match point. Team Mango still in a really good spot. They've got themselves into God spot, you would say. And at the moment, their only worry would be the team across the way, and that is Remarkable Team Q. So out of 8 teams, there is half on match point and half not.
Another tough thing for Team Mango is they had rotated in so early, so I'm not exactly sure what their ammo is looking like at this point, because they've kind of been taking pop shots here and there. Kind of a similar way we're seeing Remarkable Team doing here. 8 squads left as this 5th ring has 40 seconds left to close. Bad Aim Team has already been able to lock their spot down, as we see Cupid Esports, another one of those match point teams, does go out in your feed. Tom Young Kung here looking to try and see if they can walk in these last couple of steps, but it does seem like they're getting held out.
And all of a sudden it's BCG moving in onto Remarkable Team. They're looking for some more KP, and they will get the job done. They need to get this res off quick, because once this bubble goes down, you would definitely think that Team Mango are looking their way. So we're down now to our final 5 squads. We have 2 teams, I think, on match point, and another 3. No, we have 3 on match point and 2 not on match point.
DCG, one of the 2 teams that can keep things alive if they were able to walk away with the victory here. They got themselves a decent spot. The only problem is when they ascend over this wall, there's a good chance that multiple teams could be looking right at them. If they drop, though, they will have that bubble to be able to potentially hold things off. Team Mango have been in this spot here on the low ground for quite some time. They've got quite a bit of utility at their disposal to be able to kind of hunker down, as do the Las Vegas Inferno. The good news for the Inferno here is they are pretty well central in the zone. They will not have to move much.
No, but they need to be careful. They are going to be the lowest team in this, if that makes sense, on the lowest of the ground. So a lot of teams on the height, and they will have to try and figure out what they want to do. But if teams start to rotate towards them, that's where they're going to be in a little bit of trouble. Deep Cross Gaming, though, this is the only team that can keep the dream alive with, I'm pretty sure, Bad Aim Team as well. So 2 teams out of our 5 that can try and get the job done. And as we're talking about BCG, if the game's finished right now, they're sitting just behind Vegas Inferno on points. So you think that is something that they'll be trying to talk about as well here in these final stages of this game. But they do get eliminated. So we have 2 teams on match point and 2 on not match point.
Could we see a game number 10? DCG, one of the 2 teams left alive, that has the ability to make that a reality. It's triple purple as they're looking to try and make a swing down into the low ground here, where we see Team Mango. Crumbs will be the first to fall. DCG given the green light. It's going to be the R99 that will be able to find that opening damage. They try and play around this lifeline shield, but DCG are just too good.
They're too good right now, and Team Mango, they'll be stuck as a solo. Strafing Flame, though, on the lifeline, proving to be clutch, but it's not going to be enough, which means there's only 1 team on match point right now, and it could be Vegas Inferno booking their ticket to Sapporo.
Yeah, it seems like though they're in a fight for a second. You have to wonder where that last team is and when do they decide to get involved. Zato, one of those names that we see on that top 5 leaderboard quite a bit here in APAC South. They've got so much utility here on the defensive side. The bubble comes out. They've got walls inside here as well. When does this fight decide to break? Hold on, make a play with the Kraber? No, instead gonna just opt to have the R99 in hand. It's bubbles dropped all the way around. Vegas Inferno looks like they're gonna be taken out. Wait, is this the play to the sky? Is this brilliant?
Sato with the drop! It's a 1v3 situation and we go again! Deep Cross Gaming making us go to a game number 10 here for APAC South LCQ.
Well, you know what? We had talked earlier and I had mentioned how it felt like DCG had been having a kind of disappointingly quiet day. Well, they've shown up in a big way when it matters the most. They're able to send us off to a game number 10. That also puts them up to match point in their own right. And we're going to be going off to this 10th game here with, I'm pretty sure, half the lobby on match point.
Oh my god, I cannot believe it. Sorry, I've just got to try and get some music on this because my kids like to jump onto the music. But what a insane game right there. Oh my god. Let's go and have a look at the match summary. As we can see, it is going to be a Deep Cross Gaming victory here for game number 9. A 20 points win. Do you know what's crazy though, Q? If it does finish next game, I reckon Vegas Inferno might have put themselves in a real comfortable spot here for top 2, but we'll have to wait and see as we are getting into a game number 10. Let's go and have a look. How many teams are on match point after game number 9?
Hit me. Let me see it.
11.
We got ourselves 11 teams, and if it for some reason goes to a game 11, we could very well be up to 14.
Oh my god, it is seriously up for grabs for 11 teams. That is insane to say.
You also mentioned, though, for Las Vegas Inferno, a big game for them in game number 9, despite the fact that they were unable to clutch out the dub and guarantee themselves a spot to Sapporo. They do walk into match number 11 with a 10-point lead, and while 10 points can disappear relatively quickly for a team that's been consistent. I mean, when you look at those top teams, they're getting a healthy dose of both placement and kill points. It makes you feel like they've got to be feeling pretty content with where they're at for now.
All I can say is that I'm happy you're here with me, because if this was going into game 10 by myself, I'm freaked out already. But this is insane. Yeah, I don't know exactly what's going to happen. I mean, but you know what's crazy, I guess, is that we're going to have a look how many legends now are banned and who is banned going into the possible last game here for our LCQ finals.
This is kind of what this is what I was really excited about when I heard about the legend ban system, was because we know that come match point finals, there's a chance for it to be a marathon. Does look like we're going to be seeing the Gibby taken off of the table here as well. And now it makes you wonder what we start to see for some of these compositions. That last lobby, we had 12 Pathfinders. Who would have thought in the year 2025 we'd have had 12 Pathfinders in an ALGS lobby? But here we are.
I can't believe that we're going to a game number 10. I kind of lost for words, so don't mind me right now. But there you have it. There are your legend bans. We will get our second support legend getting banned here. Oh my god. Insane. Insane right now. 9. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 legend bans so far. Q. And we are heading back to another Stormpoint game. Oh, Challenger Circuit. That's how cooked I am. I just gave the Challenger Circuit one. That was supposed to be Pro League. But we are going to a Let's do that again. Game number 10. Once again on Storm Point.
Well, and not to feel like we're reiterating the same points in between games, but it should be stressed more so now going into match 10 as opposed to match 9. For any of these teams, if you put a lot of weight in your POI draft for Storm Point, it's now or never. Because I'm going to tell you right now, you've been lucky to make it this far to match number 10. There ain't no way we're getting to a match 15 and getting back to Storm Point. There's just no way.
You've stuffed it again. We're somehow getting there. I don't know how, but we are somehow getting there for a game 15. And do you know what? I'm not even going to be able to show you an overlay because I don't even have one made. So I was not thinking at all. We're going to be having this many games. I mean, Q, you've been awake since 12 p.m. It is now nearly 5 a.m. for you. I've been live. What have we been live for now? 5 hours or so for these games. This is insane. These teams really want to go to Sapporo.
Pure passion. That's what you can always expect when you show up into APAC South. And it's truly delivered here today as far as for our LCQ. You know, as much as we joke around about the potential of the marathon days, it doesn't always happen. Sometimes we do get those series that end in 5. So, well, now no longer 5 because of the new rules, but 6, 7, 8 games. So we are truly blessed with the chance that we've now get to go into double digits worth of games, as much as we joke about it. But can't help but feel for a team like Dreamfire, who started off as hot as they did. And I don't even think they're on match point yet.
I don't think they are either. So it's, I don't know. It is, we have gone through 13 codes. I think we're on to the last code now. I don't think even the admins in ALGS were like, hey, let's go and give them another 10 codes. Will be interesting to see how we go here. But we do have 11 teams moving in onto match point, which is insane. I said if we go to a game 10, we could have close to another 6 teams. We ended up getting 3 more teams, which is half of what I said. So, which obviously means that there is still teams very close to match point who are capable of winning a game and kind of stirring the pot a bit. And that one of those teams, I mean, I know I've said their name, but No Surrender, I would be surprised. They might come out here with some crazy stuff like Advantage or, you know, some kind of different legend and actually win the game. And we'll be heading to a game 11 back to World's Edge with most likely nearly 14 teams on match point.
At this point, it feels unlikely to see another game, but we've probably felt like that the last 2 games or so as well. That's kind of the fun part about match point format. So, you know, anyone at any given time is able to pop off with a W, especially depending on you know, who RNGesus decides to hook up with a solid ring here as we head back as far as to World's Edge. But I do feel like when you look at the list of teams that we now have up at the top, I feel like when we look through the first couple of, you know, games 7, 8, even in 9, there were some teams missing that were like, maybe we should still add them to the list. At this point, I don't know if there's anybody outside of match point other than Dreamfire that you're like, yeah, I could see them winning a match point lobby. So it just feels like when you look at it everything, all things considered, it's got to be. Why do I think Dreamfire was not at match point? They're sitting up here at 68 points. Apparently, I just can't do math, or I've lost track of them on the day. So negate that point from earlier. But still, you know, when you look at the teams below Remarkable Team, while I'm sure would be happy to be competing at that match point level, I don't think we've seen enough from them even throughout the course of the split to think, yeah, they're going to find a way to pull it off this late into a lobby where they just haven't been able to do so thus far.
I mean, there's one team that I know that can win this next game that are sitting 1 point off match point, and that is TYK. There is a team that seriously could just come out of nowhere right now and go, mate, hey, we're going to a game 11 because, you know, that is a team that I've been talking about for a long time that have just kind of just fallen off the face of the earth, but they're already a point away from match point as well. So, I mean, I've seen crazier things happen. I think, what was it, that champs last year that Na'Vi won it after 2 games when you had like Falcons and, you know, the teams that are already up top. So it's always usually that team that comes in that last minute to get the victory. So we'll go and have a look anyways at our top 5 kills and damage leaders, Q, because I don't think we had a look after game number 9. And I mean, I don't think there's much change here at all, but Limo sitting up top. We'd have finally got someone over 20 kills, 21 kills here for Limo, 21 for Shayo, 18 for Noel, saying Sato with 18 and Walking L with 18 too. Let's go have a look at the damage leaders.
Couple people already up over that 10K. How about up over 11 and 12K for Elzo? And remind me, I know it's not the spelling of the name for our first player at the top, but you've said the name a few times. I've just lost track of it.
Shayo.
Our top. Shayo, yeah, who has been putting on quite a bit of a show, not just today, but throughout the course of the split itself. Who would have thought we'd have this many people close to the 10K? But then again, who would have thought that we could very well, at the completion of this game, be going off to a game number 10? So you love to see the top fraggers still able to put down those numbers, but this thing goes much longer. We could be seeing some numbers we're really not used to seeing at all over that top 5 damage.
Seriously. Oh my god, I don't know. I don't want to say anything too crazy, but I don't know if this is going to be the last one. I don't know. Anyways, chat, if you guys are wondering why the hell is there 532 people watching this stream, well, these guys are all watching teams trying to cement their spot into champs. And champs, if you guys are going and don't have your tickets yet, can get your tickets right now. They were available last weekend. Now available once again. And Q, you know where to get them. They're on that link, so make sure you move the champs in the chat. Get yourself some tickets as well. But in the meantime, we're going to go and have a quick break ourselves because, I mean, we got to try and be back here in 8 hours for EMEA. And who knows, we may have the same amount of games over there. But chat, we appreciate you guys being here. We're not too far away from getting into game number 10. And once again, we'll see you all soon.
I think we're actually starting the server now.
Oh, okay. Sorry about it. We ain't going to have a break at all. Let's get into game number 10. Well, I guess we'll go have a look at where everyone is landing.
The drop spots one more time as we do head off to... We have a store point here one more time? Storm point one more time. I feel like, you know, you had mentioned TYK. You know, out at Mill, we haven't seen anything heading out that way yet on the Storm Point. I feel like we usually get ourselves at least one, so maybe something to keep an eye on. Of course, if it goes out that way, also could be good for Stinky B, who just kept the game alive with that last round. I don't think they're quite on the match point. Could also still continue this series here as well. So if it, honestly, any of those teams out on the west side, because you can include MDYB down at Cenote as well. So give me a Western zone. Let's get it.
Yeah, I'm down for whatever. Let's go 11. Let's do it. Let's go 11 and get those Octane bands out. Why bloody not? But it does look like everyone is in the lobby here for our game number 10. That is right. Game number 10. I did not expect to be saying that today. So, I mean, this is where it gets exciting, though. The legend compositions now are so different to what it was in game 1.
Probably have almost no legends. I guess that would have been out here originally. We've gone through so many bands. So let's see who has got the deepest bag here, especially when it comes to their abilities on multiple legends. And it does look like potentially could be heading up north. We'll have to wait until one of these teams gets some round 2 ring knowledge, but hey, if we end up heading up north, when you think about teams like Deep Cross Gaming, who are now on the match point, all of a sudden you talked about those teams who wait to go back to back to pull things off at the end. DCG could pull off the miracle.
This is a team that aren't on match point that are capable of winning a game though as well. Core Gaming. And if they're getting gifted a wall zone, they will be able to see this. And most likely take that northern side. You can obviously take those nut buildings up top near Prowler Nest. So Core Gaming, they really could get gifted here a map. And it could be this one.
Remarkable team who drops to the south of them that wouldn't have a far road to either, who have also put themselves in pretty good contention as far as for now. Stoney, I would like you to do me and Chad a favor though. It's driving me crazy not having that ticker scrolling across the top. So
oh yeah, I guess
up
so.
there for me, I would appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna show you guys for Core Gaming, 24 points. Even for them, one big win could very well put them on the doorstep and put them into the conversation of things. So as much as we talk about could be on the verge of seeing the end of things, we could still very well be only in the 6th or 7th inning.
Oh, that's so crazy to say though, isn't it?
Yeah.
So many games of Apex, man. I've watched now, this would be the 28th game in 3 days. So a lot of Apex casting so far here, and it all been at Battlegrounds. So if you guys are enjoying it, please hit that follow button. I really do appreciate all the support. As it does look like maybe Core Gaming understand we might have zone boys, so let's just relax. Let's go find someone that might know where it is, and there you can see it is definitely going to be that northern zone. I mean, that's kind of gifted here to No Surrender and Core Gaming, 2 teams that are not on match point.
Core Gaming probably figured when they saw DCG pulling up that there were going to be more teams that were going to arrive. They'll be okay for now. Team Mango sending some shots across the way before sending across the lift. I don't know if they're going to be willing to drop down off of the site to continue to push down for more KP, but I mean, I guess why not? They're on the full rotate. They're going to try and find themselves a position towards the wall as well.
Oh man, do you know what's crazy? We had no teams on match point through 5 games.
Oh.
So, the little yawn, I love it. So it's like, the fact that we're here is most likely not really a surprise, I guess, at the start, but it's still crazy that we're sitting here 5 hours in with games still happening. So we're going to have a look. 20 squads still standing. It is definitely going to be that northern zone. And I tell you what, if No Surrender have held this and got this early enough here to where it's impossible for teams to rotate in, we actually might see a team outside that bottom 10. Sorry, the 11. Getting match point.
Yeah, you had mentioned how this was a team that you could see still popping off at any point in time, one of those CC teams, right? And I would love to see them get their shine on for sure. Something tells me of these, whatever it is, 9, 10 teams who have the ability to end things here. You're not going to want to waste any more time, especially when you look towards the teams like the Dreamfires, the BCGs, who been on that match point for a while. You don't want to go into the long off season having come this far just to come this far.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you still have 20 squads standing. It is like, what? Are we at round 1 nearly finished closing here? 1 minute and 30 seconds. Oh, I don't even know what to say yet because I'm still very just lost for words of how many teams that are on match point. It looks like Strafing Flame and Team Mango, they've gone for a very different legend selection here, Q, with Fuse, Sparrow, and the Catalyst. So I do like this idea by Team Mango just to be a little bit more aggressive, and I feel like it will work in favor for Easy Flash.
I feel like Easy Flash generally a player that does pretty good playing aggressive, and you know, Strafing Flame I feel like is a vibes sort of player. So if you can get your teammate into the swing of things, and then also get popping off in your own right, maybe that's the recipe for success here for Team Mango to be able to find their way across the finish line, because they're not in a position right now that if these other teams a little bit lower than them walks away with a dub and ends things where they're in that top spot otherwise to get that second spot. So they got to make sure that they're still playing alive. Stinky B, team who just extended this series, already up here at wall as well, which I can't say that you're too surprised. I mean, they did land on the northern side of the zone over at that down beast, but with the fact that down beast is already over here, lets you know that we've already got a pretty big, pretty packed house starting to form over at the wall.
Looks like we are going to see Deep Cross Gaming in the first fight here with Stinky B. Stinky B most likely knowing that it might be them. They're going to move in, get aggressive. Stinky B, Deep Cross. Deep Cross just going to try and hold this top part of this building, and I don't think they will ever let this team try and coexist underneath.
Still early here though, so you don't want to play overly aggressive, especially as one of the few teams that has been able to rotate here on an hour, or here early. The full ascend into the bottom floor. But nobody's home. It looks like maybe has been able to find their way onto the top floor. They will use that ult to be able to create just a little bit of an opening. Is that enough for DCG to feel comfortable pushing down into that bottom floor? It doesn't look like it.
They're going to get a down low here, and it doesn't look good for Stinky B, as Stinky B are trying to get in on some action. Stinky B, though, trying to get a res, maybe. You can see how Pix Catalyst is in this lobby as well, Q. We might see a Catalyst ban, which means if we do go to another game, and another 2 games, we could see Caustic maybe coming back.
Very well be on the verge of seeing that. I'm here for it because bring back the powerful legends when we got so many teams here on that match point. Now going to walk their way towards the stairs. If they decide to push on up, becomes the question. Not going to be able to do so just quite yet. And we do see up in the top right-hand corner of your screen, no surrender has been sent back to the lobby.
What a game so far. No surrender eliminated. So is bad aim team. So one of the match point teams gone early on here. 18 squad still standing. You can see how aggressive Stinky B want to be here. They will not give up on this push. But it is not going to work out in their favor now as teams are coming through, and it does look like Remarkable Team have come to join the party. So Remarkable Team, one of the teams that are just, I think, made match point. Need to play this smart as they do rotate back, but Deep Cross Gaming will be pretty happy with that. Q as they get a chance to reset.
And remember, for these teams that are up here at the wall, you don't know how many other teams have been able to make your way there. So if you are going to peek up and play knock-knock on the door, you got to make sure that you fall back. That's what we saw from Remarkable Team last time we were on board with them. Meanwhile, for RYH, they all are stuck as a 3. They are stuck down here by Stormcatcher. They're going to have to rotate on out here relatively soon to make their way towards zone. We've got a lot of our teams who have already made their way up towards the wall area. Teams like Cupid will still have to find a way past that choke, but as more people show up, it just means this end game will become more fun.
Las Vegas Inferno trying to find their way, and it does look like it is going to pull towards that nut. So where they were playing no surrender, they're going to now be down. That lifeline ult does come out. We'll try and get this res here. So mostly on the lifeline. That's insane. He's going to stand there and take these damage with the arc snare star. Sorry, and that is a very good teammate. The game number 10 is what we're watching, Q. I mean, I'm getting a little bit just confused with what I'm saying because of how many games there is.
It's been a long day so far. We still got EMEA and NA later, so make sure y'all are locked in with us over here at Battlegrounds OC. If you haven't already hit the follow button, and smack that thing and turn those notifications on. 18 teams still left here. Let's make that 17. As Meraki will be able to take out Stinky B. A Remarkable Team still hanging out over at the wall. Team Mango on the spot that we had seen them rotate towards earlier, and they've just kind of been chilling. I mean, the only thing they're really missing right now is maybe a marshmallow and some chocolate for some s'mores. They're camped out.
They should be safe, and they will be granted zone here as well. So they'll be pretty happy with that. They do get that bin changeover, and they're lucky enough to get a gold one here as well. So we're now down to our final 17 squads, and it's Vegas Inferno putting themselves in a pretty good spot here. But I want to have a look who is in the nut buildings, because I feel like this is definitely the spot to be, and it looks like the boys are going to get that reset as well. And this team here, Q, if you didn't know, are 18 points away from match point.
Big win could put them up into the conversation, but they'd still need to win one more after this one. RYH also in the need of a big game, as they will be able to take out Cupid Esports, one of our match point teams. And RYH already off to a pretty hot start here. I mean, 4 kills here for Testing Blood.
That means there's, what is that? 7 teams left now without match point. Yeah, there's still a chance here that we might be going to game 11. So we'll have to wait and see here. But that is a very good sign here for RYH, as they do get rid of Cupid Esports. So that will be all she wrote for Cupid Esports if the game is finished now. I look at the leaderboard, and Vegas Inferno 10 points in front of second place now. You'd be feeling pretty comfortable with yourself, hoping for a second spot finish. But I mean, you just never know now with the amount of games that... I mean, no one thought we were going for 10 games, right, Q? So does it start coming, okay, maybe we don't have enough points, we need to be more aggressive, or just play our game?
No, I think everyone that's in the top has got to be concerned with where they're sitting, because one bad game for a Las Vegas Inferno, you fall out here in 16th. Well, you were feeling good beforehand. Well, then all of a sudden you're not, and this could end here. So I think for everyone, you continue to play the game that has put you into the position that you're in right now. And I think as far as for them, they should be all right, because they're kind of middle zone. They should be able to make it to maybe a top 10 even without really having to do too much more. Yeah. It seems like Kakoi, though, the story becomes a bit different, because you're a lot further down the list. And well, yeah, a win will do you good. It's hard to win from the lobby as Dreamfire takes him out.
Yeah, from the lobby is correct. As we do have a Kraber in the hand for Bolan, which is scary enough. And we can go and have a look as MDYB moving in. They are a team that weren't on match point. This is a team that isn't either, but I feel like all the non-match point teams are fighting each other right now, as Tech Issues get eliminated as well. RYH will try and get rid of the boys of Tom Yum Kong, and they will. So 12 squads left alive. Out comes the shots here, and Bear Claw Gaming getting eliminated here as well, which means they might not be going to Japan Sapporo.
This final circle doesn't offer much for cover, whether it be buildings or even just natural cover. So especially with a lot of teams out here to the west, once this fourth ring starts closing in, don't be surprised to see that 11 squads dwindle to about 6 or 5 maybe, even depending on teams that get caught rotating their way on in. Keep going. Doesn't have too far to rotate. There will be one of the teams that's hoping to keep some squads out. They've got a remarkable team, though, that's pushing right behind them, so they've got to stay alive.
Keep going. So let's go and have a look at the map and see how many teams are still on match point. And there you can see right there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams on match point out of the 11, so a very big advantage. And the team that might be in the best spot is Team Mango. Dreamfire also in a very good spot here, Q, but as we know, rotating up this hill towards where Team Mango is will be cancer, especially trying to get that way for a safe position.
Going to be quite the climb. Here's Bolan with the Kraber, finds the 150, but not going to be able to follow it up with the 9-9. RYH all tucked back behind and trying to find a way to get batteried back up to replace those shields. 9-9 will eventually fall. A remarkable team ends up getting taken out here as well. It's going to be Silly Billies, who is going to look for the long rotate. They got quite a bit of row in front of them. They see DCG going out with speed.
DCG get eliminated. Silly Billies rotating in. Core Gaming now down to a solo. But Silly Billies putting themselves in a good spot. As I say that, it is Vegas Inferno moving in to get some KP. Meraki get eliminated. I think there is only match point teams left standing, and we are going to be finished here after game number 10.
I think the
boys the boys are still here.
Yeah, the boys are still left. The only problem is they are in one of those nut buildings that you were talking about earlier, and they are going to have quite the rotate in front of them. Maybe they can get lucky and the other teams will not be looking their way, as they will have to ascend up this hill just a little bit. They do also know they've got a team off to their right, which is what Team Mango was looking at just a second ago.
So the dream is alive if the boys can get the job done. If Dreamfire now trying to rotate in towards Team Mango. What they need, though, is a sneaky little pick with this Kraber. And it looks like that's what they're trying to do. So they will need to be careful here, though, because like we said, they will need to rotate that northern side. And with Team Mango looking down on them, I don't like their chances. But I tell you what, this could be Strafing Flame and Easy Flash back to champs in Sapporo. Oh my god!
That was a great spot here, and good opening. That's going to keep going. That gets taken off of the board here. The boys still left alive as a trio.
My god, the boys now left alive, and it looks like Vegas Inferno need to try and play for a spot here as well. And the best thing about this is Team Mango can't overcommit. They need to watch Dreamfires rotate in, which will give... They will be able to give the boys now a chance to rotate up here as well. I tell you what, I don't know just yet what's going to happen, but if the boys can somehow make it into this zone and Dreamfire push Team Mango, we may be going to a game 11.
Have to wait and see. Only time will tell. Final four here in this zone for now, as the boys will look to try and push up from the low ground, while still being able to stay out of sight.
Oh my god.
And off of the elimination feed, Team Mango, who we had mentioned, trying to send Easy Flash and Strafing Flame back to land, still holding that supreme position.
Sounds like they're trying to get the res, I think, Dreamfire. No, they were going to, but they're not going to be able to, which means that hopefully the boys can help the situation here for Team Mango. The boys will just take their time, though, playing this nice and slow. And Dreamfire will be eliminated, so it's Team Mango, Vegas Inferno, and the boys. One team can force this to a game 11.
Now here's what's interesting is Vegas Inferno should have done enough that even if Team Mango walks away with a dub, they will have secured up that second place spot. But if we happen to see the boys win, we go again, and that leaderboard can change even more, as we will shift our focus at that point over to World's Edge. We felt like when Team Mango rotated to this position that it could very well be the position that locks in their ticket to Sapporo, and as long as they don't overextend, it looks like that's still the case.
Well, the best bet for Team Mango is that the only way that Vegas Inferno can get on the height is the Valkyrie ult. So we'll have to wait to see exactly how they're going to do it. As we can see, the boys are making their way in as well, and it does look like they do get a down on the boys, and it does look like Team Mango may be getting the W here, as there is only one team in the way, and it does look like Vegas Inferno has some serious trouble.
Well, they have the high ground. Can they carry that across the finish line as Crumbs to be able to get back to full shield? As you see that they've got the cells in hand. Easy Flash peeks their head up
Vegas
on over the
Inferno.
way, and Las Vegas Inferno are out. The boys still have the potential to extend this series, but for Team Mango, they now have to fight against the storm that is going to be on their 6. They'll have to push down to the low ground.
Oh, here we
Strafing
go.
Flame finds some opening damage with the R9 beaming here to be able to look for that first
It's gonna be
opening
Mango.
pick. And there it is. Team Mango will send Easy Flash and Strafing Flame back to land.
Oh, just like that, it is over. 10 games, Team Mango getting the victory, and we will see Easy Flash and the Strafing Flame back at a LAN event. Oh my god, and I think that is definitely going to give Vegas Inferno the second spot, which will cement their ticket to Sapporo as well. But let's go and have a look straight at the match summary and see who had a good game, and then we'll go and make our way to the series overall and see who has won today.
23-point banger in match number 10 for Team Mangoes. Gotta give it up to the boys, man. It looked like they could potentially send us off to a match number 11. Vegas Inferno, Dreamfire, and keep going, rounding out the top 5. But of course, Stoney, what matters is the fact that Team Mango secured themselves a spot to Sapporo. The question becomes, who secured that second ticket?
Let's go and have a look right now at who has cemented their spot into Japan Sapporo for champs. And it will be Team Mango and Vegas Inferno heading to Sapporo. The Vegas Inferno boys, who have watch partied nearly every game for their team. They are an American org, obviously, Las Vegas. They have watched every game that there is for their team, and they will be heading to Sapporo with Team Mango here. Dreamfire, Silly Billies, and Bear Claw Gaming will round out the top 5, but if we went to a game 11 just then, we would have only had 12 teams on match point. And that is how it's going to finish over on Storm Point. So we better go and have a look at the Team Mango logo, as we love to see it.
Paint logo, best logo. Team Mango, though, is indeed going to be going off to land. Match number 10 was where they made the magic happen on Storm Points. Man, oh man, what a day we had here, Sony. I know for you and me, it's really only just the beginning, as we have EMEA and NA here after what's probably going to be a quick nap for the two of us. But for APAC South, what a way to kind of wind down things for the region here for year 5.
Yeah, unbelievable. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Game number 10 is how it is going to finish. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, let's go and have a look, I guess, at our kills and damage leaders, though, Q, because it is all she wrote.
That is all she wrote. Our top fragger on the day. Can't say that I'm surprised that it be a tie at the top, but to see two players from Las Vegas Inferno also does not surprise me for a team that showed up in a big way here today to be able to punch home the ticket for the one team that didn't win match point format. You know, you have to lean on two top fraggers, 21 from Nolsang, 20 from Zeto. We also have Limo with the 21 as well. I mean, we've saw Walking Hell up on the top 5 all day long, rounding out the top 5 as well.
Yeah, very upsetting for BCG. That was so aggressive very early on. Just didn't work out in their favor at the end. Deep Cross Gaming, Shayo with the top damage there. Easy Flash coming second. Bad Aim Team third. Selka fourth. And Hagrid rounding out the top 5. And that is all she wrote. Q for our APAC South LCQ. I mean, there is no better finish than a Team Mango victory. Like, that was obviously we know there's teams that deserve it as much as Team Mango do, but the storyline, Strafing Flame, Easy Flash, added champs again. You know, we might see maybe Easy Flash, go and shake some hands and say, nah, not today. Not today at champs. So we'll have to wait and see. But we will be having an interview with Strafing Flame. I'm going to try to get him right now into the Discord, and then we can talk to him about heading back to LCQ. Champs.
Talked about it at the top of the show. The potential for Team Mango to be able to do exactly what they just did. The experience from Easy Flash and Strafing Flame together. Getting that synergy together probably didn't take too long, like riding a bike. And here today, when you have everything on the line, when it's do or die, able to secure themselves a spot at the top. Got to give a big shout out to them. Also, though, one of the things that I feel like I don't want to harp on too much, but of course, whenever we have these match point finals, when you're securing spots or whenever you're locking in spots for lands and stuff, there are always also the heartbreak stories for Dreamfire having such a strong finish, 3 wins in the first 6, finishing in 3rd here today.
Yeah, insane. Such a good set of games. I mean, sad though, right? I mean, it obviously there was going to be only 2 teams that will make it through, but for Team Mango and Vegas Inferno, the dream came real. It does finish at 10. We are trying to get Strafing into the Discord for a quick interview, and then we can get some rest because we need it. We need some rest, me and QS. We will be back here, guys, in 7.5 hours. 1 a.m. SGT. I think it is 6 p.m. British Standard Time, or I don't know how they work it over there with the time zones, but hopefully Strafing Flame's not too far away. If he isn't, we should be good to have a chat. But Q, is there anything that you wanted to say or see before we get into talk to Strafing?
No, I think I touched on the point a little bit at the end of regional finals, but I think just worth mentioning again here at the end of LCQs, a region that I feel like in the past has been very underrated and undervalued. It's very nice to see really kind of getting the shine that it deserves on the global stage. We've seen Genji really getting the recognition at the top of the region, but even the teams throughout the rest as well looking really good. But there's Strafing Flame. How you feeling after the win, big dog?
Oh, fucking good, man. Really fucking good. Needed this, dude.
Oh man, we're so happy for you. I mean, I know I was talking to you not long ago on Twitter, and we were saying, you know, let's have a interview, let's get some talking, and you know, you were very switched on, you were ready, you know, you were always trying to find a way back to a LAN event, and you've done it, and you've done it with your homie as well, Easy Flash. This must feel like so surreal.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I should have gone back to Easy Flash faster, man. Like, we've just got the magic, you know.
Yeah, you do. I mean, that game there, you switched up your legend composition a lot compared to the game before. You obviously went the Gibby, the Lifeline, and the Rampart. Do you feel like you had more confidence using those aggressive kind of legend play styles, or do you think you read obviously the zone really well and then kind of gifted that they were all underneath you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we did like that one rep. The early game was pretty fucking sketchy, I can't lie. But we did that one rep into God spot, and the comp I think was just perfect for actually holding a spot. But the main shift in the comps kind of came about because, you know, Gibby and Newcastle are banned. Like, the only thing you can really play is Rampart, so I decided to just say fuck it. I'm tired of getting, you know, Sparrow ulted, tired of getting like Fuse util dumped. I might as well just start playing it myself. So that's just the thought process going into it. We just kind of got sick and tired of getting abused. But I mean, at the end of the day, it was honestly a very lucky win, right? Like that game, that zone was very gifted. It was a team split holding the nuts and the platform, so we just took the platform and we killed them. And well, we pushed them off. We didn't even kill them actually, so we kind of got Godspot for free. The only thing that was sketchy was we actually saw Dreamfire from the start with a Kraber, and so the entire time for like 2 minutes in the end game, I'm going, please be careful, Kraber on the left, Kraber on the left, do not get killed, please. At the end, Zach ended up taking a shot to the head, and oh my God, man, I was scared. Like, my heart was beating out of my chest trying to res him. But we won. I'm pretty happy.
Do you feel like this one sits a little more special here, Strafing Flame, after like the trials and tribulations? Like, we've seen you have ups and downs throughout the course of the year, but to go from a team that was already qualified to a different team to now a third team to be able to qualify that, you know, to Sapporo with that squad through match point. I mean, this one has to probably feel a little bit different, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good, man. It feels good. Like, this is... I haven't screamed like that in a really long time, bro. And I needed that, man. I needed that.
We're so proud of you, man. And I mean, you had
Thanks.
so much support in the chat today, and I'm very glad that we were able to watch you guys take it home. For the last thing I'll say, I guess, is that can't wait to meet you in Sapporo, and it'll be a lot of fun.
You can go buy me a beer, bro.
I
Come
got
on.
you. Don't you
It'll
worry.
be fun.
I'll get
Your money.
yeah, because I'm really rich. Really rich. Yeah.
And I'll buy you one, I swear.
I love it. All right, bro. We appreciate you. Go celebrate with your boys, and we'll see you in January. And once again, congratulations.
Okay, I'll see you then, man. Thank you,
See you,
thank you.
bro. Well done.
Congrats, bro.
Have a good rest of your day.
Too. Well, insane. That is all she wrote, Q, for LCQ APAC South. We'll be back here in 6.5 hours, 7 hours for EMEA. We just watched 10 games of APAC South, and once again, I really do appreciate you guys. 641 here. I really just am lost for words with the year that we've had here at Battlegrounds, and I mean, there's no better way to start off LCQ than that.
We have 3 on the day if that's just an appetizer of what we're in for. While I'm sure you and I will be dog tired at the end of it, we are going to have had some moments upon moments. So you know what? Sign me up for the long haul here today, baby, because that was a blast for 10 games.
That it was. And without ado, we better get you, Q, to do what you do and send everyone away because we're going home for a little rest before we be back here in 7 hours.
Well, we will be back here in a couple hours, so if you haven't already done so, make sure you hit that follow button down below because we'd love to see all of your pretty faces back in chat here when we do go live for EMEA as well as NA. And until we do catch y'all back for the next one, man, don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all, that's Stoney. I'm Q. For the rest of the crew here from the front to the back, y'all have a great rest of your week.
Peace.
All right, bro. Yeah, I'm going to go take me a nap.